Where is the Q? Q. Hi Q. Wonder. It's so long since I played FF14. This channel started as a Final Fantasy 14 dedicated channel. Remember that? Do you remember? You had September? Come on, come on. Come on. Dr. Jones, are you here? Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones. It's been a while. Oh, I still remember. Okay, let's go. What the hell? What the hell? The heck? Report dismissing of reputation. There you go. Okay, I think I got it. Hello. Hello, hello. Wait, what is this skill? What the fuck? What? What the hell? What? No way, man. Need to... How is everybody doing, by the way? Oh boy, do I have a lot of work to do with the hot bar. Oh my gosh. There's so much to do with the hot bar. You feel hurt? Wait, why do you feel hurt? You hate samurais or something? Oh, I've got a letter. Hold on, what's the letter? Oh. What? I even gonna... My inventory is full. Oh wait, I have the... I'm so proud of this item that I've got here somewhere. Where is my thing? Ultima Totem. Oh my gosh. I'm so proud of this. Wait, hold on. Is there a training dummy somewhere around here? Why do your feet hurt? Gosh, my hotbar is such a mess. There has to be a training dummy here somewhere. Right? I don't have much gold. I don't have much anything. Oh my gosh. Wait. What? Third eye is still a thing? No way. What the fuck? Hello, Yinku. I'm trying to fix my Final Fantasy 14 setup. No way. Holy crap. Crazy. Um, Roulette? Let's do the roulette. Do the roulette. Okay, we're gonna do roulette with the main scenario roulette. How are you, Inko? No way I have no gear set. No way. I like this. Hello. Yeah, from 14. I'm trying to get back into it. Yeah, you're right. Please consider donating or subscribing to help me pay rent. I'm actually doing a fundraiser for rent. Did you know? Did you know that I was doing a fundraiser for rent? Oh, Mike. There you go. 6 minutes. I appreciate any assistance. True. Being white is no good. Oops. I actually wanna talk to you about the transphobia and the legislation. Transphobia has been a big culture thing all around the world. Yes, Bushu. Fido is happy. Been getting so much. Thank you.
Oh, Barry!
Oh yeah, and I brought back O'Berry. I'm so happy that I brought back O'Berry. O'Berry! Am I lagging or something? Yeah. Doing my best to, like, you know. Whooshu, whooshu, whooshu. We're waiting. We are waiting to do that thing. I'm going to have to relearn the job because a lot has changed. But my character looks as amazing as ever, I think. Wow. I like how I look. Look at this. What was the shortcut to turn off the hub? I don't remember. Yay! Almost. We're almost. I'm going to have to check balance. Oh, it's been a while since I played Final Fantasy XIV. It's gonna be excellent playing Final Fantasy XIV with bombing, etc. in Kiev. It's gonna be excellent, you know? Yeah, I am going to go to Kiev soon. I need to continue work. Journalisms. I need to continue the journalisms, you know? How to turn off the hub? I'm trying to remember. FF14. Keyboard shortcut to turn off the hub. Scroll lock. What? What is scroll lock? I don't see that button on my. I don't see that button on my keyboard. Scroll lock. I don't see it. Hold on. Where is the button? I don't see it. This keyboard sucks. Swear to God. I received a generous donation today of $90. $90. Wait, how to toggle walk? Okay, how do I toggle walk? Oh my gosh. Oh no. I toggled walk on oh no, I toggled walk and I don't know how to toggle it back on. Okay, how do I... Holy crap. Alright. Alright. I'm gonna have to fix my everything. Cause it's not good. What's wrong? I cannot believe that I defeated Ultima and now I don't remember how to play this game. This is incredible. Why is the chat so quiet? Is everybody locked in the game? Hold on. This map has been completely rehauled from how it used to be. This used to be an 8 for 8 people, a raid. Alright. Very scuffed, but I'm getting back into things. I'm a princess among women.
Mm-hmm. Oh, shoot. What's up?
This is me?
This is me.
Oh yeah. Let's make the game a little louder. Was that too much? doing a very good job. Bleh. She's dead. No. Oh no. This is not happening. No. This is no good. No good at all. Sob. Bleh. Gaius. My lord Gaylord. Hey. Oops. Another fool who created Gaius' affection over all else. Oh, this one I can skip. Ta 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 ta. Oh, I got a commendation. A commendation is when somebody thinks that I did a good job. So, even though it was very scuffed, I still got a commendation from somebody. So, from some nice Samaritan. God damn, have I lost all of the audience in this? I don't think I'm starting to be afraid that Final Fantasy XIV might not be the optimal stream content. Well, we've gotten a lot of XP. This one's great. Whoa. It's raining, so let's go inside. When did I join this? What? Huh. Alright, let's try this again for now. It's been fun. But my setup is too scuffed, I think. My setup is a bit too scuffed for my liking. Alright, let's do some nice things, okay? Alright, let me steal some. Let's do some slop. Then,
Player sessions make up more than safe.
let's see why. Let's see why ContraPoints is bad, okay? Hold on. Where is the browser? Let's see why ContraPoints is bad. Oh, wait. Okay, what's wrong with the keyboard? What's it set to now, the keyboard? Oh, English. Alright. My ContraPoints sucks. Let's see. Okay, I have to find the relative. I have to find the relevant link on his thing. So, videos. Oh my god. Where is it? Videos. New Sunday videos. Where is it? Why can't I find it? I could have sworn it was somewhere. Why ContraPoints is bad. President Sunday. I could have sworn I found. Huh.
Speaking of other eyes,
So if you are a trans person, right?
Yeah.
UI is not
I'm looking for the. I had it somewhere around here. I could have. Very weird. Did he remove it? Very strange. I guess we're gonna have to do different swap. Uh, Weird. Maybe. mm, hmm. Very strange. I'm trying to find the thing that I wanted to react to, but I cannot. Uh, Very weird. She must have removed it. So I could have sworn. I could have sworn. Hmm. Hmm. Why? Wait, talking with President Sunday? Hold on. You're gonna talk? Now this is slop that I can do. What's happening here? Okay. When are they gonna be talking? Mm. Um. Mm. Yeah. All right. Oh, Dr. Jones, hello. Oh, I'm looking for a video by President Sunday when he said that ContraPoints is bad. I could have sworn that he made such a video, but God, I cannot find it. President Sunday is about to. Um, He's going to be talking to President Sunday. Oh. Okay. I wanted to react to it now, but oh God, President Sunday. Sloppy President Sunday. That's not good. Okay. That's not good, President Sunday. I expected highest level of quality, but disappointed. Right, Putin's emergency address, World War III fixed. Okay.
I asked the government and the central bank to take this process under control. I will emphasize, Russia acts as a reliable supplier of energy resources. It has always been so. We will certainly continue to supply oil and gas to those countries that are themselves reliable counterparties. I have in mind not only our partners in the Asia-Pacific region, but also the states of Eastern Europe, such as Slovakia and Hungary. And right now, some colleagues, already before the meeting, in this broader format, have already informed me that we are increasing supplies to our reliable partners.
Oh my God.
Moreover,
Thanks,
in
United
several
States.
regions of the world at once.
For fuck's sake. Thank you.
At the same
for
time,
invading
I want to
Iran.
remind you that the European Union countries plan to introduce additional restrictions on the purchase of Russian hydrocarbons starting
Good.
April 25th,
Good.
including liquefied natural gas, up
Good.
to and including a
Sanctions.
complete
Yeah,
ban
good.
on such supplies in 2027. In
Very
this
good.
regard, the government was already tasked with assessing the possibility and advisability of halting supplies of our energy resources to the European market, not to wait until the door is demonstratively slammed in our face, but to do this right now and redirect these volumes away from the European market toward a more interesting direction, and most importantly, to establish a foothold there. Right now, the market conditions are shaping up in such a way that if we reorient ourselves right now toward those markets that need increased supplies, we can establish ourselves there now. That is, in places where there is sustainable long-term demand and reliable
I saw it was basically about the delete Contra tweet where she came out against the Iran war. Wait, what's wrong with being against the Iran war? Is President Sunday pro the Iran war? Or what President, or wait, or did President Sunday call ContraPoints at Howard because she deleted the tweet? Oh, you could, yeah. Vouch. Also, President Sunday is about to talk to Gunther.
ability. The government is keeping these matters under
Are we
control
gonna
as
talk
well.
soon?
Now, on all these matters, I hope we will have
Oh,
a
there you
substantive
go.
conversation. Please, I give the floor.
There we go. Putin's speech I should do.
Just hash out the fucking beef and just see what his deal is.
Finally.
Like if he just thinks I'm some uneducated beefhead, then that's that is what it is. But if we end up not like coming out on the other side of this being besties, you can't fault me for trying.
All right, let's do this.
Alex Schmitty, Orban, Yegerman, Jansen. There you go. Gunther with an H is my middle name, and so Alec Gunther was taken on Twitch. It was originally Alexander Gunther, is what it was, but that was too lengthy. It's too long. Not that it matters that much. I used to always think that like your handle is really important, But people have all kinds of handles and they do just fine. What's important is your content, but I digress. I think that if you can have a punchy name, it definitely helps. I think Alec Gunther is, you know, it's a nice 4-syllable name, like Markiplier. If you can keep it like 5 syllables or less, that's really ideal, in my opinion. So Alexander Gunther is like 1 syllable too many.
100 liter when it became experience for her.
Like
Now she doesn't want
PewDiePie,
to
obviously,
change anything.
you know, whatever you think about him, I don't like him, but his name is very catchy. Markiplier, like I said. Jacksepticeye, another 4-syllable. Vosh is very, like... I think Vosh is a very powerful name, personally. I don't know where he got it.
Is the best name.
Perhaps a little too powerful for him.
Take Tanuki is everywhere.
Ew, fuck. Like, why do I even...
What the hell?
Continue to
Why is
scroll.
Take
Look at this
Tanuki
shit.
on all of these creators saying, and not on my... Why does
I'm
it...
not even gonna, like, give it...
What the hell? You should tell Sake Tanuki to start watching.
I was gonna say I'm not even
What
gonna
the
play
hell
it,
is
but I
this?
think you need to see...
What the hell is this?
I hate
Dr.
this shit
Jones?
with a fucking passion, man.
Like, I seen Sake Tanuki giving
It's disgusting. Why
Jack
do I even get on
subs,
Twitter anymore?
Alec
I
Gunther.
ask myself that sometimes.
Why not me? What's wrong with me?
There's something powerful about Korean handles, just lowercase letters and numbers.
Oh. Let's watch them squash the beef.
What the fuck is that? I have no idea, and I don't really want to know. Lucy Hayes is catchy. I think it is. Like I said, it follows the 3-syllable rule.
There you go.
Neko Cirrus, although he usually just goes by Cirrus, also catchy.
I'm
Riverboat
catchy.
Jack, 4-syllable rule. Or I
It's a
guess
big clap and
5-syllable
you ain't
rule.
it
Five-
to see.
The five or fewer. The 5 or fewer syllables rule. The FOFs, if you will.
Lucy Haze, not Hayes, but Haze. It's 4 syllables.
I'm trying to think of somebody with 5 syllables, actually.
I might as well like it.
That's like catchy.
They're gonna be doing the beef. Hmm?
I think my handle is self-explanatory. The one mighty pen. Are you a mighty pen? Are you the only mighty pen?
Yeah.
Does it stand for Pennsylvania, perhaps? Anyway, we got stuff to do today.
Yeah, let's go.
The first thing I kind of wanted to do, we're not going to be talking to President Sunday for a while.
Oh, okay.
And
then.
I will admit also, I might have lied in the title. I might have, I don't know yet. President Sunday has not confirmed that he can talk tonight. But I wanted to clickbait people, and so...
Oh, okay. Well, never mind then. Well, thanks, Alec Gunther. Thanks. Oh my god. Really? Oof. The degenerate downfall of a manga genius.
Did you know that the legendary creator of Naruto, Masashi Kishimoto, has a twin brother who's also a manga artist? His name is Seishi Kishimoto,
Oh, yeah, I
and in
know.
many ways, he's just as talented as his more successful sibling. With even some Naruto fans feeling Seishi should have been the one to illustrate Naruto instead. As a mangaka, Seishi has a fairly impressive resume, as he has spent years trying to carve out his own legacy. But unfortunately, his career became plagued with accusations of plagiarism and a plethora of other controversies that led to Seishi getting bullied so badly, Masashi himself had to step in. All this drama would
Okay, that is just depressing and sad. Let's go. Let's go and see President Sunday after dark. No, what is this? Is this leftist punditry destroys the soul?
You can have the best hopes, the best dreams, the best ideas. Once you enter the electoral system, once you try to improve the party from within, you get caught by all these incentive structures that...
That's not anarchist. That's not the anarchist critique. That's the fucking right-wing critique.
I hate how Vosh speaks in such a grand way, then just proceeds to make shit up. Almost every video I've seen of him is just him talking out of his ass or just quoting some stupid Twitter meme. Then he always adds in some weird ass joke to make it seem like any dumb thing he says was a joke. Like in the section where he talks about history of leaders, he just talks about the past, like some Disney movie. My goodness.
Kyle Kalinske, Vosh. I want to see this. You have no idea what Trump just unleashed featuring Vosh. Oh, we have 4 years ago, confronting Kyle Kalinske on his old tweets. Kyle Kalinske,
all right, guys, here
is really dumb. I didn't really pay a lot of attention to him until he started promoting Professor Zhang, but dumb as a rock. We need, there are smart people out there who could represent leftists. These are not them. These people are dumb. These people are really dumb.
But I'm slow spoken, so I cannot.
But apparently you have no idea what Trump just unleashed, which is weird because I feel like we kind of do.
Yeah.
I feel like we actually really do know what Trump just unleashed. If you're talking about Iran, which is probably what they're talking about, but I don't think any of these people know anything about Iran.
You
So
have no idea. I've been
we
so
go.
lonely lately.
all right, guys, here to talk about the current Armageddon that we're witnessing.
We're not witnessing an Armageddon.
Is Vosh. Thanks for joining me, man.
My pleasure. How you doing?
It's an
Armageddon
eclair.
aside.
I'm doing good. I'm doing
Immediate,
personally. I'm doing fine. But you know, I feel like the line between personal and real world is becoming like less and less as time has gone by. Like I feel like I almost can't compartmentalize as much as I used to be able to because the shit is getting too real. You know
You need to drink more water.
what I'm saying?
No, I know what you mean. I sprained my ankle recently, and I really felt the plight of the Iranian people. I'm right along there with them.
So
What the fuck was that? Jesus Christ. Oh, nice. What the hell was that sprayed ankle joke? Jesus Christ almighty.
So, the first thing I wanted to bring up to you is, from my perspective, what we're witnessing right now, it genuinely seems like a worst case scenario almost across the board. To me, we have like a totally rogue fascist Trump regime that had, honestly, they've totally lost their minds. I mean, Trump is surrounded by sycophants who feed his worst impulses day in and day out. We have a Democratic leadership in Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries who clearly are not prepared for the moment. They don't actually oppose what's happening here. And so they do the soft process criticism on the war and other things. And so I wanted you to talk me off the ledge a little bit because when I look at this, I see Armageddon, basically.
No, yeah, it's pretty worst case scenario. I'm very sorry. I don't know if I can do what you want me to do here.
Why do you see Armageddon, Kyle? I don't understand. Why? Why do you see Armageddon? Because a Middle Eastern country got bombed? I got some bad news for you.
I guess I
mean, okay, I'm actually gonna steel man Kyle Kalinske because it's not just that the Middle Eastern country got bombed. It's also that the oil prices have skyrocketed, which maybe to President Sunday doesn't mean much, but to me, for example, it means that Russia, that was in big trouble at the beginning of the year, suddenly got financially bailed out by the United States directly. Okay? So, those things are kind of interconnected. No? Aren't they? Genuinely, Russia was in big trouble at the beginning of the year because the oil prices were plummeting. Russia depends on oil to fuel its war with Ukraine. And now Russia is having a good time.
very happy that this happened before the United States decided to pick a conflict with a nuclear nation. Like, I'm happy that that we're kind of running up against the wall with Iran, a country that really.
You mean an ally of China and Russia? You're glad that okay, Vosh.
Realistically, and I'm not saying this in a chauvinist way. We should.
Yes, Iran is indeed an ally of China and Russia. which is why Russia has been giving Iran intelligence, and the United States have just been, Trump and a few other people have just been saying, Witko has been saying, you know, Putin told us that he has not been sharing intelligence with Iran, so I'll just take him at his word. And the fuck? The Russian economy was projected to collapse by the end of this year before all this happened. Well, not anymore. Not anymore. Things have changed. Okay, things change. Things have changed, and you know, good luck. Thanks. Also, Trump is speaking of NATO as a separate thing from the United States, so I can't wait for the United States to further throw Ukraine under the bus, and I cannot wait for NATO to abandon Poland, because Poland used to be in the USSR sphere of influence, and I cannot wait to be reporting on the situation of the Polish children, brutalized by Russia. I cannot wait. I will not have to travel abroad anymore to cover a war. Haha. Way, yay, whoa, whoa.
Shouldn't be struggling here. We have navigated Middle Eastern diplomacy. We've used hard and soft power for decades.
Oh no, Trump has flushed all of the United States soft power down the toilet when he decided to gut US aid.
You know, I'm in the unenviable position of having to go, what are you talking about? This isn't Armageddon. This is business as usual. It's just more naked than usual. And by the way, it may not be Armageddon, but just FYI.
Well, no, it's not business as usual. That's a bit silly of President Sunday to say, because we have, again, as we speak, the war in Ukraine is still continuing. You know, the biggest war since World War II is still continuing in Europe. That's not business as usual. And that war is, in fact, interconnected with Iran, with what's happening with oil, etc. So no, you cannot just say that is business as usual. That's pretty silly. That's a pretty silly statement. There you go. Now I am in the pretty and what's the word? Unenviable position of saying that, what are you talking about? Now I'm in that situation. Because it's not just an Eastern, a Middle Eastern country being bombed. It's all the things that are interconnected with what's happening with it. Dr. Jean said, we don't need NATO. It's weak and feckless, but also please help me with Iran, Trump. Also, help me Ukraine, but also we actually did not get any help from Ukraine, and anything that Zelensky says that Ukraine did for the United States is PR. That is what Trump said recently.
Attacking Iran courts conflict with China and Russia, which do have those.
You know, we've fought Israel's wars. We've done evil in the region. The fact that we're stumbling here tells me that we could have potentially come.
Check your DMs. Why? Oh, we're doing that next. Don't worry. I saw that, Imran. We're doing the Nick Land stuff next.
Also, I don't think that the United States supporting Russia in a war against Europe de facto is business as usual. That you cannot call that business as usual.
Much worse outcomes if we had done this, if we had applied this strategy in Taiwan or with Russia, for example. I guess I'm glad Iran's.
Wait, what? Hang on. Sorry, I need to hear that again.
Used hard and soft power for decades, navigated realistically, and I'm not saying this in a chauvinist way. We shouldn't be struggling here. We have navigated Middle Eastern diplomacy. We've used hard and soft power for decades. We've fought Israel's wars. We've done evil in the region. The fact that we're stumbling here tells me that we could have potentially come across, much worse outcomes.
I don't know what he's saying.
If we had done,
I'm not sure what he's saying either, to be quite honest. I mean, yeah, the United States should not be struggling here because the United States should not be in this situation to begin with, but, you know.
This, if we had applied this strategy in Jesus, I don't know, Taiwan or with Russia, for
What do you mean in Taiwan? You mean attacking Taiwan? What?
I don't know.
example. I guess
I'm not sure what Vosh means here, to be honest. I might need elaboration on his point.
I'm glad Iran's the one to show us straight, and I'm wishing them luck in teaching us what happens when you touch the hot stove. You know?
Yeah.
But that's not what happens when you touch the hot stove.
Wait, what?
They over. But that
You touch the hot, show us straight, and I'm wishing.
Taiwan? What? What?
Example. I guess I'm glad Iran's the one to show us straight, and I'm wishing them luck in teaching us what happens when you touch the hot stove. You know?
Yeah.
Jean-Pierre Dubai, please Ukraine, help the US, but also lift the sanction Russian oil. They can rearm and strengthen the Russian front. Yeah.
But that's not what happens when you touch the hot stove. They overplayed their hand. They thought-
Actually, what Trump is doing is putting the hand on the hot stove and just keep burning it. Trump just keeps burning his hand. Usually when you touch the hot stove, you pull away your hand because biology compels you to. But in Trump's case, he just keeps his hand on the stove and he keeps burning his hand. Oh, that's not good.
that Iran would fold. They didn't understand Iran's internal composition because the current administration is stupid.
Yeah, he thought that Iran would just be done in a couple of days. He thought basically that Iran would be just a repeat of Venezuela. It's just, I honestly just think that he got really drunk on his success in Venezuela and he thought, yeah, I'm just going to do that again. And he, you know, and it didn't end up that way. That's what I think.
But they were fine previously when they assassinated Iranian officials, when they bombed Iran previously. Like that's all.
Yeah, I read earlier today that the U.S. government didn't even think that Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz.
They didn't think it was on the table.
That's because they thought that the leadership being killed would have cowed whoever replaces them, because they don't understand how Iran works.
Actually, no. Actually, what's from what I've heard, that Trump was warned by advisors that doing what he did would just mean a more hardline Iran government. We went through this. He was actually very explicitly warned about this.
That's why, because there's essentially a giant brain drain taking place in the American government because they're persecuting everyone who doesn't tell Trump yes. That's not teaching us not to touch the hot stove. You want to know why the Democrats were mad about Venezuela? It's because Trump laid bare what the fuck Democrats were doing to Venezuela. They were screwing with Venezuela and Maduro for a very long time. This is not new. What's new is Trump went in and said, hey, we're going to steal the president for their oil. Let's get the oil execs together. Let's pillage and plunder Venezuela.
Or rather, let's just...
Which is a problem for the Democrats because they didn't want people to...
Let's just turn Venezuela into a glorified oil rig. Trump said it pretty directly.
Know that that's what they were doing themselves.
Yeah.
So when I look at that, I mean, I know that the Trump regime are idiots. That's a fact to me. But I mean, maybe in my naive mind, I still thought there's going to be some...
Also, remember that I've resurrected the O-Berry. So if you want to see some more O-Berries, then, you know, consider donating or subscribing. And then you will see a ton of O-Berries because, you know, I'm still doing a fundraiser tonight for rent.
Some people at like the Pentagon, or some people who are generals, or some people...
They got fired.
at like the CIA or something who are like, hey, you know what? You're out over your skis here a little bit. But apparently, no. Apparently, well, maybe they did warn him, but he was just like, fuck it, I'm going to do it anyway.
No,
I think
no,
we've
he was
lived-
warned. He was warned. It is confirmed that he was warned about. At least I know that he was warned about the fact that if he attacks, it will just result in a more hardline Iranian government. Like, we know that he was warned about that before the attack.
Under rule by expertise for so long that I think we've forgotten for most of human history there was basically no correlation between power and competence.
This is not actually true, by the way, just to be clear. You have not been ruled by experts who know what they're doing and who have a sensitive and nuanced understanding of other countries and how they function. That's what happened with the Mujahideen, if anyone remembers that little episode. That's what happened in a lot of places. The American government has acted like this in a way that was not disclosed to the American public for a very long time.
Wait, that is actually what was said. Lucy just needs money. I do. I need money to rent, and I need money for rent.
Is not new. This is not
Wait,
new.
it's not new, but that is to defend Vosh a bit. Isn't that what Vosh just said? That historically, there's been not a connection between competence and power.
If their country rule is not
gotten for most. Yeah, I think we've lived under rule by expertise for so long that I think we've forgotten for most of human history there was basically no correlation between power.
We've been ruled under expertise. Okay.
Competence.
Okay. Never mind.
Not actually true, by the way, just to be clear. You have not been ruled by experts who know what they're doing.
Okay,
and who
never
have a
mind.
sensitive and nuanced understanding of other countries and how they function. That's what happened with the Mujahideen, if anyone remembers that little episode. That's what happened in a lot of places.
Shame on me for trying to defend Vosh. Shame on me.
The American government has acted like this in a way that was not disclosed to the American public for a very long time. This is not new. This is not new.
Let me see if Alexander is talking to President Sunday. Maybe I should call into Alec Gunther. What do you think? Should I call into Alec Gunther?
American government has been able to incompetently flex its muscle over and over again, but it didn't have any serious political tolls in most cases because Americans just don't care about people in other places.
Oh boy.
And previous regimes were very good at just not telling Americans that they're doing this to other places.
Yeah.
That's all. The mistake Trump made that is unique is not what he's doing to Iran or Venezuela. The mistake that he made that's
He's just being so open and very blatant about it, like an idiot.
unique.
Calling about what? To squash our beef, to debate him about something. He's not leftist enough for me.
It's just FYI, America has done this to Iran before, also incompetently, which is why the current regime exists.
True.
Like, dear God, we're talking about fucking Iran here. The problem
But
is
Iran has been exploited before the United States even, so it's all about that oil. The United Kingdom also has had a hand in exploiting Iran.
Trump said that he's doing it because he's really proud of himself for it.
Yeah, he is.
The problem isn't that Trump doesn't understand international affairs. American governments have never understood it.
Yes. We're gonna watch that clip. We're so gonna watch that clip about Pearl. Oh my God, yes. I love it. God. It's not just that he brought up Pearl Harbor, but it's how he brought it up. And he brought it up in, oh God. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about that. Oh. Also, he didn't bring it up to Japanese PM exec. He brought it up to the journalist that asked a legitimate question. It was glorious. We're gonna watch
International affairs. They've just had the capital and the guns to not have to worry about their failures. Plus, the ocean's kind of a nice buffer too. What changed is that Trump talked about it. He talked about it. He went into social media and he told everyone, "Hey guys, I'm undermining democracy in other countries. I'm stealing heads of state. I'm assassinating people I'm in diplomatic conversations with," which is dumb.
Yeah, it is.
But that doesn't teach America anything, because the next administration won't be that dumb. They'll do the same thing with the same mistakes as previous administrations. They just won't tell you about it. Guys, read a fucking book. There's lots of short, easy books on Iran. Easy ones. Go to Wikipedia. Pull a Destiny. Go on Wikipedia. Okay, read about what happened. read about why the Shah got in power. Just go read about that.
A king or a pharaoh or an aristocrat could just be some water-brained inbred fuck who sent people to die for literally no reason. And we've, over the past couple hundred years, I think for the
only if they had a standing army, so that's not necessarily a given.
most part, the average president has probably been smarter than the average water-brained aristocrat. But I think we're past those times. The only reason leaders have to be smart is because the consequence of their incompetence is their own death or exile or something.
That's not true. Leaders don't have to be smart. There are a lot of stupid leaders.
Similar.
No, not really.
Yeah, not really. I agree. Not really.
Leaders don't have to be smart.
No. I think my country is a prime example of that.
Leaders have to play ball with the right people. They don't have to be smart.
Yeah.
In fact, not being smart sometimes is an asset.
And we have insulated the American brass.
Depends on the country, depends on the geopolitical situation, it depends on many factors. And also depends on what you mean by smart.
Consequences of their incompetence for so long, forward pardoning Nixon, Trump being given legal immunity by the Supreme Court. There's no longer any
Who's we? You didn't decide to do that.
Like Darwinistic reason for them to engage in like that defensive behavior. For them,
what does smart even mean? I don't know. Just reminder. We are.
See, there you go. I asked the question first. What does smart mean? And then, following my lead, people in President Sunday's audience asked the same thing. What does smart mean? It's because I'm a smart, genius, political commentator.
Being lectured on the smarts that leaders need to have to not run into disaster by a guy who hoards drawn CP on his work computer that he streams from. Just to put this into perspective.
to consider what they're doing for them to check themselves. So
that's because Vosh is not a leader of a state, so Vosh does not need to be smart. There you go. I've explained this, okay?
yeah, no, we're just getting like the maximally retarded outcome in every juncture.
Just say stupid. Vosh, saying it's retarded just makes you sound like a dumb asshole. Just say it's stupid. Learn English words.
It's okay. The slurs are back in grave. The slurs are back in fashion. The R slur is just back in fashion, and every big streamer just uses the word now. Every big streamer uses the R slur now. I've noticed, because it's back in good graces or something.
Jesus, like it's embarrassing.
So we have, like, here's what I'm forecasting, and I don't really think I'm out on a limb here, but I see market crash.
Let's see. Is he talking to President Sunday? President Sunday here? Jesus Christ, another more T5 tier 1 subscriptions from Saketanuki. Get Saketanuki in here, okay? I'm pretty sure Alec Gunter is not struggling with rent. Unlike me. Nice. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rance. Okay, I'm gonna tell me when he starts talking to Alec Gunter. I'm gonna do a react. I'm gonna snipe that.
See inflation going up, unemployment going up, gas prices skyrocketing.
Wow, he's like a prophet. Move over, Professor Jang.
Being abandoned by our allies because we gave them the middle finger in like 40 different ways. And
To
when
be fair, he's not really doing predictions here. He's just describing what's happening, to be fair to Kyle Kalinske. He's not claiming to do some form of amazing... he's not claiming to be some amazing prophet here. So yeah. It's insane when I see Sakatanuki given and like what I do in a month. Listen, try to subtly inform Sakatanuki that there's a new leftist content creator in town that is a word journalist. Okay? Try to get out the word that there's a second streamer in the space that does war-related work. Okay? And needs rent. Actually, I got some news regarding journalism. I might be getting a new nice break when it comes to my journalist work, which means I'm going to get more busy. If this one thing pans out, I'm gonna be having more opportunities, which is great. Great. I might be starting cooperation with a pretty big newspaper in Poland. But nothing has happened yet, so you don't attract parasocial people. I shouldn't I?
Look at that.
I should attract parasocial people. What, am I not sexy enough? Am I not cool enough? What's wrong with me? What is wrong with Lucy Haza? What is wrong with Lucy Haza? It's anti-Slavic racism, I think. I would marry you. There you go. There's at least one parasocial person in my audience. There you go. There you go. I don't lose. I don't lose in parasocial cred.
My rational brain says these actually are like revolutionary conditions. The only reason why I...
No, they're not. You know how we know they're not revolutionary conditions? We're all sitting here, well-fed, at our computers, happy. Find me a revolution where everybody's well-fed. Go find me a revolution.
Poland in the 80s? Everybody was pretty... there was no mass starvation in Poland during the quote-unquote communist regime, and yet people were rebelling because of many... There were many factors, but there was no mass starvation. People were fed. So... yeah, that's my counter argument. Poland in the 80s. You don't attack only desperate for attention from internet micro celebrities kind of audience. At least those with money, at least. Listen, I will give you all of my attention.
Where everybody is well-fed and happy and not out in the streets in thousands and thousands and thousands. Go find me one.
Poland?
We are all cozy indoors, safe. Yeah, our groceries are more expensive, but you know what? We still buy them.
Again, Poland in the 80s.
Gas is more expensive. We're still buying it. We're still driving. I'm sorry. Do you think like, I'm gonna lose everything and revolt against the government and upend the social order because gas cost me $50 more. No. 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 Your Netflix monthly fees went up and you paid it. Your Amazon Prime fees went up and you
Damn, Westerners are such cowards. Us Eastern Europeans are the hot stuff, okay? We do our revolutions and we win. Poland did it and won. Ukraine did it and won. Where are your revolutions, Westerners? Where are your revolutions? Embarrassing.
paid it. Your Amazon Prime account didn't deliver your books on time and you paid it. And then you didn't like skip on that cup of coffee or that beer. You went out and bought those too. You were just a little bit more stressed about it. People being a little bit more stressed is not revolutionary.
In fact, Poland had a bloodless revolution, right?
Conditions, Kyle.
It really depends. Okay, was there? No, there wasn't. There was no starvation in the 80s in Poland, especially in the late 80s, and yet there was revolutionary conditions.
Because I like that George Carlin bit. Really poor people exist to keep middle class people scared shitless, because nobody wants to be that. And being like actual revolutionary action opens the door to you losing literally everything, which is one of the reasons why there are no revolutions unless people are generally losing already literally everything. Unless they
no, that's not true. The solidarity movement started with people that were not actually losing literally everything. So, no, that's not true. Again, I have to be on the what's the term that you used? Unenviable position of saying, what are you talking about to President Sunday? Didn't see.
Literally,
maybe I should debate him on it. Should I debate him on it? Huh? Should we have Lucy has a President Sunday debate brewing?
You make it so people can't eat for a few days, you'll have a revolution on your hands. That's why the Social Security thing was such a big deal. That's why people not getting their checks was such a big deal, because it meant literally that people who lived paycheck to paycheck would suddenly go homeless and couldn't eat. You had a whole lot of people who suddenly couldn't afford to live. That was a massive danger. This? No. No.
Jesus.
Not even close. Not even close. Not even close. Iran was undergoing massive, huge protests at the time when America, in its infinite wisdom, administered freedom to a bunch of schoolgirls and murdered them, right? Iran's still standing. Iran is not only still standing, it's actually kind of flexing right now. Because America fucked it up really hard, but now they're stuck.
Yeah.
Now they're trapped.
Yeah, they are. I think that's the consensus. I think the consensus truly is that not only the United States has messed up, just dropped the ball, but oh God, we're all gonna pay for it, aren't we?
Because they beat him up really bad, but now Iran still hanging on to him. It's like that scene from Better Call Saul when Mike, what's his name? What's that crazy guy's name? You know what I'm talking about?
No. Why are you doing this comparison?
And holds him till the cops come, the drug lord guy?
No, I don't. Oh, no.
And he's beating him up. Like, he's beating Mike up really bad. But he holds him and the cops come.
My God, why are we...
That's where America is at right now. Tuco, thank you. I wanted to say Tuco. I didn't want to just make up a name and get it wrong. Was it Rico? No, it was Rico. It wasn't Tuco. It was Rico.
Oh God, great. Thanks.
Was it Tuco?
Oh God.
It was Rico. Was it Tuco Salamanca? Was there a Rico Salamanca? I was confused because there's a Tuco in the Matrix Revolutions, which is what I immediately think of by Tuco. Or Rico. It's Tuco.
Okay. Calm down. Calm down. Is he talking is he talking to President Sunday yet?
Like, oh, actually, I can like get.
Are they talking yet?
Poker game with you, and a few other people.
No, of course not.
Not so much about poker, but about.
Of course not.
Autocorrect, nah, it's just racism and you know it.
I hesitate to like make that prediction is because we have so many
Look, you didn't call nacho burrito, okay? That's what's important.
tricks to do escapism in this country, where oftentimes it feels like people can go off in their own little bubbles, and you know, you have fucking Netflix and you have video games and you have 1,000 different ways to sort of distract you, and we also still have a relatively high standard of living.
By the way, you know what I found out? I've been dying to try this forever. I'm sure it's shitty. You can't
Also,
get-
Kai Kulinski just repeated what President Sunday said, so maybe not as dumb as President Sunday said. Just saying. Since he just said basically what President Sunday said 5 seconds ago.
Pimento cheese in Canada. I am so fascinated by this product. I want to try a pimento cheese sandwich, and I cannot.
So
It
maybe
doesn't
not
exist
that
here.
dumb.
I can't even buy pimento peppers. I can't make it from scratch. They're just not there. I'd have to like buy like stuffed olives with pimentos in them and just tweeze them out individually. I'll send you some. That will not keep in the mail, Brooks, but I appreciate the thought.
Things considered, but
Incup says, keep in mind the effect of the oil embargo are not being felt quite fully yet. There could be fertilizer shortage leading to crop failure later this year. If this, yeah, and starvation. Yeah, we've already seen projection of millions of people starving. Yes.
do you see the same thing that I see? That like in a world that made sense, these almost would be revolutionary conditions where there would be hundreds of thousands of people in the streets basically demanding that Trump no longer be president?
Yes, it will keep. No, it's got cream cheese in it. It's not going to keep. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No King's already happened, Kyle. You don't even remember its name. That's how impactful it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the thing that's stopping us here
I
is
mean,
that
I think, okay, I have to push back against President Sunday here because just because a series of protests did not create an immediate and all-encompassing change and impact does not mean that it was not impactful at all. Like, that's silly. It's like saying that the protest in the 50s in Poland that was squashed by tanks by the regime was unimpactful and a waste of time. No, it saw the seeds for solidarity, and solidarity overthrew the regime. So you cannot really make that statement. So across the board that those sort of protests were just unimpactful and meaningless. No, you cannot. People are just so instant gratification oriented. People are just cannot think of in terms of building upon layer upon layer upon layer of a thing. People cannot think of these protests might have been unsuccessful, but we build up upon it, build up upon it. People don't think in such terms ever. And that's why nothing gets done.
that so few people have a vision of what comes next.
No, it's because you're all rich. You're rich and you're happy. You're poor. Your poor are rich in global terms, which is a good thing. Also a bad thing, because you can absolutely afford to not have people be poor. Not like the poorest of the poor, but you know, as the right likes to point out, even poor people have cell phones and TVs. We got luxuries. We're not starving. In fact, we're getting fatter. We're getting fatter because the only thing we can afford with our limited time is McDonald's. But, point is, even you're poor, they ain't gonna risk their meager apartment and their cheeseburger, okay? They want to live. They got hopes and dreams. They have relationships.
Yeah, but so was the case in Poland again. I will point out, so was the case in Poland under the communist quote-unquote regime, and yet the revolution happened. So it's not quite as simple as President Sunday paints here. Yeah. That's true, Dr. Jones. I mean, McDonald's is pretty expensive, to be fair. That's why whenever you have Vietnamese food, take that, okay? If you have a place where you can buy Vietnamese street food adopted in your country, buy that. It's probably cheaper and it's way healthier and it's way tastier. Get that?
And the ones that don't have relationships, well, they don't have a whole lot of organizing potential.
Even the progressive Democrats, even the people we look to, like AOC and Bernie, mostly spend their time prescribing policy solutions, right? It is.
That's because they're liberals.
A fact that our healthcare system is broken. They propose
No Kings are still going. Nobody's talking about it.
Better way of arranging the money, of arranging the incentives. But there are very few people out there proposing a fundamental reorientation of the way we govern. You know, in the French Revolution, we had the Enlightenment thinkers.
By the way, reminder, we have a new policy called Hell of the Week, okay? Hell of the Week. So every single week, we are going to have some horrible, long, semi-politically related, super long segment.
Oh no, he's gonna be doing King Critical. Okay, still not talking to President Sunday. I want to see them squash the beef.
Upwards of 10 hours. If we get $300 in a stream for the Hell of the Week, we will cover that, and it will take multiple streams to do.
Oh boy.
So this week's is King Critical's 13-hour-long video debunking transphobia. Okay?
Yes.
So if we get $300 with the word King Critical in it,
whoa,
in a stream, we will do it.
I said it.
And the reason why it is so high is because I really don't want to. Because if that stream is 14
Yes,
hours,
I've heard this a million times from President Sunday. I don't want to do this. I don't want... Yes, he does. Yes, he does want to do this. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me, President Sunday, and don't lie to your audience, okay? I don't play this. I don't want to do this, so don't make me do this. Don't make me do this. You know what? If you really don't want to do it so bad, then maybe your audience should take a pity on you and not give you that $300. What's my favorite? Bangkwan. It's like this very thin pancakes made out of rice flour, filled with meat. It's a breakfast dish. It's very light. It's very delicious. I'm gonna show it to you actually. I'm on a browser. I can just show it to you. Oh god. Bangkwan. It looks like this. Actually, I can show you a video.
Saigonie nastał nowy dzień, jestem w drodze do biura i przy okazji...
Okay, come on. Bangkwan Street Food Showcase. I don't want it in Polish, I want it in English. Vietnam's best show, Bangkwan.
This is one of the best food experiences you can have in northern Vietnam. Bánh cuốn street food vendors steam fresh rice flour batter into soft wet blankets, then sprinkle ground pork and wood ear mushrooms on top before rolling them up.
Amazing food. It is great for breakfast. This is actually really good for breakfast.
All you need to do is dunk it into fish sauce, then shove as many as you can into your mouth. Yummy face!
Beautiful, 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 beautiful.
Hours long. My stream will be, well, my coverage will be 30
Oh,
hours.
it is great. Trust me. It is great food. Great food, great food. I actually had the opportunity to eat it from a lady that grinded her own flour. She had a thing, and she made her own rice flour from scratch.
Long. And it will switch up to a different thing every week. So once upon a time we did.
So yes, if President Sunday really does not want to do it, then, have mercy on him. Listen, at least when I say I want to do something, I actually really want to do it, okay? I want to do it.
We had we had 20-some hours of covering What If Altis breakdown. That would have been an example. That will be on President Sunday Dark, which is the variety.
I do like the fact that his editor has his own whole channel de facto. That is pretty nice of President Sunday. That his editor has his own channel to get all the profit from. That's pretty cool. If I could do a thing like that, I would do it, but I cannot.
Nonsense channel. And I will despise every one of you who donated towards that. Yeah, I did do that one for free because I apparently am a danger to myself. All right. Anywho, so we are starting fresh every single day. It starts fresh. We are at 0. We get to 300. We're there. That's how it works. I've also explained previously, the theory meter works differently now.
Also consider donating and subscribing to me. Okay? Please consider.
Instead of switching to a theory segment, if we get $100 to skip to theory, what that actually means, I'm going to change the text for that, is you get a theory-themed fireside chat within a day. I will just do one. I will just explain a theoretical concept, give a take on a theoretical concept, and that's how that will work. So we are at 20 now. If we get to 80, with 80 super chats with the word theory in the title, it can be cumulative. So if 40 of you give $2, there we go. We're at 100. Then you will get a pre-prepared video on some theoretical element. Drama will mean that we open up a President Sunday Dark stream, and we go cover a drama topic. So like it could be people snarking Nick to Oreo or whatever. Something like that. That's how that works. That's how we're keeping the lights on. Except not really, because we also have a Patreon. Linked in the description, where all of the pre-prepared content will be in advance, early. There is currently an essay there that's 20 minutes long. That's a preview. It's an Angela Collier response. It's the first part of it on the social contract. So if you're interested in that, you can subscribe to the Patreon. And that is how stuff is going from now on. I'll work out a pithy way to show that in future, so I'm not blabbing for this long. But back to the Suds.
Is the upper middle class in the Revolutionary War. All the founding fathers were ginned up on Enlightenment thinking. You had people who were willing to make an argument against what we were experiencing, but now
they had slaves actually, Ross.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, you've got Twitter commies, I guess, but outside of that, can people really imagine the alternative? This is why I think the Democrats is a greater long-term threat. They don't do damage as much as the Republicans, right? And just like
they do damage exactly as much as the Republicans. You could argue that they give birth to the Republicans, but they do all the same things. Why do you think Trump was already situated to kidnap Maduro at the beginning of his term? The Democrats were fucking with the Venezuelans forever.
One-on-one, comparison between how much harm they do. The Republicans win out. But I think it's the...
How do you call... a vice?
Democrats' response
Is
is
Kyle even a pseudo? Isn't being a bumbling populist his whole shtick? Fair. Kyle's not a sued. Kyle's just dumb. Kyle is dumb.
To look at what the Republicans are doing and to say, this is so bad that in order to preserve the Republic, we need to offer people the belief, the hope that we can recover, that there is an alternative to this. We don't need to spend the rest of our lives every 4 years fighting with just a collection of subhuman retards over whether or not it should be legal to...
Guys, don't worry, we can beat the Nazis. We can beat those subhuman retards. Are you listening to yourself?
Rape people, or whether or not climate change exists. Like, this isn't a fight we need to have. And I think, unfortunately, the Democrats have done a very...
At pure_copium super chatted $5.73. Firu, Firula, Podgalgum Svegla Sveglika. Firu, Firuli, Na Galj Bumo Dosli C. Od She Dobi Zede Navik Jedini Su Galj Leg.
I see we have entered into the realm of Sheogorath. We are doomed.
Very bad job pitching that alternative.
Thank you for that very strange super chat, Pure Copium.
They need to gin people up with something. I don't think they're going to deliver, right? Or I don't think that they're capable of fully committing to that. But even in their own self-interest, you'd think they'd give it a shot. You'd think they'd give somebody something to work with.
Yeah, so my question...
Sonny, this dude sent this chat to Brooks also. Let me see if AI can figure out what this is.
Oh yeah, President Sunday accused Alec Gunter of using AI in his response, but apparently Alec Gunter did the whole thing live, so there was no AI used. Are they talking? No, not yet. Tell me when President Sunday starts talking to Alec Gunter.
This has to be like a thing, right? Copy here. Oh, it is a thing. Looks like a poem of some kind or a song. Huh. Weird.
Question for you is, how many Democrats
So very nice, 7 people. Thank you for being here, everyone.
you think are there in the proper place? Because from where I'm sitting, I feel like when we launched Justice Democrats and it was in Trump's first term, we kind of missed our window. We missed like when the revolt would actually happen, where the Democratic base no longer trusts Democratic leaders and you have these like outsider Democrats sort of rise up. And I see that window happening now. I see the rise of people like Graham Plattner, who's winning by like double digits against Mills, who's the handpicked Schumer candidate.
You think the Blackwater mercenary? You think the Blackwater mercenary? That's your okay? Sure thing, Kyle. That's it. That's the ticket. That's the ticket, Kyle. We got the Blackwater mercenary who's trying to do the Joe Rogan. We need to talk to men shtick. You think he's there? Okay, cool.
Candidate. I see people like Katabu Ghazale. I see people like Abdul El Sayed. I see people like Oliver Larkin is his name.
To an extent, I think Tallarico, because I think that like
Tallarico, right.
A willingness to speak against Israel is a willingness to speak against the complicity of the centrist Democrats.
Right. And so I guess my point is, even though it's the worst of times in many ways, I see a window opening that I didn't see previously where there's no complacency among the new crop
Brooks already told you Plattner has potential. Yeah, but he's wrong.
of ascendant Democrats. The old
Brooks is correct. I think President Sunday is too cynical, too jaded, too bitter. You know? I'm gonna go to the toilet now and pee. And in the meantime, invite all of your friends, colleagues. I am ready.
guard is still there.
I take no pleasure in it. I will be proved right. He is wrong.
We still have to topple them. We still have to
We'll
finish the
see.
job.
We will
but
see.
I see young Democrats who are coming up who actually do give me a little bit of hope. Now, it's possible that I'm being completely and utterly naive here, and the same cycle continues, where even if they get in there, then they sort of betray the movement and they go back to being standard Democrats. But I don't know, is my hope misplaced in your opinion, or do you feel like this is actually the Democratic Tea Party? Because I kind of think it is.
I hope so. I like a lot of these people, you know? I think it's so, this is the
President Sunday just wormed in utter disgust. You know? Just squirmed in utter disbelief.
anarchist critique of entryism, right? Like
I'm sorry.
You can have the best hopes, the best dreams, the best ideas. Once you enter the electoral system, once you try to improve the party from within, you get caught by all these incentive structures that...
That's not anarchist. That's not the anarchist critique.
There's ultra-anarchist. Anarchism plus. President Sunday just doesn't understand what he's talking about. That's why Vosh has all the viewers and President Sunday doesn't.
That's the fucking right-wing critique. Conservative sociologists recognize this. This is universal. This is not an anarchist point. Everybody knows this.
Well, if it's universal, then it's not just right-wing critique, is it, President Sunday? Huh? Also, my Yasmangol video has now 999 views. Crazy. Okay? It's insane. That's why I have to critique more of these douchebags, because they give me views, you know? As much as it's painful with all the horrible comments that I get.
very simple. As soon as you become invested in a system, you're invested in a system. That's it. Like you think, oh, we're going to change American politics through this party. You are now a shill for the party. Even when the party completely betrays its values, you're going to stick by it because in your head and with all of your investments, that is the hope for the future. And you will be a conservative for that party, even as the party becomes conservative. You will end up being right-wing as a quote-unquote Democrat. That's how that works.
Oh.
You will find any justification to excuse Democrats taking Israeli money, which is actually American money sent to Israel, sent back. Because, well, we need to beat the bad guys, right? How are we going to defeat genocide if we don't get into office? And how are we going to get into office if we don't do what?
I mean, to be fair, from my perspective, it would have been far better if the Democrats were in power. From my perspective, as a Polish person, because the Democrats would not have screwed over Ukraine nearly as much as Trump has done it. There you go. I'm going to say it now. Okay, from the perspective of a person that lives right next to Russia, the fact that Trump is in office is a far bigger disaster than any Democrat in office.
The instigators of the genocide who have a lot of money tell us to do.
Drag you down, and eventually you're making the same compromises as the people who you're trying to replace. I don't know if that's going to happen. I do know that the Democratic electorate right now has not been sold on a widespread solution to the problem we have within this party. And
There is no solution.
Oh yeah, also the mineral deal with Ukraine. Yeah, it's all so messed up. It's so bad. Yeah. Ukraine has been really screwed over, but with this whole Iran thing, and Russia is a huge victor.
Solution. Everybody who talks about socialism or whatever as like, oh, well, these are the rules we need to put into place, is a fool. There is no solution. There is no policy that fixes things. It is the fount of all power in your society that is the problem. That leads inexorably to the conclusions that you are at currently. That's the problem. The problem is at the end of the day, the basis of the identity of every single human and
identity. President Sunday is really, I don't know, channeling his inner Chris Redfield. Wesker, you're still alive? And now it's like, oh, identity. You know, it's for that oomph. You know, I'm just a Polish person. I don't have that umph in my intonation, which is why always when somebody does it, I find it a bit silly and funny. Which is why I will always muck it a bit.
Human animal in your world is determined by its relationship to capital. It's determined by the particular manner in which its labor is exploited.
Fido's labor is exploited.
There is no solution.
There's only absolution.
That's why Marx had no solutions. Do you see any solutions? If you actually read these people, no, they don't have solutions. They don't have plans. They advocate on behalf of certain parties that are agitating in particular ways because they see a pragmatic possible way of nudging things in the right direction. There are no solutions. Sunday, you're blackpilling. I am not blackpilling. That is not blackpilling. Okay, you can see. I can blackpill if you want. That is not blackpilling.
Okay, blackpill then.
He's just fundamentally wrong. Blackpilling would be saying Vosh is correct because if Vosh is...
Wait, but if there are no solutions, I think, I don't know. President Sunday sometimes just throws out stuff and doesn't really consider how he sounds. Because if there are no solutions, then yeah, that is basically blackpilling. Because it's saying that there's no solution. Well, then if there's no solution, then, you know?
is correct, you are doomed. If Vosh is correct, you are royally screwed. There
yeah,
is
but
no hope.
if there's no solution, then equally we're all doomed. There's no what hope is there if there's no solutions? Exactly. What's the hope if there are no solutions? None.
If Vosh is correct, then literally the best you can hope for is that some billionaire decides to fund someone who makes it so you spend $100 less when you go to the emergency room.
Okay, but if there are no solutions, then I can hope for nothing.
What you got? Your biggest hope is Canada at this point. That's what Vosh offers. That's the best hope you have if Vosh is correct.
Okay, again, if there are no solutions, then there is no hope for anything, even for that what you've just described.
And I gotta tell you, as a Canadian, it's not all it's cracked up to be.
Know that because if you take someone like AOC, much more popular than Schumer, if AOC ran for Senate against Schumer, she would win.
Better than you, though.
Most people accept that. I think Schumer knows that. But right now, the most popular potential candidate for 2028 for the Democrats is Kamala Harris. And it's like, man, Kamala Harris is Schumer. Kamala Harris is Hillary Clinton. She is the same. She is Biden. She is everything that led to low turnout from the Democrats in 2024, everything that depressed their...
Red Unger? Which Unger?
Their in
Canada
engagement. So...
You'll have to narrow it down. Probably not.
Maybe people are ginned up on these individual, like, competent, do something.
Remember to tell me when President Sunday is gonna start talking with Alec Gunter. Remember to tell me when that happens.
Democrats. I don't know if they yet have this an understanding of and disgust for what the centrist Democrats really represent. And we need that. And this is why I'm so critical of AOC, not for anything she proposes in a positive sense, but in a negative sense. I think she should be critiquing party leadership more. Why the hell are Jeffries and Schumer still in their positions? Why the hell is there not more widespread outrage?
Right.
Nobody.
Have you seen AOC's takes on Venezuela?
Why is he wincing so much? Why is he wincing so much?
I hope you got more than that, Vosh.
Nobody likes them. Their own people don't like them. The Clintons replace their unpopular leadership. I don't know why.
This channel is dedicated to President Sunday's editor. So anything that this video makes goes to his editor, which I like. It's very fair.
Contributes the impression that the Democrats just run a loyalty club, where the most senior...
Of course they do. What are you, a moron? Of course they do. You think they don't? You think there's no filter in place for people who aren't going to completely upset the network of connections that is the basis of their institutional power? Obviously. You know this because that's how you've survived this entire time, Vosh. There are people with written records of you sexually harassing them in DMs, and there are written records of you colluding with other people to make sure that nobody takes them seriously. You got banned from fucking Destiny's Discord for sexual harassment that you tried to bully that person into silence over. You called them subhuman too.
Oh, that's not fair.
You used your
I don't have any scandals. I don't have any short stack goblins under my pillow. Okay, what the fuck? So not fair. It's okay. It's okay. Things are getting better for Lucy Haza. I am getting a big break. Have I told you that I'm getting maybe there's a possibility for a nice break for me, at least when it comes to my journalism. I might have a nice opportunity. Yeah, I'm gonna I found that into a pretty big publication, one of the biggest in Poland, in fact. So I might get a nice break with them. We'll see. It's all still very early in the works. But hopefully I'll be able to establish some form of cooperation with them, which would make a lot of things easier. No. I just gotten an introduction to be able to talk to them. They haven't seen any of my work yet.
To bury that. Like, obviously, that's how this works. And Kyle just listens. That's because Kyle is dumb. He's dumb. He is dumb. There's nothing going on in here. He's just happy to be here.
I'm happy to be here because I'm an optimist. I'm happy to be here. Where is here? Whatever. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be here for my 5 viewers, whom all I love very much.
He's happy to be
Hello
here.
with Otro. Hello. With Otro, please consider donating or subscribing so that I can pay rent.
He's happy to have a nice
Also,
set.
it's been so long since I've seen you in the chat. It's been like 10 years since I've seen you here. I'm very glad that you're here. I'm glad to see you've come back.
He's happy that he gets a nice dinner after this. He's happy that he can sleep like a baby because he's in a comfortable mattress and he doesn't have to worry about the bills. Everybody here is happy to be here. Nobody here cares about what they're talking about. Nobody gives a shit. Why? Because if they did...
It's starting. Let's go. We're putting this on pause. And we're starting this.
You're all the way
I
up.
kind of need you to know, Alec. Oh, it's okay. Better.
Okay.
And let's see how your levels are doing.
All right.
Okay, that's good. I'll boost my mic a little bit.
This is a very quiet video. President Sun is being quiet. All right. Quiet.
Sure.
Maybe that'll help.
Quiet.
How's that?
It's quiet.
Okay, I do think that's better. Yep.
It's quiet.
Okay, cool.
All right, sweet.
All right.
We're gonna squash their beef.
So I didn't catch that. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fine. How are you?
Yeah, fine. All things considered, personal life slowly, getting better with the finances and all that. I could go on, but it's just
Your shirt. I just want you to let you know it blends in with your skin a little too well, so it looks like you got a dripping bra on underneath there. You might want to adjust your lighting a little bit.
that is funny.
I appreciate it.
Please get ready to rumble.
It does look a little bit.
Oh, thank you for the $5, Maggles. Appreciate you.
What the hell is my $5?
Yeah, I don't feel like messing with the lights. It's fine. Unless it's gonna distract you.
No, you're fine. You're good.
Okay, cool. I appreciate the advice though. All right, so
It is blending a
let's
little
just get right
bit.
to it then. I went over the video that you made. I didn't go over the
I
parts
didn't,
with
so you have me at a
service.
disadvantage. So you'll have to remind me of what I said.
Oh, sure. It
He
just
used
seems
AI.
like, well, first of all, the first thing you said about it was that I was using AI. I wanted to dispel that real quick. People know my feelings on AI. I guess I could say it till the cows come home. But there's also video evidence of me coming up with the script. So I just thought that was interesting that you just threw that accusation out there. I didn't understand that one.
It sounded like AI, so I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, it was scripted. So, like, I sound different when I read a script versus when I'm just talking freely.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. The script sounded like AI then. No, I'm not saying you're using AI. I'm just saying it sounded like AI.
Okay,
It might have been
don't
better
know.
if you used AI. I don't know.
That was
I mean, I don't
snap.
like AI, so even if that's true, I'm just going to avoid it. But that's just me.
I don't either. Cheers.
Damn.
All right, well, we agree on that at least. So
He doesn't like
beyond
Alec.
that,
He's
I
very
guess,
aggressive already.
It just kind of seemed like
That was
I got
an
this
insult
impression
when he
that
said
you
that it might have been
agree
better
with
if you
some
used
things that
AI.
I was saying, but
That was like a smack.
smartly enough. That's the impression I got.
My memory's not that fuzzy. I don't think I was disagreeing with how smartly you were saying it. I think I was disagreeing with the substance of what you were saying.
Okay, like, okay. Since you don't remember that well, I can pull up a specific part if you want. Maybe we could even watch it together. But I mean, if you want to. But
Not
I
really,
guess
to be honest with you. If
Okay.
you know it off the top of your head, we can just talk about it. We don't really need to do a big production.
sure. Let me think.
I mean, I can
I mean,
switch
I don't
to,
know. I can
like, I
appreciate the
think you
fact that he
basically
brought me
assimilated,
into this whole collaboration
and
thing,
I'm pretty sure
that he
that was
invited
was
me into
not
the
for sure.
Discord with other
The idea
left-wing
that
content creators.
gender identity is entirely the product of essentially self-description. Am I making sense? You say you're a thing, you think you're a thing, therefore you're the thing.
I didn't say that it's the. Well, I didn't say that it's the product of self-description. I was saying that's the only way we can intuit somebody else's gender properly, is if they tell us. They have to tell us.
Did you say that's how? Did you say that's how we intuit it?
Okay, maybe not intuit.
You were talking. Okay,
You're
so
right.
were you
I
talking about what
misspoke.
makes?
Not it, so you intuit it just automatically, right?
Well,
and then
when you're
you have to
talking about
ascertain. I used the wrong word. Ascertain is what I meant. Okay.
Okay, but when
So-
ascertain into it, whatever you like. I don't really care about that. The point, though, is that you're talking in a key where we're talking about a third party
Okay.
clocking someone's gender from the outside. We're not talking about what makes a gender identity valid. We're talking about how do you identify who is what? Like, on what basis do you use, like, given pronouns, whatever? And you would, just as a matter of, basic politeness, you would go with the one that the person tells you to use. Right?
Well, yeah, and I recognize all the
Sure.
time that when you go out into public, you make an assumption. I think I said that in the video. You go out into public, you make an assumption about somebody's gender, and usually you're right because that person will be presenting a certain way. And there are certain features about them that can help you intuit. The word comes up again. What
What's with
gender this
the-
person probably identifies as, and you will be right most of the time. But
Sure.
sometimes you're wrong.
But you're making this video, or this segment of this video, critiquing King Critical, and King Critical isn't arguing that it would be more or less polite or more or less appropriate. King Critical is making an argument about the essential nature of gender itself, right? So I don't think I do not recall in that context that you were talking about how it was appropriate to act in public with respect to identifying people's genders. I recall you talking about the essential nature of gender itself, like what makes it so, what makes a gender identity valid versus wrong. And it seems like there are like criteria that would make a gender identity valid. Like, for example, if you're misinformed about the meaning of the terms that you're using to self-describe, right? Or maybe you're closeted, or you don't even know that trans identities are a thing, as a lot of people.
If you're misinformed about, the way that it's described.
Also, I don't agree partially with President Sunday here. If you're closeted, then you're still identifying as the thing that you're closeted with, right? If you're a closeted trans woman, which I am most of the time in the world, that doesn't suddenly mean that my gender identity is not woman, right? It just means that I hide it. I hide my identity from the world. So I disagree with President Sunday here, partially, when it comes to the closeted part.
No, if you're misinformed about
Like I act like a man to a lot of people publicly because Poland is not such a friendly place and Ukraine is not such a friendly place. But that doesn't mean that suddenly my identity changes.
of the term, right? So, like, maybe
Okay.
maybe you're not aware of the possibility of being non-binary.
Okay.
And so you default to I am a trans woman. Why? Because I am not a cis man. Because you think in your head, if you're not a cis man, you must be a trans woman. But there are other options, of course.
There are other options, but you don't know them, so you can't possibly identify as that yet. So in that moment, you are what you say you are. Like in that moment.
That's a little bit tricky though, Alec, because when I was younger, I didn't identify as gay.
Right.
Was I straight?
Well, no, I suppose not.
I identified as straight, Alec.
Okay. But you weren't.
So there's your problem. It's like you can be mistaken about whether or not a term you use to describe yourself. You can be confused about the meaning of that term. You can be at a part of your life where the things that would make that apparent or not apparent simply haven't manifested yet.
I understand where you're coming from. I guess the point I was trying to get across is I can't possibly know that unless you tell me or otherwise indicate it.
Oh, obviously.
Like it has to be a subjective piece of information that you get from the other person.
Yeah, of course, of course.
And that is the best way to identify somebody. That's how we have to do it.
That's the best way to identify someone from outside. But once again, you are critiquing King Critical. King Critical is not targeting whether or not it's polite to use people's preferred pronouns in public. King Critical is arguing about whether or not it is correct.
Okay, I'm saying why it's correct though. If somebody tells you I am a woman,
no, you're talking about when you identify someone in a social setting from the outside, right? But that doesn't touch the question as to whether or not a trans woman is correct or incorrect when she self-describes as a woman. That's what King Critical's arguing about. So, like, everything we're saying here, like, I agree with you, but it's not touching the question. I don't think that's what the issue was in that section of the video.
King Critical was talking about how we as a society categorize people. So the impression that I was getting was that he was saying, well, the reason that we do it this way, what he was saying was that trans people are ruining the way that we do it. And it's going to confuse us as to like, what actually is a woman? You know, like we don't know because you can have all these different traits and still be a woman. We don't know.
I don't remember that being his argument.
Well, that's not his exact argument, but that's what I felt he was getting at.
Well, I don't
like
think
a more
so,
societal prescription of why.
At least they're not getting blood sportsy. Also, President Sunday was happy with my reaction to King Critical, so I'm off the hook. I will not have to debate President Sunday on this because he said I did a fine job, so I'm off the hook. I'm good. Okay. I did fine.
Because I think what King Critical is getting at, and by the way, just full disclosure, I'm on your side more than I'm on King Critical's side.
I agree with you. I think you are.
Yeah, sure. But
there's always a but.
Question of how you behave towards people in public, trans people and cis people, etc. And there is a question of whether or not their identities are correct, right? Whether or not they actually speak to something true about themselves or whether or not they are simply indulged.
But things can be true. Things can be true at one point in your life and to some people, and then not true at other points in your life.
Yeah, I actually agree with Alec Gunter here. Like, even if President Sunday in the past identified as straight, at that time he believed he was straight, so he was identifying as straight. There was a time when I was so in denial that I basically thought that I was just a cis straight guy.
People. Like, truth is subjective. So, like, for instance, let's take the closeted trans child, right?
What, can I? Okay, I want to hear this one out. Then I want to go back to that previous thing because that was funny. But
okay, closeted trans child doesn't want people to know that, you know, let's say she is trans, born male, understands what it means to be trans.
Yeah, I think that closeted is a weak example on President Sunday's part, because even when you're closeted, you identify internally as the thing that you're closeted about.
Want to come out as trans yet because she's afraid of the repercussions, okay? And so she identifies as he, him in everyday life.
Right.
And then somebody...
No, she doesn't identify as he, him in everyday life. I think both of them are making a fundamental mistake here. If you're closeted, then by the definition, you identify as she, her. You just don't act outwardly. You just put on an act. You become an actor that pretends to be someone that they're not. You just play the role of a man outwardly, but you identify as a woman.
When with that understanding, genders that trans girl as a he, him, or as a young man or a sir or whatever. Now, in that person's head, you know, they're not purposefully misgendering. So, like, you know, they're not doing anything wrong.
Yeah.
You know? And so they're just going off of the information that they have. And so the point that I was getting across is, like, in order to properly identify somebody's gender, the best way to do so is for that person, and I know that you agree with me on this, is for that person to tell you.
Yeah.
That's the only way that you can know for sure. It's like saying, are you depressed, right?
Yeah.
The only way I can know for
recall-
sure is if you tell me.
Do you recall the argument that King Critical was making in that segment? Because I'm quite certain I don't. Maybe I was having a hallucinatory event during that segment.
He was making, if I recall,
So
if I understand
sarcastic,
correctly, he
President
was making
Sunday.
the argument about how we categorize things in society, and you know why categorizations change over time, and why this one shouldn't be changing.
Yeah, but categorization doesn't refer to how we interact with people in the world. Categorization has to do with how we identify these categories, how we slot things, right? What sets do things belong to? Are trans women women, or is this something that we simply perform because we want to be nice, or we don't want to be socially punished for not doing so, right? So when King Critical is talking about how we as a society categorize things, it's really important that you understand that he's not talking about how we in society walking around downtown decide whether or not to call someone in a dress she, her, or someone in pants he, him, right? The point that's being made is like,
Well, it's
there
kind of
is
about
this-
that.
no, it's not. There's this thing called language that he is treating as a single unity, and he's arguing essentially
This
the
thing called
logic-
language.
There's this thing called language, right? And it's a
Okay.
logical system.
You sound like you're
according to
being
the rules-
condescending. Can we stop with the condescension, please? Come on.
That's just
We're
my
just
voice. I
talking.
apologize. That's nothing I can do about that. It's just how I sound. I
Okay.
apologize.
It sounds condescending, just so you know.
He does throw in some sarcastic
Sorry?
jabs.
If you have language as a logical system, right? And the question is there a logical consistency with calling someone with these sets of biological characteristics female or a woman or not? And his argument is that there is essentially a logical contradiction in classifying trans women as women. He's arguing that we are saying something that is, if not untrue, inconsistent with other premises that we have accepted. Am I making sense?
Yes, you are, and I'm telling you why. I was telling him why it is true. Why they
Well,
are
what
women.
you've been arguing here, what you've been talking about here is not why it's true. What you've been talking about here is how we identify, how we talk
But
to people in public.
it's true because they identify as women.
No, it's not. Once again,
Yes, it
because
is.
because you can misunderstand what the word woman means, right? So, for example, you can be a non-binary person. You can be a person who is not actually a woman if you have the full range of understanding of the concepts at
It just
our
seems like you're
disposal
splitting hairs. I'm sorry. It seems like you're splitting hairs.
I am splitting
like
hairs. These are
what I
important
was
hairs,
trying to get
though.
across. All I was trying to get across is why we, as leftists, as at least I'm a leftist. I'm not sure what your exact political ideology is. I don't
Well,
know
like
that on you.
apropos that previous point, I disagree with that statement. I don't think you're a leftist.
Why not?
Now they're gonna
I don't
get
think
into
you're
it.
a leftist because essentially you default to a kind of linguistic determinism, and I think fundamentally you're just not interested in actually criticizing your own categories and growing out of the stuff that you've been raised in. Like I think you have
That
a
I've been
hostility
raised
to.
in. What do you think I've been
you have a
raised
hostil-
in?
No, just in general terms. I think you have a hostility to having your presumptions criticized, and I think you immediately get defensive when somebody brings up that, hey, you're not talking about this in a way that's, actually to the advantage of trans dignity, bluntly. Like the idea that the essential nature of gender is self-ascription is kind of horrific if you think about it for 5 seconds, because it means that every single person in the closet, it's basically the Brianna Wu stance, just without self-awareness. It means that every single person in the closet is not the identity that they are after they leave the closet. It means that your identity is constrained entirely by what ideas you have, the happenstance to have encountered. If I never have a notion of gay people being a thing that exists, if I only think about it as perversion or pedophilia, as it has been thought for a very long time, then I will never identify as these things because I've got a whole bunch of other stuff that's coming in with it. And I'm more afraid of those things than I am attached to the stuff I want to do that's precluded.
Now
by
they're gonna get
society,
into it.
right?
Finally,
I just
gonna
think
fight.
that you're being extraordinarily uncharitable to my position here. And I don't
think
know
with
why.
all due respect, Alec, you're being defensive because I think you're feeling attacked.
Okay. You can think that
And
if you want.
I kind of know that. I think we should
Okay.
let's just calm down. Take a breath. I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm trying
Calm
to be
down.
I'm trying to be nice. I'm talking to you normally. Let's just calm down.
Chad, am I calm? I just want to make sure.
Chad, is he calm?
Let me know. I just like. So you think I'm not a leftist because you think I'm like what, against trans kids in the closet?
No, I
like,
think it's
like
consistent
I
we've
think
talked
to their
we've
detriment.
Talked, no. We've talked once before, right?
Yeah, it was
Once
after
or
my
twice.
Jubilee
Was it once?
performance. My
Yeah, and we had a
somewhat
big
questionable
conversation
Jubilee
because
performance.
Yeah, it was questionable, but I don't really care about that. What I was kind of astounded by is when you came on, you described your motives for going on there, despite not being prepared, as you just wanted to be like Vosh. You wanted to be a famous YouTube debater guy.
I would
And
say closer to Hassan at that point, but you know, potato. They're basically the same
words out of
person
my
if you
mouth.
think about it.
You took the words out of my mouth. I mean, that's no, Hassan's not a pedophile, but like in all seriousness though, like you're even now as we're speaking, like you're doing a thing to try to assert dominance in a conversation. You're not gonna get it. I also don't care.
Insert
But
comment.
it's a
That's how
waste.
conversation works, dude.
No,
you
no,
insert
it's not.
comments sometimes. Yeah, it is.
Comments.
You
I
ever
didn't
just
talk
talk to
about inserting
somebody? Have you ever talked to somebody
you
without like
misheard me.
trying to
You
be
misheard me,
smarter than
Alec.
them?
No, Alec. I didn't accuse you of inserting comments. Inserting comments is fine.
Okay.
You're fine.
What did
I
you
don't mind
accuse
you
me of
interrupting
then?
me. That's okay. Well, I didn't really accuse you of anything. What
Said
I was pointing
asserting
out is that, like,
dominance.
you are trying in this conversation pretty transparently to try
Oh my god.
to assert dominance through presentation. You're not really engaging so much with the argument.
Is it working? Chad, is it working? What do you think?
No.
He thinks I'm dominant, guys. But
I don't. I think you're trying. There's a
okay.
big distinction there.
But dude, I'm not trying anything, just so you know. I'm just trying to have a conversation with you. I think we agree on more things than we disagree on, and I don't know why you're playing this intellectual game with me. Like, it just seems like you want something to get upset at me over, and that's why you made up the AI bullshit.
Well, not really. I made up the AI
But it's
bullshit.
very easily disprovable.
Well, I didn't make up the AI bullshit. Well, I don't think it is actually.
You did make it up.
Bluntly, like what you said sounds like AI. Like it sounds like AI.
I don't know what that
I think
means, but
President
okay.
Sunday. Okay, I'm gonna be.
Right, like
I'm gonna
AI.
be honest. Okay, for a second. I think President Sunday has a bad habit of having made up his mind about how he's gonna engage with someone, and then just going in hostile and not really giving a chance for a regular conversation to happen. I don't know. Does that make sense? You know, sometimes you don't have to agree with a person, but you can just let a conversation happen and let it kind of play out without sarcasm
You
and
kind of write like AI. Like you write like the lowest common denominator of people who have sort of a passing
Then you could have said,
acquaintance with Reddit.
you could have at least said, if this is not AI. Like, if you had said something like, oh, this sounds AI, but I'm going to, you know, just, we don't know for sure, so let's give him the benefit of the doubt, guys. You know, like, just something like that. Just a little charitability, you know? Like, that'd be nice.
But
I
here's
gave
the
it to
part that you're-
you.
Yeah, sure, but well, you don't. But here's the part that you're misunderstanding, Alec.
Okay.
And I really,
uh-huh.
Alec,
calm down.
If what you are,
Take a breath.
I am very calm. If what you
Okay,
are,
I can
if
tell.
if what you are writing sounds like AI, if what you are writing does not reach the quivering heights that AI can reach, you should have used AI, buddy, because you clearly don't know what you're talking about. And I'm not trying to be
You
mean
thought
here. It's like,
I did. You're backtracking.
I did.
But you're also saying that I didn't reach the heights of AI. It's inconsistent, man. Pick a lane. You can't insult me from both ends of the stick.
That is true.
I can.
See, you know.
but-
See, you know. You
Oh my
you
god.
got a
I'm-
second there. I'm just saying. Come on, what's your beef, brother? Let's drop this. Like, come on.
Why not? Sure.
Okay. Great.
Okay. So you're making a video segment criticizing King Critical about gender, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Would you indulge me for a second?
Sure.
Okay. What is performativity in Judith Butler? Do you know?
Performativity and what?
What is performativity as described in Judith Butler's Gender Trouble? Do you know?
No. I have not. Is that a book?
It is a book, yeah. Judith Butler is a
Yes, it's a book.
it's a pretty sick read.
Why?
Why what?
How have you not heard about this? This is like, you know, the King
Oh, no,
Critical.
nobody told me. Now I know. What's it called? I'll look it up.
It's called
I don't
Gender
know.
Trouble by Judith Butler. He said
You
it.
want me to read it?
I did. It's a good book. You should read it. It's really good.
What's it called? I'll look it up.
Gender Trouble.
Gender.
He said it.
Trauma.
Gender
Trouble.
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 Trouble. Like the board game.
I'm reading the Judith Butler book,
Feminism and the
Frames
Subversion
of
of
War, by the
Identity.
way. It's a pretty good book.
Okay.
It's also a
So
pretty
I'll look
sick
into it.
read.
Trans people aren't mentioned in this book, right?
Right.
Okay. But it's really important for gender studies generally. It's kind of like it's like Kant's critique of pure reason for gender.
Okay.
You know what that is?
No. What'd you say it is?
The critique of pure reason.
Critique of Pure Reason?
You never heard of that?
No.
I've heard of Critique of Pure Reason, by the way.
What do you? Okay, hang on.
Did I have chat? This
should
is
be
the
aware
first
of
I'm
its
hearing of this. Okay.
If you're arguing about gender, you should actually be aware of its existence. If you're arguing about anything political or philosophical, you should be aware of its existence. Okay.
I mean, I guess, yes, sure. If you're discussing gender theory, if you're discussing relations between gender stuff, then you should probably be aware of the works written within the topic of the subject of gender theory. Yeah.
I'm not trying to just like being totally candid for a second. Like, what is your background? Like, how did you get here? Like, why do you do what you do? Why are you interested in what you're interested in? Why do you have the stances that you have?
Well, I'm a former conservative. I grew up in a conservative household, and I was pretty deep in it, Christian and all that. And by the time I hit high school, I started questioning some things about religion. I'm just giving you the crash course, I guess.
Sure. What's your question? What was the thing? What was the thing that made you go like, oh, this doesn't make sense? Like, and how was that?
It was more of a gradual process. Like, there were several points like that. Like, when I started questioning the Bible and God, that was one. In college, there was one where my ex and I had to get her an abortion, and I started questioning my pro-life stance. And then that was the biggest one.
Yeah, can I stop you there? Sorry, I'm
Sure.
genuinely curious about this. So that's usually a very traumatic event for a lot of people who grow up in a Christian household. You are facing for the first time in your life. Yeah, you were facing for the first time in your life the prospect that, oh, death is forever. Oh, there is no order or certainty to history or to whatever. And a whole lot of stuff breaks down. There must have been a thing. Like, this must have been an event for you, right? Like, for me, it was an event. Like, I had a panic attack one night. I thought I was going to die, and suddenly I started questioning a whole bunch of stuff, and I got really into Christian apologetics then, and I sort of moved up through philosophy and through like my university education, and eventually started questioning stuff. And I questioned stuff largely based on like associations I had and people I valued that I wanted to keep in my life, and so on and so forth. But like, these were events. I could tell you like down to the dot. Like,
Well, now it's a conversation. Finally.
What were the steps that I took to get
There you go. Now it's a conversation. So far.
really curious
For now. So far, so good.
I was explaining that. I don't understand. Like,
Oh, well, continue. I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, I did have some moments like that. Like, I just had one last year. You know, I broke down, and
Really?
like, yeah. Well, not in terms of politics necessarily. Maybe a little bit. It was more of an understanding. I think just I had kind of an understanding a little bit more about like the nature of humanity. But you know, I could just be blowing smoke out my ass. I don't know. But
What do you mean? Can you elaborate on that? I'm curious.
I don't think anybody's fundamentally a bad person. I think that humanity is, you know, I used to think that where it was, I didn't really, but like, I acted as though there are people that simply do bad things for the sake of being bad, you know, like, and I think that that's a negative way to look at the world, and so I don't know. Like I know that sounds silly, but it kind of reframed how I'm looking at other people. Like I don't think Charlie Kirk, in his heart of hearts, was a bad person, but I do think that, you know, in the way that he was trying to be a good person, you know, that ended up being bad. You know, the road to hell is paved with good intentions and all that. I guess people have already come up with this idea, but like I internalized it for the first time, I guess.
You thought Charlie Kirk had good intentions?
Well, sure. I think everybody has, like, you know, I don't think anybody is like trying to be a net negative on the world. They just either overlook it or they think they're doing something good.
I disagree, but
I'm not sure actually if I disagree. It depends on how you look at it. Like if you, especially when you look at people that commit genocide, that is a big thing with genocide. That fundamentally people that do it see themselves as moral agents. That people that commit genocide see themselves as people that are actually creating a better world. Like you didn't do horrifying things and still see them as a way to bring about a better world. So you can fundamentally see yourself as the good person, quote unquote.
You don't think that there are people like Charlie Kirk who are very blatant homophobes and doing bad things, but they think they're doing good?
Once upon a time, as a gay dude who's been with a trans dude for a very long period of time, I absolutely was one of those. But here's the thing, though. People absolutely do choose to be bad for revenge. People become
right, but
fed up with...
but for revenge, right? So they have a justifiable reason. Therefore, they're the good guy. Nobody's the bad guy in their own story.
Well, you
That's
don't
my
need to.
point.
That's not necessarily true. You can deny the existence of good or bad guys, and you can still like decide that you want to make people who have made you feel weak in turn. Like sometimes.
Yes, but you don't. But
yeah,
in a vacuum, you will find very, very few people, maybe like one or two in history, maybe a handful, who like legitimately just hurt people because they are wanting to make the world a worse place to live. Like that's not a thing.
You say in history. Why do you think you'd know? With all due respect,
come on, man.
I'm not trying to be
I'm just giving you a speculation. I don't think that that's like part of a fundamental part of human nature.
Listen, no. I understand. I'm not holding you to this. It's just like the statement that when you look through history is an interesting statement because it suggests that you've looked through history. It suggests that you have a repertoire of you got a bunch of data here, right? And you're like, look, dude, I've surveyed the stuff we got, and it looks like, you know, that these the numbers. Make sense? Why do you think you'd know?
That I would know what, that there's only like a handful of people that are like that in their heart of hearts. I can't know that objectively. Yeah. I don't know what's in their head.
Well, why do you think so then?
Because I know what's in my head, and I know that other people are not that different from me.
You're one guy.
And I can't know what's in your head any more than you can know what's in mine unless I tell you, right? So that's all I can go off of. And so like if people are telling me
yeah, go on.
If people are telling me that they're trying to do something good, you're not always going to believe them. Sometimes they lie. But even when they're lying about that, they think that they're doing so in a way that justifies their actions. You know, like they have justification for doing so, is what I'm trying to say.
I disagree. Like you may not have a notion that you need to justify actions. You may have a notion that you've just been aggrieved and you just feel like you want to get back.
That's a justification, man.
No, it's not a justification.
Yes. Okay, I'm just going to pretend that makes sense.
It does make sense.
Okay.
So for example, let's say someone like hacked your bank account and I just stole your money with the code, right? At the end of this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because I felt like I lost this debate and I wanted to make you hurt back.
Mm-hmm.
I may not feel like that's justified. In fact, I may even throw the fact that it's unjustified in your face as an expression of power and dominance, right? That's what Breaking Bad's all about.
But in the moment that you're doing it, you at least feel some sense that I deserve it. That something bad has to happen to me for some reason.
Well, deserve is a complicated notion, right? You think that our primate ancestors had a notion of desserts?
Desserts?
You've earned this on the scales. It's the plural of when you talk about talk about what people deserve. You refer to their
Yeah,
the
just
phrase
desserts. Yeah, just desserts.
Yes,
yeah.
I have.
It doesn't mean it's just a meal
Just
with
dessert.
whipped cream on it, right? It's like it means
Learn something new every day.
There
It
you
is
go.
not just a dessert.
It's not just a dessert.
See, now Alec Gunter was being sarcastic, I hope, because if I, the non-native speaker, know the just desserts thing, then I would hope that Alec Gunter also knows.
Justice is a notion that there is an order that you have upset, right? It's the idea that there is a balance in the world. It actually historically comes, it's sort of coeval with geometry in ancient Greece. I'm not going to bore you with that. But like the idea is that there is a way things should be and a way things should not be. Have you heard of Plato's Republic?
I've heard of it.
Okay, so you haven't read it though. So I'm gonna give you like I'm gonna give you an undergrad education in the next 5 seconds. Okay.
Interesting.
After this long, tortuous argument that is completely logically fallacious, Socrates, who is a dialogue character in the Republic by Plato, because Plato didn't actually write anything as
He was a what character? Sorry, you got a little quiet.
I apologize. So Socrates didn't write. Plato wrote Socrates as a character in dialogues, basically plays that were just meant to be read. And so Socrates comes to the conclusion in the Republic that justice is when things occupy the space and do the things that they are supposed to do and don't impede other things from occupying the space and doing the things that they're supposed to do.
Okay.
So the general idea is that justice is a fixed order of how things are supposed to be, and you are more or less just insofar as you conform to that order. You can sort of see how like early Christians and Muslims like got a lot out of this.
Nietzsche mocked that idea, by the way. Hello, Zoshelix.
Okay, so suppose you don't have that notion.
They're fighting.
Right.
No, they're not.
Suppose you're
They're
like a
discussing
priest,
things for now.
And you don't have a notion of justice in this way.
They're
Suppose you're
simmered
like
down.
Homer, for example, and you don't have a problem with your heroes like Odysseus and like Achilles and whatnot doing a whole lot of like cowardly, sneaky,
Debate tactics.
duplicitous shit. Yeah.
Duplicitous shit.
Well, there you go. Like you don't have this notion of justified. You don't think that things need to be justified. You do things because you can and because you want to. Like, do you think our primate ancestors had a notion of justice, right?
Okay, but even cowardliness, right? There's a sense of self-preservation with that, right? That's the justification in your head.
Well, it's an
point is that when
intellectualization of a justification, but you typically just run because you're afraid. Nobody decides to be a coward.
Some do.
I don't think that's true. I think that being cowardly can be a choice, but that's beside the point. I guess I don't know how we got down this rabbit hole to begin with.
That's okay.
I don't know. All I was trying.
Okay, listen. General. Go on.
All I was trying to say was that I had a bit of a breakdown last year, and then I came to some realizations about the world. At least I think that I understand things a little bit better, and now I'm here.
Sorry, I was being a dick. I apologize.
Okay.
You were saying that people choose to be cowardly. I never mind. Keep going.
Oh,
it's
well,
okay.
I mean, we can talk about it if you want. I think that there are two.
I was rebounding to the Charlie Kirk thing, right? People absolutely do choose to do things that are vicious, and they intellectualize them as vicious when they do so. That's a thing. I was waiting for you to like tell me no, but go on. It's okay.
It's complicated, but I think that in his own way, Charlie Kirk did think that he was doing good things. Otherwise, I don't think he would have been doing them, or at least the things that he was doing was justified.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that Charlie Kirk needed.
It's a difference in. We can't know what was in his head, so it's just a difference of philosophy, and
well,
fine.
We can know a little bit about what was in his head, but leaving that aside,
we can know what he told us, and that's it.
Why aren't you curious about like what people who actually like talk about gender and actually like argue about this stuff as like their profession say? Like why are you? Because you will contribute to a video criticizing someone like King Critical, and that's his bread and butter. But you don't seem to have any fundamental curiosity about this topic. Like you don't know anything about it. Like you would find out, just to put this into perspective, you would find out about gender trouble if you did the barest preliminary research of looking
Gender
through King
theory.
Critical's own videos. But leaving that aside, like if you search gender, like books on gender on Reddit,
There you go.
it's going to come up every single page, more or less. It's like when King Critical says it's the Bible for trans ideology, quote unquote, that's wrong, but it's not unwarranted. Like it is the most influential book on how gender is talked about today. Virtually everybody else fades in comparison. If you don't know Butler, you absolutely don't know Foster Sterling. You absolutely don't know Elizabeth Gross. You absolutely don't know Spellman, et cetera, et cetera. There's a whole lot of other people who are not there as well. It's
I
like
don't know. I'm a bit of a lazy guy sometimes. You know, it's not that I'm not that curious, but what?
no, keep going. It's okay.
Okay.
I don't know. Sunday said some questionable things about Butler regarding building a new metaphysics taking from Nietzsche, which Butler did.
Trans people are
She was
suffering,
supposed to metaphysical
and I want that
structures.
suffering to be alleviated. And I think that you can
Conservatives are
advocate for
suffering.
them. Like
Conservatives are suffering. These are miserable
in their own way, sure. But I think that
no,
conservatives
no. They are miserable. Their relationships are hollow. They are based on
You keep doing this, man. You keep doing this.
Keep doing what?
Like redirecting. You know what I fucking meant, man.
I wasn't
Come on.
redirecting.
Are you capable of like having a conversation without contradicting somebody?
I thought we were. I thought we were fine with
you...
interjections. I thought we were fine with interjections. Stop trying to do the Vosh shit. Just talk. I'm not gonna eat your face. It's okay.
If anything, I think I'm more of an actual
I'm
Jake
not out to
clone,
get
but
you.
that's just me.
Ooh, now
I'm
you're
just
getting
saying.
nasty. Now you're getting nasty. What are your thoughts on actual Jake? By the way, he did a segment for that video too.
Oh right, I forgot he slammed your ass in a debate. I completely forgot about that when I said that. I was literally just combating the Vosh thing. I don't know. I like actual Jake. I think he's cool, but besides the point.
I think they're gonna be mean to each other now.
In that debate, do you remember what the debate was about?
No, I just remember the feeling that I got of your ass getting kicked.
Uh-huh.
No, they're not gonna be nice anymore.
So, anyway,
your hat disagrees.
I should go back and revisit that though. It was entertaining.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess like it's not like I approach it from mostly a medical standpoint because that's my specialty. Is I'm a medical professional. I'm an RN.
Slow down, cowboy.
Trans rights.
From a medical standpoint.
Trans rights. I approach it from a medical and
standpoint.
scientific standpoint, and the reality is that is simply what the science shows is that transition care and gender affirming care is the best for trans people. And I was transphobic at one point, but I educated myself in medicine, and I eventually came to a point where I couldn't deny the evidence. And so I changed my belief.
But the segment you submitted to that video wasn't about that. The segment you submitted to that video was about.
But you asked me
trans identities.
But you said I don't seem curious about it. I'm just telling you that
because
I probably would.
But I say you don't seem curious about it because you don't demonstrate like the barest level of knowledge. Like lay people who haven't read anything know about this stuff. It's like
Okay.
imagine, if you will, that you were submitting a video, a segment to a video criticizing the ideology of the Trump regime, and you had never heard ever of Peter Thiel. It's actually worse than that by a large margin. I just came up with that example off the top of my head. But like, imagine never hearing of Peter Thiel.
Right.
Right. Or never hearing of Curtis Yarvin. Like maybe you're talking about like JD Vance. Like what is the ideology of the person who is under the president? JD Vance.
Mhm.
You've never heard of Curtis Yarvin or Peter Thiel. That's wild. You've never heard of, like, that's the level we're operating at. It's like, imagine if you had a channel where you were criticizing Christianity as like an atheist or a skeptic or whatever, and you had never heard of Aristotle or Thomas Aquinas. That's how wild it is that you don't know who Butler is or have never even heard of it. You know, like
Okay.
I'm taken aback a little bit.
Okay, you just don't seem that interested in like rectifying the problem.
What do you mean?
You seem more like you just want to get on my ass about it.
What's the
and showboat your knowledge. You've named like
What's the problem
12
I'm not
different
rectifying?
books, man. Like that's.
I've named. I think I've named one, two. I think I've named like 4 authors, and I think I've named 2 books.
Okay, I don't read enough. You're right. I don't, and I'm trying to fix that, and it's a process.
Okay.
All right.
Cool. I'm not down
So
on you
what?
for not reading stuff.
Yeah, you got any
You're
book
missing-
recommendations, man? Like if you know who I talked to who was actually
we have a
receptive.
reading group in the server like almost daily.
You know who
You're welcome to
non-smoker
join.
is?
Who?
Non-smoker. Ever heard of him?
You know, non-smoker.
It's okay if you haven't. He's not a big shot or
Oh,
anything. He's just a guy
no.
that's debated.
No, non-smoke. Fuck me. No, please, no, not non-smoker. Not that motherfucker. No, oh God. I know who's referring to. Non-smoker is terrible. If it's who I think it is, oh God. Let's see, basic. Let's see some videos. Debate. He debated Dylan Burns several times on Ukraine. Holy moly. Oh God. Join the army, Dylan. That's dating coach. Where is the... It's a horrible. Non-smoker is very bad on Ukraine. Yes, I hear non-smoker and I'm like, holy clue. Oh, you're better off. You're better off not knowing who. I think, oh yeah, non-smoker is the guy that told Ukrainian Anna something along the line of, like, something... what did he say about the death of... something about Ukraine should have given up earlier and your dad would have been still alive or whatever.
Dylan Burns
Is he a
before, so
YouTuber?
some people have heard of him. He's a Twitch streamer.
Okay.
And I talked to non-smoker, and we had some serious beef before that, and we had a serious heart-to-heart, right?
Okay.
And you know, I don't think that non-smoker's a bad guy. I disagree with him on a lot of things. He's a bit of a tanky, okay? But I don't think that in his heart of hearts he's a bad guy. He's doing his best to just make the world a little bit better, right?
Ugh.
And we were able to understand each other, and he knows that I don't read, and he's made fun of me before. But when we actually got down to it,
But I'm not making fun of you for not reading, though, Alec. I want you to
it
understand.
just seems kind of like you are.
No, I don't. I think, with all due respect, I think you're a bit insecure about not reading because I think you know you should
A little
have
bit.
a little bit, a little.
I should. You're right. I
Okay,
should.
I'm
sure.
not. I'm not trying to get.
I
I'm not
think
trying to get on your
I
ass
think-
about this.
No, I think that's valid critique, man. And if it were
But
just
I'm not
that,
trying to.
like
I'm not. I'm really. I'm just trying to talk to you. I don't want to.
No, you're
There's no
not.
money, and there's
That's
no
not the
money in
impression
taking.
I've gotten.
Alec, listen. There's no money in taking you down. I don't care. I need you to
I know,
understand.
that's
this.
why
I
you
do
put me
not
on your
care about
second
beating you
channel.
in a debate. We're not on the second channel. We're on the main channel.
Yeah, but you put me on the second channel before. A main channel content.
No, I put all segments.
Oh, now Alec Gunter is hurt. Aww. But that's not exactly how that works, Alec Gunter. I have to say that you're missing. That's incorrect. It's actually nice to be on President Sunday's second channel because President Sunday's second channel is this channel that he did for his editor, and all the profits that videos from his second channel create go to his editor. So it's nice to be good to the editor.
Segments on the second.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I try not to.
Sorry,
do
I
drama
did
on
get
the
a
main
little
channel.
insecure about that one. Sorry.
That's okay. I wasn't trying to slight you. Like, the reason why I have stuff on the secondary channel is because I'm trying to curate my content so it's mostly intellectual stuff. But
okay.
like that's about it. Like, I'm trying to go like the sort of video essayist, like pre-prepared, not bullshit route. But look, I'm not trying to get on your ass for not reading.
Mm-hmm.
what perplexes me is that we have people. There are people who devote their lives to challenging handed down conceptions of how gender roles work, right? So, like,
Sure.
So you've never heard of Judith Butler before?
I have heard her name.
Okay. Do you know when she died?
No.
She's still alive. These
Okay,
people
well,
are
then
actively.
why would you mislead me then?
I'm
See, this is what I'm
explaining.
talking about. You're not
I'm about to
testing me.
explain. There was a reason. I'm about to explain. These
Okay.
people are actively writing stuff. Like they're spending enormous amounts of time making material to educate and challenge problems with how we conceive these things that lead us into destructive loops, right? Societally. And
Sure.
when people like go out and debate this stuff using essentially the same arguments that you'll get from like shitheads in like Vosh's community, you salt the earth so that when people like King Critical come out to discredit them, they can attack those guys and not actually engage with the actual arguments. Which is very frustrating for people who are trying to actually do something, right? Now, this is all very small stakes. This video didn't get a lot of traction. I think it's still, is it under 10K views still? It may
It's
have-
above 10K. It's well above 10K. Also, I was part of this video, so it's okay. Okay, I did okay.
reached it since I watched it, but like it's not a big deal. Like I don't care. But while I'm watching this, all I'm thinking is
I'm
like,
gonna write
wow,
in the comments.
imagine if all of these people tried. You know, like imagine if you tried. Imagine if instead of this conversation right now, you said, "Hey, you know what? Fuck this. I'm gonna read 30 pages of Butler, and I'm
Man,
gonna
you
show
want my
how
honest
Sunday doesn't
opinion?
understand it."
You want my honest
What?
opinion? You try too hard. Okay, maybe I don't try hard enough, but I think you try too hard. You got to go with the flow sometimes. You're like very like, you know, oh, here's this book, and you got to know this thing and that. Like, just chill
Okay, I
out,
don't
man.
agree with.
Not everything's a fucking intellectual.
Okay,
belief, you know, like.
Okay,
just-
I don't agree with. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Alec Gunter. You were onto something, but I just no. Okay, I just no. Okay, I cannot agree with this. Don't just go with the flow. Come on. Oh. You know, I was with Alec a bit, but when he said, "Yeah, you try too hard and just go with the no." Please don't do that. Please don't do that.
I don't disagree. I don't
No.
think everybody needs to do this.
Don't just go with the
Well,
flow.
I care
I'm
about this
saying
stuff.
that,
That's
like,
why I
even-
do this.
Okay, here's my thing. One of the right's champions, like the alt-right, is Asmongold. Fucking Asmongold. Okay?
I don't think.
No,
Asmongold
I'm not
is one
saying
of the
that
alt-right's
gives...
champions.
Huh?
I don't think Asmongold is one of the alt-right's champions. I think
Conservative. Conservative.
No, I don't think so. I think he's
Come on, man. You're
He's-
doing the thing
I mean,
again.
he is a conservative. I'm not arguing with that, but like he's a fucking gaming streamer who already had a big
The
following.
biggest. He's like the biggest political streamer on Twitch right now. He's bigger than
Sure,
Hassan.
but that's because of how he framed himself as like that he was first a successful gamer.
Okay, never mind.
Right?
Never
it's
mind.
like it's like if Markiplier.
The point's
started
going to be
releasing
lost
Trump.
on you anyway. Never mind.
No, go ahead. No, start from the beginning. It's okay.
No, the point's lost, man.
Why would the
like,
point be
why
lost
even
on me?
bother?
Go on. Indulge me. Just try. All I ask is that people try.
All I was trying. We agree that he has a lot of views, right?
Sure.
He gets a lot of views. Okay, good. We're on the same page there. So Asmongold gets a lot of views, and he says a lot of shitty, conservative-aligned things, right?
Yes, I agree.
And a lot of people see that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I think it's fair to call him a conservative content creator. I think that's fair. Okay, great. We're on the same page. Alt-right, I don't know. Conservative, absolutely.
Alt-rights were specific. I apologize. I was reading you to the word. You can go on with what you were saying.
Okay, all I'm trying to say is he's a far-right figure, and I do think far-right is appropriate. Okay?
Sure. I agree.
Okay. And that's one of their champions. You know, like, I'm not saying that he's
Sure, why
being
not?
like floated on Fox News or anything like that, but he pulls in a substantial amount of people towards the conservative side and allows it and festers it, whatever he does.
Okay.
So with that being said, I'm not saying that that gives leftists license or people on the left license to do what Asmongold does exactly the way that he does it or anything like that, just in a leftist way. Okay? But what I am saying is this isn't necessarily like if you really want to impact something, it's not necessarily about how many books you read or how much you just know about the gender thing. Okay?
I agree.
Like one of my most famous moments is when I went up against Matt Walsh. And some people don't. What's the face, man? What's the face?
What? Whose face?
It just looked like you were making a face. I don't know.
I was just
maybe it's just your
paying
face.
attention to you.
Okay. I guess like one of my most popular moments was when I was going up against Matt Walsh. Okay, and I did get a boost from Vosh because he watched it, and I'm glad for that. Okay, I owe a lot of my viewers to Vosh. A lot of them came from his community. I can recognize that.
Pedophile, got it. Okay, continue.
I don't think he's a
Sorry, that was
pedophile,
mean.
and I don't think you have anything to substantiate that
He has pictures of kids fucking horses on his computer.
Okay, well, I don't think those were kids, but whatever. So that aside,
You don't think those were kids? You looked at them,
it's
did you?
art, man. It's fucking arbitrary anyway.
Ooh, that's a different argument though. Were they kids or were they not?
No, I don't think they were, and I don't think
What
that he
about
was
Poppy?
thinking that they were.
What about
Okay,
Poppy?
shut
What
the
about
fuck
Poppy?
up, man. Why are we even talking
What
about
about
this?
Poppy?
Shut up.
What about Poppy?
What about from
Do you know who
Poppy
Poppy is?
from
Do you
what?
know who
No,
Poppy is?
from what? I know
Poppy
a Poppy
is-
from League of Legends.
Poppy is the girl that Vosh sexually harassed in DMs and then colluded with his moderators to silence afterwards. That's why he was kicked out of Destiny's community. Aware of that?
No.
Okay, maybe you should make yourself aware of that. That's a good project for you after stream is over. As you were?
Why are we still talking, man? It just seems like you don't like me, and that's fine.
Oh, I have nothing. I don't think about you at all. It's okay.
I know you
You're
don't.
not-
That's
you're
why
not-
you
you're
reacted
not-
to
You're
me.
not a thing I need to take down. It's okay.
That's
I
why
didn't
you tried to
react
take me
reacted,
down.
I reacted to a whole video with a bunch of people in it. I was looking through and like, oh, these people are going to give sort of tepid, not very organized arguments, but these people, these couple are going to give really bad arguments.
Mhm.
This is the fun content. That's all.
You have a
Not
good
trying
night,
to be
man.
mean.
What happened?
Yeah, I'm good on
Did
that.
he kick you?
And I did get a boost from Vosh because he watched it.
Did he
and
kick
I'm
him?
glad for that. Okay, I owe a lot of my viewers
Wait, did he
to
kick
Vosh.
him?
A lot of them came from his community.
You're a
I
lot
can
of
recognize
your
that.
pedophile. Got it. Okay, continue.
I don't think he's a
Sorry, that was
pedophile,
mean.
and I don't think you have anything to
He has
substantiate that he is.
pictures of kids fucking horses on his computer. I don't know
Okay,
what to
well, I don't
He
think
kicked
those
him,
were kids,
I
but
think.
whatever. So that aside,
You don't think those
I
were
think
kids? You looked at them,
it's
did you?
art, man. It's fucking arbitrary anyway.
Ooh, that's a different argument though. Were they kids or were they not?
No, I don't think they were, and I don't think
What
that he
about
was
Poppy?
thinking that they were.
What about
Okay,
Poppy?
shut
What
the
about
fuck
Poppy?
up, man. Why are we even talking
What
about
about
this?
Poppy?
Shut up.
What about Poppy?
What about from
Do you know who
Poppy
Poppy is?
from
Do you
what?
know who
No,
Poppy is?
from what? I know a
Poppy
Poppy
is-
from League of Legends.
Poppy is the girl that Vosh sexually harassed in DMs and then colluded with his moderators to silence afterwards. That's why he was kicked out of Destiny's community. Aware of that?
No.
Okay, maybe you should make yourself aware of that. That's a good project for you after stream is over. As you were?
Why are we still talking, man? It just seems like you don't like me, and that's fine.
Oh, I have nothing. I don't think about you at all. It's okay.
I know you
You're
don't.
not-
That's
you're
why
not-
you reacted to
You're
me.
not a thing I need to take down. It's okay.
That's
I
why
didn't
you tried to
react
take me
you.
down.
I reacted to a whole video
Welcome.
with a bunch of people in it.
Welcome.
I was looking through and like, oh, these people are going to give sort of tepid, not very organized arguments, but these people, these couple are going to give really bad arguments.
Mhm.
This is the fun content. That's all.
I mean, I will accept that I gave a tepid, not very well organized response. Okay, I whipped my back. I too should read more gender theory, but there's so many books to read. You know, I've got I've here a book called 100 Years of Loneliness by Garcia Marquez. I've got The Sold Out Revolution by Elizabeth Harresh. I've got Different Ukraine by Marek Akoprovsky about Transnistria. Well, not about Transnistria, about Transcarpathia, sorry. I hear I think Transnistria, but it's about Transcarpathia. I've got 3 or 4 books about the ghettos because I have to prepare the history thing. Okay? There's so many books to read. And I'm also reading a different Butler. Well, the same Butler, but not on gender, but on war. Because Judith Butler, believe it or not, did not read exclusively about gender. She also wrote about war. She wrote a whole book about war, which we started reading with Estelle on stream. This is an interesting experience. We might come back to that at some point.
Yeah,
Not trying to be mean.
Yeah, I'm good on that. Bro, such a fucking dweeb for sure, man.
Oh.
Base non-drama enjoyer? Yeah, it got to a point.
I guess I have to go to President Sunday now to see. Yeah. Yeah, you should read about the top. Yeah, you should not just go with the flow. I disagree with it.
1939 involving that one turtle that reminded him of his gay lover's ass. I don't expect
What?
I don't even want to know.
People to straight up read all these papers to have a love of dinosaurs or to understand evolutionary theory.
Yeah, let's rate him, okay? We'll rate him in like if he's still alive in an hour, we'll rate him.
Can we not rate me? What
Dear
the
God.
What?
Let's go watch some Hutch.
Can we not
Or actually,
rate
Aiko's
me?
live. I'll send you to Aiko.
I'm live.
I just expect people to at least have some interest and then want to expand that
Wow.
interest into understanding more in-depth stuff.
Wow.
Or at the very least listening to people way more
I'm
qualified
live.
than even myself
To be
about
as charitable,
these kind of subjects.
To be as charitable as possible, he was like, I am willing to believe that is a book that a lot of that a lot of people have read on my side of the
I'll buy you it. I'll buy you a copy. I will buy you if you will commit to read the first chapter, I will buy you a copy.
And that I should read. I'm willing to believe that. Okay? Maybe that's entirely true. It's like what, the Gender Bible or whatever? Like maybe I should have read it.
It is not the Gender Bible.
Sure. I can accept that. And you know, maybe that would spur me on to go read it. And an honest actor, right? If he were honest, that's what he would do is he would say, "Oh man, like geez, like, you know, I'm just surprised you haven't read it. Like, you know, here it's a good book. You should read it. It's got a lot of information in it. Like, it'll teach you a lot of things. You know, you should be positive about it. You should try to be. We should be as on the left, trying to build each other up.
Someone on President Sunday's audience said that my contribution to the video was the most worthwhile.
Yeah, but it's not just.
I actually did some consultation with people on that video. I actually did consulting with people when it comes to my response.
Like again, as you said, everyone should be able to.
I didn't just go with the flow, actually.
As they can.
I could have done more.
In order to have at least a more grounded understanding of the stuff that they talk about. But on the other hand, you also got to remember that at the end of the day, with what was that guy's name? Critical.
King Critical.
The guy you were responding to.
Oh, King Critical.
Yeah, King Critical. King Critical is not citing philosophers. King Critical is not.
He is though. He's just citing them badly.
The whole no, that was bad. I don't think they were children. Yeah, they were children.
He literally does though. He's got multiple videos on Judith Butler. That's why I was confused. Because if you're making a video responding to King Critical, this is like This is a primary target.
But not because all that stuff would literally go against.
Like, I really don't agree that people should just go with the flow. No, don't just go with the flow. It's tough. I know it's tough, especially with my ADHD.
Super chatted
I get really distracted.
Alex fell into the same trap
I
as Wicked
I
Supreme,
lose.
not knowing key things about the thing he's interested in.
Oh my god.
I lose focus a lot, but I try.
I think this one went a little better than that, though.
I try.
On common sense doctrine. They are more focused on what they view with their eyes and then affirm these beliefs and bigotries and ideas on what they affirm with their.
Oh yeah, Alec is smarter than Wicked Supreme. I'll grant him that much. Not setting the bar high, but he's definitely smarter than Wicked Supreme. It's frustrating, because I don't think there was any reason why there couldn't be an interesting conversation there, or like a positive one. It's just he was so insecure. I don't know how to break through that. I don't know how to break through people who go into a conversation going, hey, I'm going to do the Vosh shtick, and I'm going to win.
I'm gonna do the Vosh.
I don't know how to do. I was trying.
Should I call into President Sunday and say I'm here to do the Vosh stick and win?
Own, assumptions, and then try to.
I'm Polish too. I could be like Vosh.
Most people, if you're gonna respond to them with like philosophical quotes and whatnot, they'll just see that more like salad, word salad. Like no one cares. I'm not saying that philosophy is bad. I'm not gonna say that. I am saying that word drivel only works so far. But what you need to do is focus more on the analysis of everything. You need to focus on the data. You need to focus on the information that affirms whether or not a position is true or false. The citations of papers and not surveys, but the citations of like papers and case studies, especially in your field because of your.
Sunday, do you know the guy talking to Alec? No, I have no idea who this is.
I don't know who.
Right.
Wicked Supreme is
Honestly,
gone.
Another thing is,
yeah, Wicked Supreme is gone.
Insulting me about my lack of curiosity. I could do the same thing for him about his lack of drive to teach people, to educate.
Yeah.
This is a good opportunity for Sunday to educate, and he didn't.
You were telling me I try too hard.
Yeah.
Not violence, but it's just word violence.
That was bad.
I wasn't insulting you.
That was bad that you're trying to hide.
Get at was like, why are people making videos on this topic who have no curiosity or interest in this topic? That's interesting. That's an interesting question.
Right. So there was something oh my god, I can't believe I'm remembering. He was talking about how, what was it? It was during the part where he said that you didn't know what it's like to be trans, or you don't know what transness.
Definitely insulted. That's insane.
Is because of.
Hey, look. If anyone like from Alex's community, all 20 of you, if you guys want to call in and critique my performance, you're welcome to. I'm interested, but no pressure.
That's it. I think it was about application of terminology.
What?
And then he brought up the fact that at one point in his life he considered himself straight, even though he had gay predilections and
because I didn't. All children consider themselves straight.
And then later on affirmed that he became gay.
People don't realize that until much later. I'm sure there's rare exceptions, but like generally, like people don't engage with that area of life until it imposes itself upon them.
Later down as
in a lot of examples, yeah.
With that, to me, is that when you're thinking about,
you could have gone easier, not worried about bringing up Vosh. That was like a gentle ribbing. That's not even him. That's some other guy.
Sure.
That should not have been the thing.
Yeah, I might as well.
It's weird to me that was the thing.
I'm gonna get.
By the way, here I'll indulge in a little uncharitability. The fact that me pointing out that Vosh sexually harassed someone, which by the way he admitted. This is a thing he has admitted to.
I'm in the way.
Me pointing out that Vosh sexually harassed someone and that he should look into it is what caused him to end the call. Says a lot.
I'm in the waiting room.
It says a lot. He wants to be friends with Vosh. It's kind of obvious. It says a lot. I don't have any respect for that. I don't have to be charitable towards that. I actually kind of have a duty to not be charitable towards that. That's gross. I'm sorry.
Identity. And one's sexuality and gender, what's it called? How you display your gender. All you can do, right, is take a person's word at that time and how they behave or how they respond, at the very least to you, to affirm that.
Especially since I'm one of the contributors to the
what was he
video.
saying before this? I don't care about this. This is
source here, by the way. On February 19th, 5 days after the report was filed, DSS closed the case. Unfounded, no evidence of medical neglect, no evidence of mental injury, nothing. So just to recap, a teacher had a 10-minute conversation
Am I
with a
being
14-year-old.
able to call in?
Anyway, Alec Gunter, Jesus Christ. You didn't hear that other one.
Yeah.
What's up? Hello, Lucy. How you doing?
Sunday, Lucy Jose wants to call in.
Yeah, I'm calling in.
Sure, why not? Too, why not?
Nice.
Hello.
Hello?
How are we?
I'm okay. I'm calling in as one of the contributors to the collaboration, as I hope the person that gave the topic disorganized.
I think yours was fine.
Yeah, I tried.
I skipped it because the whole thing bored me, and it's not your fault. But what I saw of yours was fine.
I mean,
I think I saw like 10 or so minutes of yours.
I understand the argument that it might have been better, but it was also a pretty good opportunity in taking the advice you said to collaborate with the people that are.
I don't have an issue with you doing that video. I just think the video itself, as framed by the person who published it, was a mistake. I think it would have been better to have like a coordinated series of individual videos.
Yeah.
But I don't have an issue with you. I think you were fine.
Yeah.
Was Alec Gunter the main coordinator?
No. It was Cirrus.
It does actually sound like an
I see.
interesting idea to have like a bunch of videos and then a discussion about it. That actually does sound
Well, there's
like
two reasons why
interesting-
you'd want to do that. First is that you have like communities actually networking instead of just one sort of novelty collaboration video that drags on, doesn't really have like a really strong focus. The second thing is when one of you makes a mistake, the rest of you don't have to own it, right?
Yeah.
By making it all one video, it makes King Critical look like this big bad guy that like this is a serious figure, guys. He's got a big takedown video, but also it's like when there's an error in one part, you now have to account for why you're in a video that says things that you don't believe in.
That's
And
true.
That sucks.
And I guess I do. Part of me does because I often do that, and then I get flack for it when I do kind of agree that that Critical is a bit of a dumbass and kind of was treated a bit seriously, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And I do sometimes watch people on my stream and just says, okay, this person's just an idiot. It's just comes out. And then I get a flood of their viewers saying, oh, you just said this person was an idiot. But there is one thing that I slightly disagreed with you when you said, when you were discussing a closeted person. Because technically speaking, I'm closeted in a lot of situations, right? I'm kind of have to be a guy when it comes to a lot of journalism related work, when it comes to the publisher that I work with, because Poland is the worst country for LGBT in the entirety of Europe. I think only Belarus and Russia beat Poland when it comes to the anti-LGBT sentiment. So basically I operate under my dead name when that might change because they seem pretty progressive on things, but we'll see. In Ukraine, strangely enough, I actually work as Lucy and people just roll with it without asking much questions, but that's neither here nor there. But I feel like when you're closeted, you kind of still identify as the thing that you identify. You just present differently.
Yeah, that's fair. I think I'm that's actually a good point. I think there's a difference between someone who goes into the closet pragmatically.
Yeah.
And someone who has never come out of the closet before. And someone who has never come out of the closet before, like, has not begun may not have begun that process of discovery of like, oh, I'm not a woman, I'm non-binary, or I'm not non-binary, I'm a woman, or something like that.
Yeah.
Right? I think that's more or less what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
The point isn't so much that like when people like go in the closet, their gender identity disappears. The point is that just as you have to learn language, you have to learn the terms in which there is such a thing as a gender that you can quote unquote be or have, right?
And you can also be in denial.
Yeah. Sure. Well, even in denial, though, you have to be aware of it. So that's a level of sophistication that I'm not granting in this case. But yeah, I agree with you.
That's true.
Mhm.
So I guess
But I
win.
think the point you were making, was about people who have never come out before. They're closeted.
Yeah.
They don't even have a single person that they can be open to.
I think I'm coming around to the idea that closeted is not the right word. I think it's I mean, some of them are closeted, but I think the main thing though is it's
questioning.
It's people who haven't said to themselves, "I am X," right?
Yeah, I
Or
think
haven't gotten to a point where that's a thing they can entertain.
I mean, I think I've gotten through all those stages personally. Like when I was very small, I kind of acted in a certain way, and my grandmother, who had a very strange relationship with me, all of a sudden said, "Oh, if you want to be a girl, then we have the technology to just do it," you know. And I thought at the time that she was just mocking me, so I aggressively denied it. Right?
Interesting.
But it's a thing. And yeah, on the other hand, there was a part when I was sort of kind of a bit agreeing with Alec Gunter, but I have to say to everybody listening that I strongly disagree with the with going with the flow. Okay, I don't just go with the flow, please. I don't think that's a good thing to do, to just go with the flow. And when it comes to such subjects, you should do some. I know it's difficult.
What did you agree with Alec on?
Gosh, just a little.
You're trying to be diplomatic, aren't you?
Yeah. I don't think you should go with the flow. I mean, I struggle with it myself. I have a ton of books to read, and
Lucy, what do you agree with Alec Gunter on? Well, let me reiterate this thing I disagree with. Okay, gotcha. That's fine.
Well, I kind of, I guess, partially agreed with what he was talking about. I guess it's tied with the causative thing that I was talking about.
Okay, I don't think that was really what that segment of the video was talking about, though.
Yeah,
it's okay. I'm not going to push you on it. It's okay.
But I do feel like
Pippa asks, "Is it important if someone hasn't said to themselves, 'I'm a woman,' then you don't treat them like one?" Simple. Sunday's argument seems to posit some true essential identity behind the person. No. The question, though, is if somebody is positing that there is a true essential identity behind the person, and they're using the fact that people linguistically situate themselves as women or men at a certain time in their lives, or are situated as such by other people at a certain time in their lives, then therefore they're fixed as that thing, then it actually behooves you to really have an understanding of hey, what is the history of this idea, this concept? What is the history in each individual case of why these people came to identify as such and such? Because, for example, it's perfectly plausible in a hypothetical alternative universe in which all of history went basically the same except for the misogyny part. And so people use man and woman as categories simply designating what organs you have in a particular types of organs, but they don't have any bearing whatsoever on your social role or on how you dress or on who you associate with or how, and so on and so forth. And so we use these terms, and they are genderings, but they're not genderings in the same way. We just don't care about them like that. Like, you wouldn't need a feminism if women were not subjugated.
Right.
Period. Right.
And
the category woman is itself a subjugation, but there's a flip side to this also, where it's well, also we now have cultural styles that have developed as a result of this, and we human beings, just as we have incorporated our language and our technology into our very biology,
there's
quote unquote, including our notion of biology. We are also composited, if you will, as things that are more accurately described
but
as X as opposed to Y.
that kind of subjugation.
Is it here? Yeah. Sweet. Sorry, my apologies. Thai food just arrived.
I guess that sort of subjugation ties into the arguments that are actually being made by people that oppose trans identities, because there's a whole bunch of history that kind of doesn't get discussed right now. The separation to the public sphere, which was considered the man's sphere, and home sphere, which was considered the woman's, which gets a bit that just, it sounds insane when you discuss it, but there's this book that I read. It was the history of sex work in the Polish subjugated part of the Russian Empire. And I know that America had similar history, that basically any woman that spent too much time on the street doing anything, going groceries, just walking around, going on a stroll, if they were seeing on the street for too long for someone's liking, the police could just come, oh, you're a sex worker, you're coming with us. Because the outside was just not the place for women. That was the public sphere. That was the sphere of men.
This is one of the reasons why I recommend people very highly Volatile Bodies by Elizabeth Gross. And there's an essay called Woman as Body by Sarah Spellman.
Mhm.
It's Sarah Spellman, right? I keep wanting to call her Elizabeth Spellman for some reason. Sarah Spellman, very, very good. Highly recommend.
Yeah. I read that
Yeah.
Polish author about the
All right.
history of sex work. But
Hey, folks, I'm gonna put it up to auction. Okay. Over the next 10 minutes, we're gonna decide who we are rating. It'll be either Aiko or it'll be Alec Gunter. Whoever
You could read me.
donates the most. Nah, you're on here already. You're double dipping. Whoever donates the most, with whoever's name wins. Okay, that'll be how it goes. Alec Gunter or Aiko rules. I'll have you on again, Lucy. That'll be your reward. There you go.
Okay. But the thing is that also people like King Critical forget, and that is a thing that was big in Poland, for example, that there was no single. I even said it in the whole thing, and the whole reply to him, and the
Oh, it is
collaboration
Elizabeth
thing.
Spellman. It is Elizabeth Spellman. Okay, so I'm just losing my mind.
Yeah, that's what you've been saying the whole time.
Oh, for a long time, there
It is.
were-
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Yes.
See, Alec, if you knew this stuff, you'd have gotten me. Sorry, go on.
Yes, for a long time in Polish, the Polish language, there was no single word for woman. There was no such thing as a word for woman. You had different words for people in different social roles. Like there was a word for wife. There was a word for like a noble lady. There was a word for basically people who, like what we could call women now, wearing a white piece of clothing on their head. That was one word that was used. White-headed. There were those different words, and when the word woman emerged, at first it was a pejorative. It was considered an insult because the word derives from the pig's den, and noble ladies were insulted when they were called a woman.
Interesting. What's the source for that?
There is a couple. It's basically considered a part of the history of the word, etymology of the word. In Polish, that is, in Polish.
And okay, you're specifying Poland.
Yeah,
right.
Poland.
That
I am
makes sense.
specifying Poland, yeah.
No, right. Sorry, my brain's not working. I that part of the equation like checked out of my head. I was like, oh, that's weird. I didn't hear about that. But that makes sense. It's
no.
Polish.
Yeah, it's in Polish. No, that was not the case in English. I think that's a very specifically Polish thing. That there was no woman, kobieta. That's the word, and it partially comes from the word that describes a pig's den. Therefore, it was derogatory. It was actually very deliberately turned into a neutral term in the 19th century by writers, etc. And now we have it. So, that's also a bit that King Critical will not know because he is I assume, only focused on the English-speaking sphere, and he doesn't really care about anything else. Right?
Yeah. Okay. Hey, I gotta go eat drunken noodles.
You should eat more Vietnamese food. Vietnamese food is good.
Vietnamese food is very good. I like Vietnamese food.
Yeah. I've been to Vietnam too, twice. I'm a spiritual Vietnamese person, considered by my best Vietnamese friends who I've known for 28 years now.
Wow.
It's a long friendship.
Richard, did you have anything you wanted to say before I boot you all?
Yeah, but it can be while you're eating. It doesn't need to be on stream.
Okay, it can be on stream if you want, but that's totally fine.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about like, I guess your side and your goals with the conversation you had with Alec, and also like the first question was about, like the kind of place that you think that he has in the movement or in YouTube.
Small.
Like,
Like as far as my goals for the conversation, I was just trying to have a conversation. I was just trying to be nice as possible. I have a way of talking. I'm sorry. It's like when he was like, "Oh, you're trying to be condescending." It's like I really am not. So fuck, I guess.
You did.
I have a
throw
similar problem where people accuse me of being condescending when I don't mean to be, but then because I've gotten this from so many people, I feel like it's has to be true to a degree. And I think you might have a similar issue because I've seen people like
I don't
commenters
get
be
that.
like that.
I don't get that vibe from you. I think you're pretty good.
I mean, you were
but I'm a
sarcastic
weirdo,
in a
so.
few moments, weren't you? I feel like.
Sarcastic?
Yeah.
Sure, but that doesn't mean you're being condescending.
Like when you said that his thing might have been better if he did use AI.
Oh yeah, but that's not condescending. That's just mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, look.
Hmm.
President Sunday was trying to be nice, okay? Important, big, thick asterisk right there.
Mhm. Why were you trying to be nice?
I don't know, man. Some people have convinced me that it's nice to be nice. I don't know. I don't want to bully this guy. He's got nothing, and I don't get anything from bullying him. Like I just wanted to talk. Like if he says
he could have he could have not taken things personally as much, but at the same time you did start off by saying like that AI writes better than him, so he might have like that ship might have sunk immediately.
the AI the AI would have written better than the presentation that he gave, which was and to be clear, I think it seems like his script was a cumulative effort, like other people submitted stuff, and I would be very surprised if people weren't formatting that with ChatGPT, just because of the way it was spoken. It was like okay, and if it's not, it's like, well, then it may as well have been, and that's just my take on that. And the overall thrust here is like, for me, like I don't consider you use ChatGPT to be an insult. It's an accusation of laziness. An insult would be the insult was ChatGPT would have done it better. That's an insult. It's not really intended as an insult, but it's like, I don't think he has any curiosity or interest in this topic. I don't think he cares about it. I think he was excited because other lefty creators DM'd him, and I think other lefty creators DM'd him because they ran out of names. Because, like, no offense, Lucy, but you're not exactly like a massive audience person. So it's like,
no, I'm a micro streamer.
To contribute to this. Yeah, and so is Alec. So it's like, I think Cirrus is just grabbing anybody she could get, and I think she doesn't like me for some reason. So
it was actually Alec Gunter that got me to that collab.
They're that's weird. That's weird. They're still talking to me apparently.
Cirrus?
No, Alec, I'll share.
Let me see.
Generated, but then he says, "Oh, it also doesn't sound like it rises to the what he said."
How many viewers are there?
Or whatever.
27,
25, 25.
And I'm just like
the heights of AI.
Yeah, the heights of AI. I'm like, first of all,
I've got 5.
Ew, I hate AI. Second of all, that doesn't make any fucking sense, man. Like, all you're trying to do is condescend to me.
No, because the format of the writing.
No.
The format of the writing was incredibly stilted, and it sounded like something ChatGPT would generate. The content was essentially a Vosh tier argument. So if you had asked ChatGPT to give you a really good rebuttal to this argument, it would probably be drawing on Reddit posts that go into depth in this stuff. It would give you better answers than you gave. That's what I'm saying. President Misgender Day. Who did I misgender?
do think that that's.
Who did I misgender? I'm talking about Alec when I say he. I said she, referring to Cirrus.
You did misgender Judith Butler like an hour ago.
Judith Butler says she or they.
Oh, really?
Yes, she said she's fine with she or they. Obviously, she prefers they, but that's hard. And, like, you know, someone needs to think about the white cis guys every now and then. Look, Cirrus is a guy?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Well, that's fucking false advertising. Anyways.
It's the only consistent pattern throughout that entire dialogue.
Sir. Okay, fine.
Is that he was trying to condescend to me and flex his intellectual muscles.
Okay, Cirrus is a guy. I'll be right there. I'll be right there. I gotta go very quickly. Cirrus has it's a
Oh yeah, we already had this conversation.
Yeah,
it has
Cirrus-
huge tracts of land. Like, come on.
Listen, Cirrus has big man boobs.
It's just like that got those like people who dress up to look like women cosplaying.
Yeah, but if people call them she, you're not going to go, what the fuck are you, what did you just say, you bigot? It's like, no, you did.
Yeah, no.
What are you saying, you bigot?
Harder than me. Sure. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
Does Alec know that you've been watching him?
No.
Of how to add to that. And like,
Sorry,
yeah,
I'm not yelling at you. I'm just like, come on.
No, it's okay. I will kind of push back and say that there was no attempt to on the fact that there was no attempt to educate. I do think that President Sunday has a genuine interest in wanting people to be more educated. Which is why
Okay.
I think he did push back.
If
on
he
that.
does, he's going about it very poorly and demonstrating, if you can
Yeah.
believe this, poor emotional intelligence and social intelligence. You know, understanding how to reach people.
Yeah. Yeah, and I will say that the way he goes about it sometimes is just flat out does not work. Does not.
Sure, I can accept that he
land the
has
way
poor.
think it land.
Sorry, I keep cutting you off.
It's okay. No, it's okay. I don't mind. But like the reason that he does, the reason that I'm trying to get at, the reason that he does the things he does I believe, because he wants more people to be educated about stuff. He's genuinely interested in, educated in. We're talking about somebody he's spent
goes by he.
considerably more amount of time reading and educating themselves on a subject and I think the average person does, and I think that's an
Sure.
admirable quality.
Sure. I think you're right. I think that President Sunday has put a lot of effort. Like, when he was talking about other people, he was really talking about himself. Let's be real. Like, he thinks that he has put a lot of effort and a lot of time and a lot of energy into this topic, and that
No, I was talking about Judith Butler, actually.
it's probably true. Okay, I don't know for sure, but I would venture a guess that he has spent a lot of time digging into this stuff, and I respect him for that. I do. I think that takes a lot of grit, and I have not taken the time to do that, and I think that that's a shortcoming of mine. Sure, I can accept that. What I don't like is that he lords that over people.
I do not. Do I lord this over people? First of all, I haven't
I
read
wish
enough.
that Alec would spend a little bit less time talking about what you did wrong and more time taking the criticism to heart. Like the feeling sorry for himself here is embarrassing to me.
Look. Okay, if Alec takes one thing from this, here's the great thing, Alec. It's actually not that much reading. It's actually not that much reading, and it's not that hard. We have a reading group almost every day in the server. We'll be doing them more as I get more involved again. We've been dealing with a crisis on my end, IRL, so stuff slowed down a little bit. But you can get through a lot of this stuff in a week. A week. Like if you did 30 pages of Butler, maybe actually keep saying 30, probably closer to 45. You do 45 pages of Butler, 45 pages of Foster Sterling. You're in pretty good territory. You've done more than 99% of people have. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Listen, your audience seems to think that you're lording over it a bit. From what I'm seeing in the chat.
I don't think I lord it over people.
I feel like it's.
I think I typically criticize people for talking about stuff with confidence, with stakes, when they very clearly haven't done like the basic due diligence at like an entry level. Because if you're doing that, that's a basic failure of responsibility, right? I don't think that's lording it over people. That's like saying that oh you have a driver's license. Oh, look at you, Mr. Big Shot. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I find that weird.
I mean,
like,
that's fair, but I feel like there's a way to communicate it more that is amicable. If that makes sense, you know? Like by saying that maybe someone is limiting
He was defensive
themselves.
when he came into the call. I wasn't going to be argumentative with him. I just wanted to talk.
No. I do, however, strongly disagree with the opinion that one should just go with the flow and not try too hard.
We know you told us that already.
Yes. But,
Twice.
But I do also think that there's a way to spring the honey to people to say.
Hey, look. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna make it so he doesn't even have to read it. Okay. I'm gonna make a video that explains the basics of Judith Butler, the basics. All right, and then even people who can't read it, who just don't have the time, which is fair. I say this like all the time. Like, I don't think it's people's job to read. I made a critique video of who's that guy? Who's that tanky guy who's like Hakeem. I made a critique video of Hakeem years ago, specifically going like, hey, people don't actually have to read theory to be leftists. Actually, there are particular like luxuries and particular institutional supports that allow people to read as a thing for a long period of time to be competent in like super complicated stuff. That is not a mark of their intelligence. It is a mark of privilege and a mark of particular types of access. And even if you're a low income person, it is luck and privilege that allows you to have the time to do that. Because there's a whole lot of stuff that could have prevented it. People don't need to do this stuff. I have been saying this for a very long time. I have never lorded it over red stuff because I am privileged to have time to do so. So I really reject that characterization. I'm very specific about this. Like the role of people who read stuff and are on YouTube is not to bully people for not reading stuff. It's to tell them how to do it more efficiently, to make better use of their time because they have less of it.
Sure, yeah. Oh yeah, there was one.
I think that's what I do. Like even with the Wicked Supreme thing, the reason why I was pointing that out is because this guy was essentially defending conservative talking points on the basis that, well, you know, I'm a YouTuber, so like our role is to be like sort of like open-minded and intellectual and sort of like weigh ideas and things like that. So I was like, hey, why don't you show me the barest evidence that you've ever taken an interest in ideas at all? Let me do a big cross-section of literally every single major ideological position that is discussed today in your country, and he had nothing. I think that's relevant. It's like, oh, you're critical of Islam. Can name one surah, right? You know?
Right. Oh yeah, there was one other disagreement kind of that I had with you, but that's about a total different video.
Okay, good. I gotta go eat. Hey, have a good night, everyone. Should I send you to Gunter or should I send you to Aiko?
To Gunter to reach out.
I'll send it out, Gunter. Okay, guys, go.
Branch.
Be nice. Hey, be nice. Do not be rude. Do not be rude to Alec Gunter. Be nice. Okay. You all know Aiko already. You can go watch Aiko instead if you want to watch Aiko. You don't need me to send you there. Aiko's live, by the way. All right. Have fun.
Gunter X Gunter.
All right, let's see what he says.
This is gonna be so funny.
I don't Sunday again, ever again. Yeah, I just don't like him. I'm just gonna stay away from him.
There's gonna be sarcasm about Alec Gunter's dad now, like in Hunter x Hunter.
It's so funny he says he doesn't care about me. Yeah. I literally forgot he existed until he reacted to that video. and specified me in the video, right? Like I was the centerpiece.
I think that you actually criticized that other person more than Alec Hunter. I think actually Jake got actually more harsh.
I
treatment.
was way meaner to Jake than I was to Alec.
Just read, Alex. Simple as that. Thanks, man. That helps a lot. I should read more. You're right. I should. Okay. I've known that about myself for a while now. I've bought a couple of books and I'm trying to
started reading a book called 100 Years of Loneliness by Garcia Marquez. Have you heard of it?
Good morning. Well, it's night for me, but good morning to you. Nice shirt, thank you.
He looks so unhappy.
I mean, I cannot comment on that. I'm Polish. I look unhappy all the time. People on stream tell me that I've mastered the deadpan face. So
maybe. Although I will say, reading sessions, I don't know.
I don't think that's true because I'm Russian and people have told me I'm smiley.
Oh well, it's in Poland. It's like no Polish people smile. So. But you also have an American accent, so you're not really. You're more American or Canadian. Which are
right.
you?
I'm American.
Yeah, you're more American than Russian at this point. Like Vosh. Is Vosh really Polish? Would you call him Polish? Even though he has this Kaczynski surname? But I'm Polish.
Koczynski is a funny name.
It's like it has the word cat in it.
Okay. Sorry, just checking something.
Oh, you could have rated Brooks.
Follow the rules and you can stick around.
Oh, Sunday's eating.
Yeah.
I'm not eating. You guys are just very loud and I'm trying to listen to Gunter.
Oh, sorry.
Not
I think
you.
it was an olive branch. I just don't want to talk to him, man. Like, he's annoying.
I turned down Lucy a little bit to 70.
I did
too. Who wants to be around that shit?
Listen, people always told me that I'm too quiet.
No offense.
And I try to rectify.
Let's watch Digital Circus. He told us to be nice. Well, as long as you listen to him. You don't even got to be nice. Just follow the rules.
Be nice.
He insulted you. Don't make me go back and pull up everyone. Y'all do this all the time. What are you talking about?
Okay, I'm gonna go
eat.
eat.
With the raid? I don't
Bye-bye.
care. You can raid me if you want. Like I said, just follow the damn rules.
Fix your audio first.
Oh, maybe some people will stick around. Gum? Cool. Gonna watch the video.
All right, have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.
It's gonna be so good.
Is this not a copyright problem?
What is?
Oh.
You're
Watching Digital Circus
You're also a content creator, right?
on stream. I just started, yeah.
Nice. I've went for a whole journey and I'm trying to grow from being a micro streamer. I connect what I do with the Ukraine work. You know? The war journalism thing about the children. The second article is getting printed soon. About
congrats.
Yes. It's about the education gap in children. It's a whole thing that's happening right now because of the war. And it's connected to COVID. There was some children have never experienced education in a classroom. It's insane, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
That's gonna have really severe outcomes long term.
Yeah, not just in education.
Just like we saw. Yeah.
So
Because education affects everything.
Oh, it's also about things like socialization. You know?
Right.
The children don't gain skills when it comes to communicating with people, peers. That's why there are NGOs that organize group meetings for children where they can meet together, do activities, and develop those skills. And they are under a watch of psychologists. I took part in a few of those meetings and I recorded them, and it was part of my article describing it.
Mm-hmm.
Oops.
Nice.
Yes. It's interesting stuff. So I kind of use streaming partially to gain funds to be able to do the journalism work.
Oh, I see. You get more of an audience for like the gaming and React stuff.
I actually separated my YouTube to 3 different YouTubes, if that makes sense. One is for the gaming and React. And I get most views from reacting to people like Asmongold because the haters from his audience flow me and give me a lot of views, which gives me some marginal money from those videos. The Asmongold video that I've done lately has actually exceeded 1,000 views now. So that's pretty cool. And the second channel is for me covering the news and politics. That one has very low views. And then there is my third channel on which I upload the pre-prepared interviews. That's part of the journalism work. I upload interviews and documentary style videos on that one. I uploaded 2 interviews with families and one with a person from Washington, D.C. that works in an NGO that offers mental health care for children that cannot afford it for free. I work with them a lot, actually.
I see.
They organize interviews for me. And
Yeah, I'm working on my second or third video essay. It has to do with some commenters. A couple of them got really upset at me like comma policing the writer. And I did it because she's supposed to be a professional writer.
Second Thought,
yes,
right?
yes, Second Story.
Second Story, yeah. I reacted to her videos as well. It's like...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'm familiar with this content
They're
creator.
really bad.
Yeah. A very strange notion as to, writing. Like all these...
Yeah,
I've had... Oh, yes. God, there was this really big critique that I've had. Like, there was this, she said that it's super new, that everything's about feels, that literature is about feels. And I'm not sure you're familiar with that video when she said that it's just a modern thing when writing became not about excellence, but about conveying your feels or something like that.
No, I haven't seen that one, I think.
And
I've only seen a few of her videos.
And then I pointed out very quickly that, for example, in Poland, one of the people that are considered one of the biggest writers of all time in Poland, one of the greatest just writers, one of his most famous pieces is him grieving over the death of his daughter. So
yeah, that makes sense. That stuff can teach you. I mean, artists who share their feelings, it's literally how we figure out how to cope. We need to see scenarios that we haven't experienced in order to know how to behave ourselves.
Yeah,
that's something I realized. Like sometimes I do things that are a little bit ridiculous, and then I think, why did I do that? And then I realize it's because I saw somebody do it in a show, or I heard somebody like over word of mouth tell me a story. And even if it was supposed to be taken in a critical way, or Like they were saying, I did this, but it's not a good idea in this situation.
Yeah.
It's what I do because it's all I have like in my mind, the only response I have.
Yeah, and of course,
So yeah,
there's the fact
stories about
that
emotions are important.
yeah, and of course there's the fact that art, and that's also something that the second thought, yeah, second story, second
Second story.
Second
Second thought
story.
is a different channel.
Second story is that I don't know why somebody would dispute this, but art is in big part about emotion, about conveying emotion, about creating an emotional response in the audience. It's a type of communication between the audience and the creator. It's not just some logicked out thing. Also, I guess as a trans content creator, like I reacted to Asmongold because he has bad takes on Iran, right? The invasion of Iran. But immediately I got a ton of people in the comments saying stuff like, does the word trans mean nothing to you? Are trans women women in your mind? You know? Immediately I get comments.
Yeah, I'm expecting to get these people to. I'm surprised that I haven't been misgendered very much in my comments section.
Oh, I've been nonstop. I've been called ugly, stupid, etc. It's a thing.
It could have to do with like politics content. Like people get really activated about it. But of course that's not okay.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be happening.
Or when people give me a comment, yeah, well, you're fundamentally you're incorrect about anything because you don't even know what a woman is.
Right. Yeah, those types of people aren't even watching, like engaging with the video, I think.
Yeah. No. And then I got comments like, "Ha, your take on Iran is stupid because you said that the supreme leader was replaced and it didn't change anything. But have you considered that he was replaced already 3 times?" You know what's wrong with that statement, right?
No, I haven't been reading the news. I'm sorry.
Oh, the thing that's wrong with that statement is that there have been 2 supreme leaders in total.
Oh.
Including the one that replaced
really funny.
the killed one.
So it's impossible.
Yeah. Like, I think they were just confused and they missed. And quite a few people wrote me, "Oh, he was replaced 3 times." No, there were 3 in total. In the existence of the current structure of Iran.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Kind of like the AI water use thing. Like misinformation spreading.
Oh, yeah.
Because it sounds sort of like,
AI. Yeah, it's just okay, see, maybe I think that maybe President Sunday was a little bit nitpicky when he started arguing about Asmongold being a right-wing commentator or not a right-wing content creator.
Yeah, a little bit.
Because I don't think it matters fundamentally if he was a gamer first, and build a huge audience. That is true. He was a gamer first and he built a huge audience off of that. And then he pivoted to political commentary, but
that's what he's doing now primarily.
Yeah, but like for all intents and purposes, right now he is the biggest political commentator. Even if he did not build his audience on politics, right? Because like for many content creators, pivoting drastically from one type of content to other, actually, in a lot of cases, that results in a lot of the audiences dropping off That is a thing that people
Right.
have been afraid of for a long time in content creation. What if I do this and go away from doing what I've been successful in? Then probably a lot of people will leave. And with Asmongold, that just didn't happen. They stayed for the politics, or at least a big chunk of people stayed for the politics, and that's depressing.
Yeah. I mean, there is a side of gaming that is very right wing, like Gamergate
Yeah.
type of people. Like those people are both very invested in games and politics, and they still exist, of
While
course.
trying for games not to be political, of course.
Yeah. Oh, so true.
Yeah, and by political,
Because they want to be the default.
political is if there's a woman in gaming
Hmm.
or a person of color.
A woman and not like a sex doll.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. Well, even if it is a very sexual woman, if it's a protagonist, then that's too much. You know?
Hmm. If she knows that she's dressed that way
Yeah.
and she intended it, it's not that a man like put her in that position involuntarily.
Yeah. Oh, there's been some good games with women protagonists that I've been playing over the years. Do you know Valkyrie Profile?
I do not. I'm not that much of a gamer.
Oh no. Oh no. Why not?
Well, I am not very good at video games.
You should play.
And also they cost money, and I spend it all on art supplies.
Oh, you are a bit of an artist?
We.
I'm a bit of an artist. You know, I'm a bit of an animator.
Oh, did you make your profile picture?
Yeah, I have animated it as well.
Oh, that's awesome. I like to do simple animations like that too, but not very often.
Yeah. And also I do all the, like for the Patreons, I do the comics. And I try to do my announcements in form of drawings, little comics, instead of just dry text.
That's awesome. I want to do that type of stuff too, like throw in drawings where possible.
Yeah. And also draw my own emotes, you know? I feel sad because I do all that and I'm a micro content creator, you know? I cry to my pillow, you know? But it's okay. I find solace in my long-haired German Shepherd.
I love German Shepherds.
Yeah, you wanna hold on? I'll be right back. Maybe I could show you my German Shepherd. Would you like to? One moment. I'll be right back. You have to click on my stream. One moment. I know. Did you see? Did you see him?
Where is he?
On the camera on my stream. Who are you?
Oh, on your stream. Okay. Wait. Are you streaming?
Oh yeah, of course.
Where do I find the link?
It should be in my.
Oh, I see it on your profile.
Yeah.
Doggy. Oh.
Do you see him?
Yes, I see him.
Yeah. His name is Fido.
He's
the
very
most-
dark.
His name is Fido, the most stereotypical American name for a dog.
Spider.
Fido.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's cute.
He's the most.
I agree with Incub.
He's the most friendly. Oh, I don't know how to make him full screen. Oh yeah, wait, never mind. He went away. He's the most friendly dog because I took him from a breedery when he was 7 months, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he spent first 7 months with his two sisters, who were completely black German Shepherds.
Mm-hmm.
And then the breeder had some incident and went to the hospital. So he just threw a litter of puppies to his den, you know?
Oh.
So he was with the two sisters and with puppies. And now he just craves interaction with dogs, small, big. James with AZ says, I feel like if Alec were to talk to Sunday again, the issue wouldn't be on knowledge, it would be on the elitism that plagues Sunday's channel. The I read more
The
than
what
you
plague?
BS. Elitism.
Hmm. I don't know. We have to define elitism in that situation because for me, elitism has to be tied to an institution of some sort. And Sunday isn't like an academic. He's not part of a clique of YouTubers even. He's just a guy who thinks that he's morally better than somebody because he reads more. And that's not the same thing as elitism for me.
Sometimes lose the Twitch chat because, you know. Oh yeah, I had a disagreement with President Sunday on a thing. But I wasn't able to voice it. I wasn't able to start a fight, a debate, you know?
Oh yeah, last time I heard you guys talk, there was a debate. It was very insufferable.
Oh, you heard our debate about conscription and
Yeah.
and Dylan Burns' content.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I think
much.
I am correct on both counts. I am correct on Dylan Burns' content, and I am correct on conscription. Which I am not saying that conscription is good or great or morally amazing. I'm saying that it's a necessity in Ukraine.
Yeah, I would agree that it's necessary, most likely. And I think Sunday might as well. He would just be like, oh, but it's still fascist or something. Like something very technical or thin.
Because I would say that there is a difference, right? Because Ukraine did not have conscription before the full-scale invasion, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a difference, for example, in my mind, conscripting people to invade a country and conscripting people to defend against an invasion. I would not call those things the same.
Yeah, that's kind of the funny thing about liberalism. Like, you have these institutions and these rights, but they can be taken away just as easily as they can be instituted.
Yeah. And like the example of the Red Army having conscription, I think the discussion goes beyond the scope of just the intent of the state.
if that makes sense, when it comes to conscription. Does that make sense?
It goes beyond the intent of the state.
Yeah.
To like what?
The topic of conscription and the outcomes that conscription leads to, if that makes sense. Look, for example,
that's the discussion topic, right?
Like, for example, yeah, there was conscription in the Red Army, and no, not one state, and it's demonstrated. People say that it was a goal, but we know it wasn't. No state on the Allied side had an explicit goal to stop the Holocaust and liberate the camps. That was not a goal of any of the states in the war, actually. But those armies did end up along the way liberating the death camps. And that was done by conscripted armies.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess my question would be, even if the question would be called dishonest or bad, so what should have been done with those camps? Should they not been liberated because it was at the cost of conscription?
Yeah, you'd be asking like a utilitarian question of does the fact that do the means justify the ends, and
Yeah.
Is there more suffering in the camps or by the conscripts? And we
Basically.
would probably say the camps.
Yeah, that was my argument when it came to the occupied territories and people living in them.
Yeah.
Because even with the children, that's my big topic. The number given of children, kidnapped children, is usually 20 to 30,000, but that's unaccompanied children. You have two groups, you have two separate groups of children. You have unaccompanied children that were kidnapped when they had no guardians or family with them at the moment of kidnapping, right? That's 20 to 30,000. But you also have children living with families in the occupied territories, and that number is over 1 million. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and people are not living the best life in occupied territories. It's like, it really is not just a matter of, land swapped owners, it's business as usual, but we're just under a different banner now, you know?
Right.
It's
They get treated like second class.
Yeah.
Or not like citizens at all.
Yeah, it's like Russian occupation is not pleasant, to say the least.
Mm-hmm. I remember earlier in the war there were genocide accusations floating around.
I mean, the kidnapping
from
of
Russia to Ukrainians.
Oh, Russia! Yes. The that was one of the pretenses of starting the invasion to begin with, the full-scale invasion, which is very interesting considering that Russia bombs those people that it claimed to have protected every single day now.
Oh, you mean that the Ukrainians were genociding Russians living in Ukraine?
Russian speakers, yeah. Which...
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I meant accusations that Russia was committing genocide against Ukrainian people.
Oh, Russia
by,
is
destroying cultural centers and stuff.
Like the act of kidnapping children alone already constitutes an act of genocide in the UN Convention of Prevention and Punishment of Genocide. It has its own separate. It's listed separately in the convention. Forceful transfer of children from one group to another is considered genocide under the convention. That is exactly why the International Criminal Court has issued an arrest warrant for Vladimir Putin and Bela Belova, the representative for children in Russia.
I see.
That was over the issue of the children. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But there is no like police force that the ICC has to
that's the problem.
To enforce these rules.
That's the problem of those international bodies. Like that try genocide, etc. There's international law. That's as sad as it is. People that say that are correct. That they say that international law is not exactly very impactful if you do not have an enforcement mechanism behind it that could actually make it enforceable. Right? It's just you.
Yeah, it's
when
totally pointless.
Yeah, when you can have Trump that stands at the top of the most powerful country and he can just say, I don't need international law. The only limit to my actions is my own personal morality, which is actually the exact thing that he said. Not so long ago.
Yeah. And then we get these international police forces in like superhero media, and even then somebody's always trying to shut them down.
Yeah. Yeah. And of course, you get into the fact that the creator of the term genocide wanted it to be a much more broad than it ended up. You know? The Polish Jewish lawyer.
I see.
Yes.
So it was supposed to be more of like a general term for,
Lemkin.
I'm guessing, destroying culture?
Not just culture. That's like a targeting of groups. That was the idea. So it also included
Ethnic groups?
Ethnic groups, but it also included political groups, right? Which
I see.
It was crossed out
like communist
because,
genocide.
or just people that are considered enemies of the state. Like what that was the modus operandi of the Soviet Union, which is why Soviet Union was the loud country that said, no, this has to be crossed out. This cannot stay in.
Oh yeah.
Raphael Lemkin. Actually, Raphael Lemkin, the idea of genocide, it has to be, that's a big topic, the fact that the genocide was a restructuring of the idea of sovereignty of states itself. The main idea behind the genocide, naming genocide and making a convention of genocide, is to limit the sovereignty of states and making the states agree to limit their own sovereignty, if that makes sense, right? Because there was a very famous case. The ideas about genocide came to Lemkin after the Armenian genocide, where was a very loud case in which one of the perpetrators was murdered by one of the victims, right? Abroad, outside of Turkey, one of the perpetrators of the Armenian genocide was murdered by one of the survivors of the genocide. And he was tried for it. So Lemkin asked his fellow lawyer friend, okay, how is it that you have this perpetrator of this awful crime, of this killing, and he got off scot-free? And the victim that simply basically got justice is punished for it, right?
Right.
And the answer was, you see, it's a matter of sovereignty. It's a matter of sovereignty. If you have, and he gave this exact example, if you have a coop of chicken, the chicken are your property, which basically meant that the citizens of the state were the state's property, so the Armenian people included. And if you kill your own chicken, that's your right. They belong to you. It's your chicken. But if somebody tries to intervene and stop you from killing your chicken, now they're breaking the law because you're messing with your property. And it's the same rule. Right?
Yeah.
So then Lemkin thought, well, that's messed up. We should create a law that would not allow states to just treat their own citizens like chicken that can be slaughtered. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And interestingly enough, in the Nuremberg trials, no Nazis were actually tried for genocide. Did you know?
No, that makes sense.
And
I learned recently that the Holocaust was not really well understood.
yeah,
Like,
but
the
it's
word wasn't
also,
in use
yeah.
until the 60s, and
But also, like
Yeah.
the genocide itself was not really also not really right, implemented as a thing. But
yeah.
also, no Nazis were tried for the killings of German Jewish people. Did you know that?
Not explicitly, but I'm not surprised.
Right, because at that time it was still considered like we've talked a matter of internal German affairs. Right? Sovereignty. It was considered still. Yeah. It was the killing of German Jewish people was considered internal German affairs, so they could not be tried for it. It's
Mhm.
very
And the United States was still like committing genocide against its African American population at the time.
well.
with
That's
the
why
sterilization
the
programs.
United States, when Lemkin lived, never ratified the convention. Actually, when Lemkin was dying, he thought that the whole idea of the genocide convention that he created was a failure. And that he thought that countries would just be able to get away with it, and that he did not achieve much, which sadly is to a big degree true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very nice. See, we've been talking about my main subject, genocide.
Yeah. And Shakespeare's.
Yeah. But yeah, so
Yeah.
I can tell you about my disagreement with President Sunday on a different video. I have it on now. Did you see his reaction to the Kyle Kolinsky Vosh conversation?
Oh yeah, I skipped that part.
Which part?
I skipped that part of the video, I think.
Oh, you didn't watch
because
his.
this is where Imran calls in later, I believe.
Because President Sunday said, because Kyle Kolinsky said something along the lines of, oh, you think that those are like conditions for a revolution? And President Sunday said, well, no, because you don't have a revolution when people are not starving enough and miserable enough to actually want to do a revolution, right? But that's not entirely true, since in Poland, people did not starve, and they still did a type of a revolution. Solidarity was a thing, and it did end up in a admittedly bloodless, but still a revolution, which toppled the regime that ruled at the time in Poland. That happened, and people were not literally starving. They were not starved. They still could get food and get by, right?
According to a friend of mine who's his history, I think BA, he says that the state needs to be non-functional in order for it to be toppled.
I mean, the state
but
was
that doesn't
very much
necessarily
functional in
require-
Poland in the 80s. Like, the state very much considered actually just squashing solidarity by force, but they chose to negotiate and organize semi-free elections, and that's how it was toppled, through negotiation with the old regime. So that's not also necessarily true.
Wait, so how was it toppled if it allowed itself to, if it like granted its power to be taken?
Basically,
democratically?
through negotiation. It was a so-called bloodless revolution. They sat down and agreed that a semi-free election will be organized, and that the currently ruling regime will have some partial guaranteed participation in the newly formed thing until the next election, which would be completely free.
So what's the disagreement about?
That until people are completely starving and desperate, they will not do any sort of revolutionary action.
Oh, right. Wait, what I was going to ask is, what classifies this as a revolution then?
Well, a complete toppling of the old system and installing a completely new one, right? Like it was a transition from a Marxist-Leninist system of governance to a democratic one and capitalist one. The whole country actually
like with
changed.
the fall of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, the fall of the quote unquote. I'm not gonna say there was a communist. I'm gonna say it was quote unquote communist government in Poland in 1989. That was a form of revolution, no?
We didn't go over that part in my history classes.
Yeah,
So I do not know.
My parents were direct participants in those events.
Cool.
Actually, my mom went to a party dedicated to a fellow oppositionist that died rescuing his drowning dog. Yeah, he jumped in to rescue his drowning dog and he died.
Who did?
An oppositionist that used to fight with my parents against the old regime. My mom went to a party that just kind of in his name.
I see.
Yeah, it's sad when you die rescuing your drowning dog.
Yeah. Your wet Fido.
Yeah. I don't think Fido would drown. I think that Fido would swim, I hope.
Yeah, there should be an instinct in all dogs, right?
Yeah, but maybe some dogs have like a cramp or are wounded or there are, circumstances. Oh, Busho. Yeah, he's trying to sleep right now. Probably going to have to go out with him in some hours. But yes, this is like we're having a collaboration. You do media, you and I.
Oh.
Yeah, we're doing a collab.
A little bit, yeah.
You do media related stuff, right?
In my content?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's all been about writing so far. But I want to be able to talk about a broad variety of stuff.
Where do
so
you
far,
wanna...
it's just the stuff that's been interesting me enough to, or like making me mad enough
Have you
to
ever
make a
heard
video.
of the book that I mentioned that I started reading?
Mm-mm. Although I read more nonfiction nowadays, all of the stuff that I've been talking about has been about fiction.
It has a wiki. Let's see how it's called in English. 100 Years of Solitude. That's the actual English title.
Oh, okay. I've heard the title.
Yeah. 1967 novel by Colombian author Gabriel Garcia tells the multi-generational story of the Buendia family whose patriarch Jose Arcadio Buendia founded the fictitious town of Macondo. The novel is often cited as one of the supreme achievements in the world's literature. It was recognized as one of the most important works of Spanish language. So my mom recommended it to me and brought it to me, so I started reading it.
Nice. I wish my mother engaged with my interests like so.
Yeah, my mom is.
Was it your birthday?
Oh no, I would just ask, do you have any nice book for me to read? And she said, oh yeah, read this. My birthday was on the 28th of February. Alec Gunther raided me.
Seriously?
On Twitch, at least.
It's funny. I didn't realize he was on Twitch. Oh, on YouTube too.
On YouTube as well?
Yeah, it says so on the YouTube chat.
Really?
Yeah,
How many
but the
viewers do I
aren't
have
going
now?
up now.
Oh my god,
It says
hello.
8.
Hello, Alec Gunther viewers. Welcome to the stream of Lucy Haza. I am, happy to see you here. I hope you consider supporting my journalisms. Do I have to introduce myself? Should I introduce myself to the new viewers?
Yes.
Yes, I am Lucy Haza. You know, it's pronounced Haza. Many people pronounce it as Lucy Hayes, but it's actually Lucy Haza. I am a Polish Jewish trans streamer. I'm the biggest Polish Jewish trans streamer, actually, technically speaking. And I'm also a micro streamer, which is a very weird paradox. But because I'm the biggest Polish trans streamer, but I'm also a very small streamer, a micro streamer. Does that make sense? And I do politics. Okay, I have 3 channels. On this channel, I do gaming, art, languages, and reaction content. I sometimes do Japanese language, for example. I play games in Japanese and I translate the dialogues. I have a different channel called Lucy Has a Network, on which I do politics and news. And then I have a third channel called Lucy Has a Films, on which I do films related to my journalism in Ukraine. Because I regularly go to Ukraine to do journalism relating the situation of children that suffer from this war. So children that have to live with the daily bombing, with the fact that they cannot go to school, with the fact that they've lost friends and family members, and how they cope. I interview the families, I interview the children themselves. I also work with organizations that rescue kidnapped children. That's a whole other topic. Children that are kidnapped and taken to the Russian Federation to be turned into Russian citizens and then soldiers to fight against Russia's enemies. And of course, I also interview families that have escaped from the occupied territories by Russia and rescued by NGOs of various kinds. So that's a very huge topic. Children in Ukraine and war, those are very big topics and very close to my heart. So welcome. Also, I have a page. I have a White Forest page, which I think Alec Gunter also has a White Forest page. Boom. I think I'm the second content creator in the so-called political sphere that does this sort of reporting in Ukraine. The first one, I guess, being Dylan Burns. Have you heard of Dylan Burns?
Burns?
Yeah, apart from my debate with President Sunday in the voice chat.
He's the guy that makes the mid content.
Yeah, which I don't.
The mid documentary.
Yeah, I don't agree with that statement.
Mm.
You know, I don't agree that going to the front line to embed with soldiers and risking your life is a media stunt, you know?
Yeah, I don't think it's a media stunt, definitely. It's too risky.
Yeah, it's
It'd be
like,
something so cheap.
yeah, it's just, there's just too much risk to your life to be treated as a PR stunt. That, to me, that would just make no sense,
Yeah.
And those documentaries are good, in my opinion, in my personal opinion.
Hmm.
Especially since I also produce some of that. Of course, I don't have access to certain places because I don't have a military accreditation yet, but that's a whole different topic,
Yeah. Are you getting it?
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm doing my best. I'm working on it as
Hmm.
I increase my journalistic thing. Read author
What were you planning to
8267.
do?
Sorry? Read no comment. I remember watching
What were you
Device
planning to do?
YouTube channel with Otmo Ostrovsky went to Ukraine. I haven't seen Dylan's stuff yet. You should. Oh, you should watch my stuff as well. Yeah. We had a question. I'm gonna link my stuff regarding Ukraine,
That trans people.
actually. Yeah, you had a question?
Oh yeah. What were you planning to do with your stream today?
Oh, I'm planning to do some video games and React.
Hmm.
What do you think? Would you like to
I forgot what I was
accompany me?
going to ask. Uh, sure. Yeah, I can react to some stuff. I was
Alright.
planning to make a slop tube video,
Yeah?
reacting to Sunday, reacting to Cat Black, reacting to some TikTokers.
Oh my gosh. Or
Yeah.
we could go to something that's your wheelhouse.
Yeah, we could do
Since it's
that.
a collaboration, I will do a big nod in your direction, and we can do a second thoughts video.
A second
'Cause-
story.
Second, yeah. Sorry, I keep.
It
Like,
doesn't have to be a second story necessarily.
I don't know anyone else.
It could be anything. Oh yeah. It could be anything writing. It could be anything like psychology or neuroscience.
Speaking of writing,
or science
I
in
really
general.
like that content creator that used to read all those cringy books, horrible books, so that we don't have to, and she did great reviews of them. I'm not sure if you're familiar.
There's a lot of those YouTubers.
I read, but this one was special to my heart. She started reviewing. She started reviewing later amusement parks.
Oh, wait. Is it Jenny something?
Yeah, I think so. Trigger warning.
Yeah.
She read Trigger Warning. Jenny Nicholson. Yeah, I like her dry style of
Yes.
humor. It's really great.
Hmm. I've only seen like one or two of her videos, but they are very enjoyable.
Well, I guess somebody
I
had
watched
to
the
read
music
Trigger Warning. 7.4 million views. That's deserved. It's deserved. That was a great review of Trigger Warning.
Hmm.
Okay, the second story. Your brain on fiction, how the content you consume changes you. That's the news video from 2 days ago. Okay.
Oh no, she's trying to do neuroscience again.
Strong female characters are just toxic men from 1 month ago. Alright.
Okay, this is kind of true.
Ted Kaczynski was, and yeah, it's Kaczynski, okay? Not Kaczynski or whatever else people want to read it as, okay? Kaczynski, it's actually a Polish surname. Ted Kaczynski was right all along, okay? I actually reacted to this one alone. Fan fiction has destroyed writing, but I'm willing to go through it again because it was insane. Fan fiction has destroyed writing.
Hmm.
So which one?
I don't
would
read
you...
enough fan fiction.
Oh,
I've
it
honestly
doesn't.
only
You
read
don't,
fan fiction
you
for
don't.
the.
I like. My editor is the fan fiction writer.
Uh-huh.
My Mexican American editor is a fan fiction writer. So which one should
That's awesome.
Which one should we? Which one?
Let's not do the strong female one. but I'm up for either of the other ones.
Okay, let's do with fan fiction. Have you ever seen? Do you watch anime?
I used to watch a lot of anime in middle and high school.
Have you watched My Hero Academia?
Yes.
All right, then
Well,
we
it's part
can
of
do
it. I watched the first 3 seasons.
All right, we can then do it. My Hero Academia has a very nice ending, by the way. I recently watched all of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it's a nice story. I am very
Thing that
positive.
mattered.
I heard it falls off around after Overhaul.
Nah, people are just being too judgmental, I think. People are too harsh, you know? People should learn to go
I
with the
get that.
flow. That's all I could say.
I thought you didn't like going with you didn't agree with going with the flow.
Yeah, when it comes to, you know, discussing difficult subjects and people's rights, you know, and people potentially losing their rights. But when it comes to entertainment, maybe people should go with the flow a bit more, you know? I streaming it. Also, Switch
Okay.
Outro says, I haven't heard of the second story before. I assume these were clickbait titles, but it sounds like this is her actual. Oh no, those are not clickbait titles.
She's so insane.
Yeah. I started reading this manga, which has a premise that sounds very crappy and bad on paper, but it's strangely very wholesome. So the premise is that there's this boy who dated a girl in middle school, and the first page is that she says, "Oh, I've been cheating on you with 3 guys." You know? Because I've been cheating with you with 3 guys, and then they break up, and he is heartbroken that his girlfriend cheated on him with 3 guys, and then it's time skip to him being at, I think, first year of university. He has a new girl that he likes, and then he bumps into his ex that cheated on him in middle school with 3 guys, and she's like, "Oh, it's been so long, it's so nice," and he's like, "Wait, why is she so nice to me and so hyper when she's cheated on me with 3 guys?" You know? And then they
3
swap
big guys.
and then they swap bodies.
Oh, I might have heard of this. There's a lot of like these vaguely transgender anime. Sorry, manga.
It's actually very strangely wholesome because it very quickly turns out, oh yeah, the girl that the boy likes is a roommate of the ex, the new girl that he likes. Oh, and it turns out very quickly that the girl just lied about cheating with 3 guys, but it's not explained why she made up the lie.
Maybe she
Alright.
thought she wasn't good enough for him.
Maybe everything will, but it's actually a very wholesome, and I like the way it's drawn. The characters have really big hands, but I kind of like it. All right.
Like in Yaoi.
Yeah. You ready? Ready to start?
Yes.
Tell me when to pause, okay?
First things first, and I really want all of you to hear me. I am a
I don't know why this is.
Pause.
Yeah.
Let's check mug check.
Mug
world
check?
where all the popular
Oh God, I hate this content
She's
creator.
drinking
It's
from it.
weird. I hate this. She does these weird interjections where she just very
Oh yeah.
That annoys me to no end, this performative sipping of the drink. I rage.
Oh, she's got like a temperature controlled cup. She
Oh.
has really big cups of coffee, but she also puts ice cubes in them.
I like
But this
iced
one
coffee.
is,
I love iced coffee.
Yeah, but she only puts 1 ice cube, so
Oh.
it's like she's cooling down a big thing of coffee.
You know
But
what?
you can't do that because then it's gonna get too cold too fast.
Oh, I actually put ice cream in my coffee.
Affogato.
Yeah, any ice cream I have, I put it and make iced coffee that way.
Yeah, iced coffee is different. I love iced coffee.
Yeah, I love iced coffee too, especially in Vietnam when I went to Vietnam. Vietnam is
Did you
actually
have the
really...
coffee with the egg?
Oh yeah, when I went to Hanoi, yeah, I did. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's great. Vietnam is actually really big on coffee.
Mm-hmm.
But there's
'Cause coffee's awesome.
There's also an unethical coffee in Vietnam. The raccoon coffee.
Oh.
But that's a whole... Let's not get into it now.
Yeah.
All right.
First things first, and I really want all of you to hear me. I am aware that good fan fiction exists, or to be more accurate, I know that good fan fiction is possible, and I know that fan fiction in itself is a neutral thing, like all of fiction, and can be good or bad depending on...
I don't like this preamble, by the way.
No?
I don't like this preamble of I'm aware that good fan fiction exists. I mean, I've watched this, so I don't like the fact that she goes, I want to preempt it by saying that good fan fiction is possible and that it's possible to create good fan fiction that exists, but then effectively says, but actually all of it is shit, you know?
This is smart, though. I think I should anticipate criticisms that I'll receive
I'll be right
and put
back.
them at
I'll
the
go
very
grab
beginning,
a Coke.
so that the people that don't watch my video can at least see
Yeah.
that.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm going to performatively sip my tea. Let's read the comments. Gender bend is a big genre on the fan translation websites for manga. Yes.
I put my Coke in the freezer and now it's an ice cube, so I have to wait for it to melt.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's continue. Also, hello, Maya Mayor.
writer. I know that there are probably people out there, or at least there were at some point, who wrote genuinely excellent stories set in worlds.
There you go. At some point, there might have been some fan fiction writers that wrote good stories. You know what? Do you see now why I'm not a big fan of this preamble?
Yeah, she isn't aware of any good fan fiction, and if she was, then she would have to think more critically about her statements.
Which I
also
feel
I think
like
she's rage baiting.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
Yeah. I mean,
Like, for example,
she succeeded with the sipping
what's
of the drink.
Yeah. The Paradise Lost is fan fiction.
Oh yeah, and also she kind of misidentifies what is and what isn't fan fiction in this video, I think.
Yeah, I think she probably will be talking about
someone-
amateur writing.
Someone else's creation. I know that it is possible to write good fan fiction. However, in recent years, despite any outlying works of alleged genius, and they are outlying and not the norm, fan fiction has developed a manifestly particular kind of image and reputation. The aesthetics of fan fiction, if you'll allow me, have become a very specific sort. And that image and those aesthetics have broken internet containment and entered mainstream literature and storytelling. When I say fan fiction in a crowded room, 90% of the people in that room immediately receive the mental image of the same general type of storytelling, which,
we're in the limbo of.
by the way, is not a very flattering one. Regardless of what you personally might think about fan fiction, the community and the majority of known works, and crucially the influence of fan fictionism has
I don't even know if fan fiction really has.
Fictionism.
Yeah, I don't even know if fan fiction, if it's true that fan fiction has all that big influence on published books.
Oh, it has a huge influence on romance and romantasy.
Maybe on those, but I can speak
a bit of the Polish market. My childhood friend was a writer, and she was not really influenced by fan fiction in any way. And she wrote children's books. She won an award for a children's book when she started out, and then her ambition was to write about patchwork families, but she never was able to. She had to write teen drama for money. Yeah, that was.
Well, she could write for about patchwork families and for teens, right?
Right, but not in the way she wanted to.
Yeah.
Add on the rest of the storytelling media has a very, very specific philosophy and aesthetic. Singling out your own personal favorite works cannot change that fact. When I made my little jab at fan fiction in my video on the rise of smut in fiction, many people came crawling out of the woodwork to send me various strongly worded messages about how wrong I was because, that one particular XYZ fanfic was good, actually, and because not all fan fiction is...
Oh yeah, also this person is a huge Puritan and was very weird about anything sexual.
Yeah, it's very strange. She's like sexuality is gonna take over your brain and make you addicted to BDSM.
Yeah, it's just she just treats anything sexual as bad in fiction, which is in writing, which is very strange. Socialix says, is this that woman who complains about AI whilst using AI to do her scripts? I actually don't know. Does she use AI for her script?
Sunday thinks she does.
Yeah, but he was also wrong about Alec Gunther.
Yeah, I think Sunday throws around that accusation a little much. I would rather just not be incorrect about it, but I don't think he is this cautious for whatever reason.
Right.
Maybe being corrected has some sort of advantage.
Maybe. Another warrior in the war on sex.
Is smutty, actually. Listen, I don't really care. I get it. Some of you like to read or write fan fiction, and some fan fiction is, to you, worth your time. But I'm talking today about the broad idea of what fan fiction generally has come...
Oh yeah, also this person, I'm sorry for pausing so much, even though we're 2 minutes in an hour-long video, but this person has in her mind this very strange, rigid idea of books should be written like this, and that it should be about excellence, and what? There are a lot of terms being thrown around. Discipline, excellence.
Yeah, I don't mind that she has a rigid standard for books. It's just that hers is conservative and reactionary.
Yeah, exactly. It's rigid in a very I don't know, how should I put it, a very suffocating way, if that makes sense.
It's also contradictory. I point this out in my video. She praises postmodernist works, but what's the word? She rails against postmodernism.
Right, yeah. Jordan Peterson style.
And mean in current year. So if you like fan fiction, that's your business. But before you get all fired up and start filling the comment section with angry remarks about how it's, not all fan fiction or whatever, try to take a step back and honestly observe the overall reputation that fan fiction has to the general reading public. Another quick side note, a lot of people seem to really appreciate the list of additional information that I provided with my video about reading education. This particular topic, fan fiction, is not something a lot of people outside those communities are going to know a lot about, and I spent months doing research. So to help, I've put together a small companion document on my website that provides links to some relevant studies and data, as well as more information on fan fiction in general, and also some of the more disturbing...
Look at her finally starting to cite sources. She doesn't do this in previous videos.
Well, it's better late than never, you know?
Yeah.
Fan fiction content, scandals, and other issues of interest to outside observers who genuinely want to educate themselves. Some time ago, I said to a friend, half as a joke, that through no fault of its own, Harry Potter was about 70 to 80% responsible for the degradation of modern literature. And while that observation is still valid,
I have no love for J.K. Rowling, but that's a weird statement. You know?
Yeah, man.
I think it's far more accurate to say that the strange, unprecedented way in which Harry Potter collided with fan fiction is the real problem. In that sense, it would be more accurate to say that fan fiction is 80 to 90% responsible for the degradation of modern literature. And
that's also a statement, by the way. Very bizarre.
Yeah, very bizarre.
Statement is something I stand by. An essay I read recently, which I subsequently misplaced, observed that Harry Potter was the series that launched 1,000 ships. For those who don't know, a ship is when fans of a story will root for two characters to get into a relationship.
Oh boy.
Hence, ship. A person could be said to ship two characters, that is, hope they get together. In more modern usage, however, ship means that as far as that fan is concerned, those two characters should be together, or even are together, regardless.
Okay. There was talk about elitism. You remember the topic of elitism that we've talked about a little bit?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, maybe I'm a bit elitist, but I cannot treat a person seriously when they pretend to be discussing literature and then start talking about shipping with a straight face.
Yeah.
Okay, I just cannot treat this seriously. I cannot be forced to. You know, okay, some people think that
This is not where you want to start if you want to be serious.
Yeah, it sounds silly to me. It just sounds like silly talk to me. Like, even if people don't like that their characters don't end up together, okay, so what? You know? Yeah. It's just silly.
Regardless of what the story says. And never before in history had this been as huge of an almost global cultural reality as it was during the heyday of Harry Potter.
Yes, it has. It is just people have been doing this forever. There might have been less outlets to, to share that, but people have been probably doing it forever.
Shipping is old.
Yeah.
In truth, Harry Potter did something that was entirely unheard of in history, entirely by...
Oh, Vladimir, my super regular viewer from Ukraine says, was asleep for quite a while. Sorry, Lucy, you should have been linked this right away. Your dose of Asmon slop. Okay, we're gonna watch it after. See? My plans for stream organically materialize. I'm gonna copy this into my little thing. Copy. And now we can continue.
By accident. Beginning with children's books, the series became an international sensation. And what was really unusual was that the length of the series allowed it to be a constant companion to an entire generation of children.
Yeah. Books being a long series is also not a phenomenon that has started with Harry Potter.
Yeah, the fact that it grew up with its audience, though, is what she means. Which I think other, smarter people have made this point.
Yeah.
Never before in history, in quite this way, had an entire generation grown up alongside a widely beloved group of fictional children. From elementary school through high school graduation and sometimes even college, Harry Potter and co. were all there too. And due to the nature of modern society and how modern people, especially young people, engage with stories, which we'll talk more about in a minute,
oh no,
this full absolute immersion had the most profound emotional and formative impact. Do you think YA literature is partly to blame for the decline in literature right now? Think fan fiction. Specifically, think Twilight, which was originally a work of Harry Potter fan fiction.
There you go. That's not true. No, that's not true at all. Twilight is not a
wasn't
fan
Harry Potter
fiction.
fan fiction.
No,
Yeah,
it
I didn't
wasn't.
think it was.
It absolutely was
That
not.
seems wrong.
Yeah, it's completely no. It wasn't it just its original thing?
Yeah, she got the story idea from the scene where he prevents the car from crushing her, and then that's how the rest of the story came to her.
Right. But it was absolutely not a work of fan fiction.
I didn't think
Do
it
you
was.
think
Yeah.
E.L. James's 50 Shades of Grey is a major offender in the rise of smut in modern society? Think fan fiction. 50 Shades of Grey was originally Twilight fan fiction, and the list goes on and on and on and on forever. So yes, in a sense, Harry Potter got the ball rolling, but there wouldn't have
No, it didn't. Okay, that's already, see? Might be so exciting.
Yeah.
I want a source on that, Senator.
even been a ball to
Does she
roll
have
had we
one? Or is she marking when she has sources on her claims? Normally, people will do they'll make a little number float on screen.
No, there was not so. There was no such thing here.
not had fan fiction. But no matter what series started it, Pandora had opened the box, the bell had been rung, etc., etc. Fan fiction was here to stay. Worse than that, fan fiction was making tangible contributions to the shape and trajectory of literature and culture. And as a result, both have suffered massively. And we're going to talk about it. At some point, this was probably the early 2010s, I, naive, foolish, innocent, ventured onto AO3, that is Archive of Our Own, the main online fanfiction hub for the last, 15 years or so, to see what there was to see. We're going to talk more soon about...
I hate this as well, okay?
I got assaulted by...
I hate those
I got assaulted
size.
by AO3.
What a casual traveler is likely to find when walking the highways and byways of sites like AO3. But first I want to talk about some general observations I've made about the influence of fan fiction on popular culture and the literary world.
Oh no.
And then we'll break down each one at a time. First, fan fiction is directly responsible for the epidemic of self-insert characters and self-insert mentality that has...
That's not true, by the way. Some of the most famous writers in history were self-inserts, quote unquote, because they were writing directly about their experience.
Pervaded the entirety of storytelling across all mediums. Second, fan fiction is directly responsible for the smut-pocalypse that has devastated literature.
Yeah, that's just Puritanism, and I don't care for it.
Mm-hmm. I can see how it might be true, but also, I don't have a source for that.
I'm not even sure what smut-pocalypse is supposed to mean.
Like the prevalence of smut in the romance market. There used to be more of a separation between the romance and erotica genres.
Yeah. Someone gave a really good comment in the chat. Boon of Freyrand says, it's true, Moby Dick was written by a whale. Yeah, exactly. See? Already the chat is providing me examples.
I like Boon of Tyrants. Yeah. Boon of Tyrants is doing some voice acting for my book.
Oh yeah? Nice.
Yeah.
Third, fan fiction is directly responsible for the meta-derivative nature of storytelling that is starting to become dominant. Related to that, fan fiction is partly responsible for the overall drop in literary quality and is directly responsible for the degradation of the art of writing, including but not limited to dismal world building and one-dimensional characters, as well as the elevation of arguably non-literary approaches to certain styles, such as the disproportionate use of present tense. The first issue is most definitely the most important, and we're going to approach it more broadly than mere self-insertism, because the real issue there, the core issue, is the immense, inherently self-indulgent nature of fan fiction as it is in current year, and has been for probably at least 2 or 3 decades. This aspect, self-indulgence, is the first thing I want to cover, mainly because it's by far the most important. It informs everything else. So what do I mean when I say that fan fiction is self-indulgent? First, let's look at the definition of self-indulgence. To indulge oneself or one's inclinations. And indulgence itself is defined as, among other things, over-leniency, gratifying appetites and desires, lack of restraint, giving way to temptation or inclination, yielding to gratification. I know that there are some people who would hear all this and genuinely find nothing wrong, but I think an honest person who seeks to better and master himself or
I find this very silly, this line of argumentation, to better and master themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm sorry, not everybody sets out to writing or painting, drawing, or anything else to master themselves, quote unquote.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Social X says, is this video not a form of indulgence? What's she chatting?
Yeah, it's
Herself.
like ego for her.
Yeah.
as a person or as a writer would recognize that such tendencies are damaging and courting disaster.
I think when I watched this alone, I said, okay, what does that even mean? I hated, that is the thing that people on the right wing do a lot, when they just say I call it sloganeering. I'm not sure if you've noticed that. There's a bunch of very vague, nothing statements being thrown around and taken as fact, and then you just roll with it.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of those self-indulgency, emotionally thingy, people should do the good self-mastery thingy and discipline thingy. And then they do not elaborate about what any of that means, what that actually includes, does that make sense?
Yeah, sloganeering is a good word. It's a buzzword.
Yeah, it's just she's not really saying anything. She's saying a lot, but she's actually, if you think about it for a moment, she's not really saying much, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So it can be difficult to engage with, because what do you mean by self-mastery as a person and as a writer? Poon of Tyrant says, if you read anything but engineering manuals, you are a weenie, and that's just how it is.
She doesn't read engineering manuals.
Fanfiction is probably contributing to the wealth and diversity of literature, if I had to guess.
Self-indulgence prioritizes pleasure over difficulty.
I have no idea what that's supposed. I genuinely don't know what that's supposed to mean. Would you like to try to get a crack at it? I have no clue what that's supposed to mean. Did pleasure over, what was this?
Courting disaster. Self-indulgence prioritizes pleasure over difficulty.
Pleasure over difficulty.
Yeah, so
what is
so reading for enjoyment versus reading books that are gonna enrich you.
But it's actually also about writing. So writing that's pleasurable as opposed to difficult, What?
No, it's about reading.
Yeah.
You're reading stuff that's fun to read. You're reading like cheap slop.
Yeah, but for some people, difficult stuff is pleasurable to read. Those are not mutually exclusive concepts.
Yeah.
Self-indulgence turns restraint, self-discipline, and self-mastery into problematic trigger words that are deemed some form of elitism or ableism or some kind of big badism.
Oh, what? I swear, care to elaborate?
Yeah, she's saying people who say you should read difficult stuff are meaninglessly or needlessly critiqued for it, which fine. I don't know.
But what does self-indulgence
I kind of get this.
Mean in literature? Are we talking really long stories or long sentences or big vocabularies? Are we talking...
No, she's talking about it in terms of writing as well, not just reading.
purple prose or an excess of adverbs. No, actually not at all. Those are all stylistic issues, and every writer, just like every artist, has his or her own style and will spend their lifetime perfecting and honing that style, even if some people hate it or call it inferior to other styles. Style is not what we're talking about.
Boone of Tyrant says conservatives like to act like they're dismissive of things they find frivolous because it's not in line with capital, even though all of them like watching Barney the dinosaur just as much as I do. There was this cartoon. I know all the old American cartoons. They're speaking of dinosaurs. Denver the Last Dinosaur. Have you heard of it?
I know The Last Dinosaur.
Denver the Last Dinosaur.
But I don't. Yeah, I don't know if it was called Denver the Last Dinosaur.
Yeah,
I watched this so long ago.
There was a cartoon series called Denver the Last Dinosaur. He rode a skateboard.
Oh, okay. Then that's not what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, it had an opening. Denver the Last Dinosaur. You know? Yeah. And there was also this cartoon called Biker Mice from Mars. It was about mice riding bikes, motorcycles on Mars.
That sounds awesome, but I've never seen it.
Yeah.
About here. No, self-indulgence for a writer means that every storytelling choice made by the writer is prioritizing the writer's fantasies, pleasure, appetites, and desires over the story, the characters, or the overall quality.
See, there you go. She doesn't do it for the writing. Pleasure over difficulty.
Yeah. No, I see that.
To be clear, I do not mean that writers shouldn't write what they like or enjoy, but rather that writers who are honestly trying to write.
In the first episode, I think the biker mice crash and land on Earth. Yeah, they do. Vladimir says, I'm not a uranium to enrich. Also, we are soon coming to fanfiction literature's transes are kids. So we should start to burn the fanfictional books because, you know, Lucy, it's just common sense. True.
Wow.
True.
Write the best story they can, and who are prioritizing the good of the story will very often put their fantasies and their emotional appetites and desires aside in order to make the story better.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
I see what she's saying, but she doesn't have any evidence for this, right?
I kind of don't see. Like the best stories come from an emotional place. In my experience.
She means like your whims. Like there's this thing in writing called kill your darlings.
Yeah.
You know what that is?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I think she's referencing that type of thing. Like they don't just make whatever story decisions feel good to them.
Right.
Indulgent writer would never do such a thing because the primary function of writing for a self-indulgent writer is.
But then again, we enter then the vague notion of in order to what makes the story good, you know?
And she is an objectivist.
Yeah. Unbombed storytelling. Do you know about do you know the term unbombed?
No.
It's a little bit of like a joke that people that comment on things regarding Ukraine usually that are unbombed, that do not experience being bombed. The unbombed. There's this little.
Sounds like embalmed.
It comments on the arrogance of people that comment on Ukraine. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Like they lack the perspective of somebody who has experience being bombed.
Yeah. I am a bombed person since I've been in Ukraine many times when the city was bombed. I actually slept through quite a few bombings, believe it or not. Even though they were quite loud and the building was shaking.
I slept through fire alarms, so I can believe that.
Yeah. And some people feel guilty over doing that. That's another story.
Personal gratification. And this necessitates the avoidance of anything that is particularly uncomfortable to the writer. Self-indulgence means that villains can't be too disturbing, or rather the wrong kind of disturbing.
I'm not sure what that means.
That would be
She wants more
uncomfortable for the
villains to be
writer to write.
pedophile rapists.
Or, to borrow the new popular adjective, it would be icky, which is where we get genocidal maniacs who are
Icky.
nevertheless really good at sorting out their minions' pronouns, and
Oh, there you go. See that?
also wouldn't get genocidal maniacs who are
You got genocidal maniacs.
nevertheless really good at sorting out their minions' pronouns.
I mean, that's not exactly
I do think that's really funny.
true, but I actually don't see a problem with that.
Yeah, I don't think it's a problem. Like it characterizes the character.
Yeah,
and it's interesting ethically.
Also, it makes character that I found it. I think I also noted it when I watched it alone, that I feel it's pretty funny that she opens the video by complaining about one-dimensional characters, but now she's unhappy about this.
Yeah, this is a dimensional character.
Also, that's a
or
thing.
it's just a culture that that respects trans people, so it doesn't make the villain particularly.
I find it
ethical.
funny because that is actually what happens in My Hero Academia.
Really?
Yeah, have you seen the Overhaul act?
Because there's a trans
arc?
woman.
Yeah, she dies, and then two antagonists go to infiltrate. Overhaul kills the trans woman, and the two antagonists go to infiltrate his base to pretend to be his minions. And Overhaul tells him, "Yeah, that guy. I didn't mean to kill him. Yeah, I didn't mean to kill him. Sorry, my bad." And they tell him, "You mean her? You mean you didn't mean to kill her? And please don't make that mistake again." Which actually I did not expect to see in anime, but it happened. But that's
a special moment.
And it's interesting because My Hero Academia did it, and actually in this video, the second story will list out My Hero Academia as one of those bad, woke, self-indulgent stories.
Really? I bet she hasn't seen it.
So
I can't imagine her watching My Hero.
yeah, but she does list it.
And also would never use a racial slur. Being a genocidal maniac will in some ways serve the emotional needs of the writer, sure.
Also, this is what I have to go on my genocide rant, because this is something. This is the moment when I see that this person has never actually studied the subject of genocide and does not understand the mindset of those who commit genocide. Because believe it or not, I actually have indulged in this topic quite a lot. The perpetrators of genocide actually see themselves as moral people, as moral agents, if that makes sense. Because in their mind, the idea of a genocide. Okay, what is the goal of a genocide? I guess I should ask you. As a start to my little ramble.
It's to fix a demographic problem, I think.
No.
No, what is it?
It's to create a better world.
Yeah, it's like social engineering.
It's not necessarily even social engineering. It's the idea that we have certain goals. We have a pathway to arrive at a better world, at a better future, but there's a group that's actively standing in our way, and they don't allow us to do it. And we have no choice. We have to get rid of that group to arrive at that better world. Does that make sense? And we don't even like it. It's a duty that we must perform. We take no pleasure in doing it. And we just have to do it. It was actually a Nazi policy, which many people don't know it, that killing Jewish people for self-indulgence was actually punishable. There were people that were prosecuted. There were Nazis that were prosecuted for killing Jewish people for self-indulgence and not for the sake of this greater goal, if that makes sense. And very bizarrely, Jewish people regained their dignity in death in that way during the Holocaust. And it's something that is worth remembering, that genocide is often described as the bastard child of the Enlightenment.
Yeah, I have a character like this in my story. She's not alive by the time that the story begins, but she's a very kind and spiritual lady who commits genocide against a racial minority, and she thinks that she's doing the right thing. She thinks that they can be purified in death.
Right. But that is actually that is like perpetrators of genocide see themselves as moral. That is actually also a big thing that that distinguishes genocide from mass murder, for example. Because in mass murder, the murdering is usually many people that just kill, like when there was a sacking of a city, there was a sacking of a city, people would get tired of all the killing, and the killing would eventually stop. And there's also a matter of conscience. People often get disturbed with the killing. But people that commit genocide...
in the Nazi death camps.
Yeah, but actually people that commit genocide oftentimes have this goal in mind, and they actually have a much easier conscience about what they do, because they have this duty in mind, because they have this goal in mind, and they see the act as a very unpleasant thing that they have to do in order to get to that better thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
It was explained by a very good author, Polish war journalist that wrote a whole book on genocide, The Final Solutions, Genociders and Their Work. And that person interviewed directly the perpetrators of the Rwanda genocide and got really interesting insights from them. Like that, for example, he interviewed a person that would just go out with the machete, because that was how that genocide was done, right? And that just would slash people to death. And he said, this guy was very personable, very nice person. We drank coffee, was very personally, very pleasant person. Yeah. Then he explained him during the interview that humans are big animals, and that it's actually a lot of hard work to go out and chop them up with a machete. And that he did not, he wanted to be a responsible citizen, that he did not want to leave that work to others, that he wanted to do his part. And that he was also that he was deceived by the propaganda of the because there was a huge inciting mechanism. And what's interesting is that he said that he understood that what he's done was wrong. It was that he understood, and that he met with the survivor of the family that he slaughtered. A woman survived, and he said that he apologized, and he said that is very bizarrely interesting, that he said, I know that I did wrong. I apologize to this woman. And do you know what she did? She did not forgive me. And I cannot believe she would do this to me. But yeah, it's actually in the light of all that I've been saying right now, it's actually completely not contradictory that a person that commits genocide would be okay on pronouns or and many other things, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That a person can commit genocide and then go back to their family and be a loving father, husband, mother, wife, etc., right?
Right.
Yeah. Vladimir says, also, this is exactly why after Anakin Skywalker killed all those younglings, his later comments were about, I did it to bring peace and security to my empire. Yeah, exactly. He already succeeded Palpatine in his mind at that moment.
But those emotional needs would be harmed if the villain was insensitive to gender issues, say. Self-indulgence means the heroes will have long conversations with each other about popular current year political issues, despite the fact that they live in 13th century England or 38th century Saturn or some random medieval fantasy setting.
Is this supposed to be a
Okay, are
jab
we
at
not allowed to
Baldur's
be-
Gate 3?
I don't know.
Also, a fantasy setting is just all bets are off. It doesn't matter what century. It's a fantasy setting, okay? You know?
Exactly. Like, are we not allowed to take creative liberties anymore?
That's silly. Like, if you're writing a historical thing, then you might want to do research about what kind of, you know, conversation would have happened if you want to be super historically accurate. But it's a fantasy setting.
Yeah.
So you don't know what conversation would have happened because it's a fantasy. You know what I mean?
Self-indulgence demands, above all, representation, something we're going to talk about more in a minute here, but that's why you get an abundance of people of, say, African descent in stories set in Scotland in the 11th century, for example, or stories in which people who were not of period-accurate English ethnicity in most or all of ruling classes of Georgian Britain.
Yeah, again, this feels silly to me. I just cannot be forced to care about stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. She's taking, like, common reactionary, the things that they get mad about.
Yeah. I am gonna be honest. This is skin deep. Literally. Like, I don't care. Like, I care about the substance of the story, not what color the character is, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I cannot be forced to care about these sort of things.
With no reasonable explanation.
I hate this.
Period accuracy is completely irrelevant to the self-indulgent writer who is only writing to feed his or her own personal fantasies and emotional needs. As I said, we'll get more into self-representation in a bit here. Self-indulgence is what drives writers to put themselves in their own stories, as often the main characters. Insanely, not only is this common in current year, it's also encouraged. Writers are told
This really is anti-SJW culture war slop. Yes, it is.
to write based
Yeah,
on
it is.
their emotions and their desires and needs. Writing is approached at best therapeutically and at worst narcissistically.
Oh yeah, this is where I actually found great issue with what she was saying. Therapeutically, right?
Therapeutically?
Yeah. I have to find it right now, okay?
Okay.
Tu jest, Busiu? There you go. There you go. I have to find this. Because there you go, laments. There you go. Because one of the, again, this is the thing that I was talking about.
Where are you showing me?
I'm not showing. I'm going to read it. The Laments, also the Lamentations, or Threnodies, Polish Treny, originally spelled Treny, is a series of 19 threnodies, elegies, written by Polish by Jan Kochanowski and published in 1580. They are high point of Polish Renaissance literature, one of Kochanowski's signal achievements. A prominent Polish poet wrote the laments on the occasion of the 1579 death of his daughter Urszula. Little is known of Urszula. She was 2.5 years old, and the poems express Kochanowski's boundless grief and standing in sharp contrast to his previous works, which had advocated such values as Stoicism, can be seen as the poet's own critique of his earlier work. In a wider sense, they show a thinking man of the Renaissance at a moment of crisis when he is forced through suffering and the stark confrontation of his ideals with reality to reevaluate his former humanistic philosophy of life. And that is basically therapeutic, you know? One of the biggest Polish poets wrote a therapeutic piece after his daughter died. So this is just really stupid to self, that it's just bad, self-indulgent, and a modern phenomenon of fan fiction. You know?
Yeah.
This thing that was written in the 1500s, that was a basically therapy for the author because his daughter died, and a reevaluation of his earlier beliefs, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of artistically.
Instead of artistically. Do you know what I mean when I take issue with the whole, oh, this writing is emotional and is bad and it should be about self-mastery and technique, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like this work would have been, I guess, dismissed by the second story.
If she stayed true to her principles, which she doesn't.
Yeah.
World where art itself is inherently subjective, the only subject matter of any importance can and must be the writer. All right.
There you go. See, this would fit the bill perfectly, wouldn't it? What I just described, what I just read.
Right. So how does fan fiction produce this specific attitude towards literature and storytelling? Well, buckle up, because we have some bumpy ground to cover. Fan fiction, as I've said, has been around forever. There are some crazy folks out there who would go as far as to say that Dante's Divine Comedy is fan fiction. I think people who say that don't have a very good grasp on the spirit of medieval literature and approach stories with a fixed modern view, but sure. Fan fiction, so to speak, has always been around. People tell stories, and then other people tell other stories in that same world with those same characters. Absolutely. We've talked a bit about cultural decay and the prevalence of postmodern philosophy on this.
Cultural decay. Again, this is just vague nothing. This is a nothing statement.
Channel already. We've also talked about how the modern way in which children are taught to read, with a strong emphasis on personal emotional interpretations of texts, that are guided by their superiors, of course, alters their ability to both think and write. So
I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. Again, this is
gesturing
vague.
at indoctrination.
Yeah, but this is vague to the
because it's a dog whistle.
Yeah, it's vague to the point of it being worthless.
you should already understand what I mean when I say that the bulk of modern writers have a very different approach to the art and the practice of telling a story than used to be the norm.
Again, the example of one of the biggest writers in Polish history from the 1500s would completely goes against this notion. No?
Mm-hmm.
call it self-indulgent is probably too kind, but the average young person with storytelling aspirations has, for at least a decade, been almost exclusively emotion-driven in every way. They have also been brought up saturated in the moral and cultural landscape created by social media, attention-seeking, self-absorption, narcissism, propaganda, emotional generative hot words, pop culture trends masquerading as important social themes, critical literacy, and the poisonous influence of internet politics have created anxious, fragmented, hollow creatures who nevertheless crave meaning and profundity in their stories. Combine that with the enormous emotional battering ram that they receive in college literature and creative writing classes. Combine that with the online influence of intensely aesthetically and emotionally self-indulgent online environments like Tumblr. Combine that with things like
Yes, of course. Like again, when a person pretends to do serious literary critique and then throws Tumblr at me, I just cannot, you know?
Yeah.
masculinity and femininity being under constant, confusing, endlessly shifting assault by the culture.
And yeah, of course, all roads, as I always say, no matter what the topic, no matter what the subject matter, politics, international relations, philosophy, literature, movies, games, all roads lead to trans people eventually.
Yeah.
It all leads to trans topics eventually.
Cultural police of our modern society. Many of these would-be writers then turn to their favorite stories for escape, stories they grew up with and which are, to them, a kind of cultural and narrative safe space. Stories in our times now like Twilight, Percy Jackson, Star Wars, My Hero.
Oh, did you see?
Yeah, My Hero Academia.
Academia.
It kind of doesn't fit in here. What the heck?
Sailor Moon, or, Harry Potter. Some more classically minded writers will fall in love with the...
Like, I would love for her to elaborate as to what makes those things listed safe spaces of wokeness, you know?
Mm-hmm. Iliad or the Odyssey or Shakespeare, but none of these stories are exactly what these emotionally formed types of readers need in order to feel emotionally fulfilled in our constantly changing society in which emotions are the only valid currency. So they take to fan fiction to change...
It's really, yes, I find it really comical that this person claims that art being about emotion is this new phenomenon.
Yeah, it's so silly.
These stories or characters, or update them, or shift things around so the story satisfies some specific fantasy or emotional desire. This can be relatively harmless, like a fan fiction in which Hamlet gets his revenge and then lives happily ever after with Ophelia. Or it can be incredibly disturbing, like fan fiction in which Princess Leia develops a romantic and sexual attraction to Jabba the Hutt during...
There you go. This is where I have interject and have to say, wait a minute. Earlier, she complained that stories are simplistic and are afraid to be problematic, quote unquote. But now you're complaining about stories being problematic. So which is it?
Mm-hmm.
Can they be problematic, or are those silly fan fiction writers afraid to make the characters and stories problematic?
They're not problematic in the right way. She wants them to be transphobic.
Yeah, this ridiculous, you know? You cannot just this is silly. Like, pick a lane, you know?
Mm-hmm. Her captivity. And that's probably the tamest fan fiction I saw in AO3. In a normal world, such a diversion...
There are totally tame fanfiction on AO3.
I know, but,
would be, in some cases, harmless and short-lived, which is to say, this kind of thing, minus the disturbing perversions, is...
Now, it's always about perversions. It's always about... All these critiques always boil down to appeal to normalcy. Always.
Mm-hmm.
Normal in young teens, and
there you
then
go.
they
normal
grow out of it. In our society, people don't really grow out of anything. Ours is a society in which
I don't know what that means, by the way. This is
They
vague.
still
This is so
like Star Wars when they're adults.
This is so vague to the point of being just useless. Again, I don't even know if Star Wars was created with children in mind.
It wasn't, I don't think.
Like the first trilogy in the 70s.
Yeah, tons of old people
have developed
into it.
a prolonged, almost eternal childhood.
If anything, a lot of properties started out as things for adults and then they were kind of shifted to being for children, right?
Yeah, like with the Disney purchase of Star Wars, probably.
Yeah, or like even early Hanna-Barbera properties like the Flintstones. They started more geared towards adults and then shifted towards being more child-friendly. The Flintstones used to advertise cigarettes. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should, you know? So I hate the vague sloganeering that is on display.
This is aided by the immense prevalence of emotions. But regardless of the reason, if emotions rule, then emotions will always be served. And if luxuriating in fan fiction in which your favorite characters don't die and get together in the end makes you happy, you'll never stop. Because why would you? The story makes you happy, and being happy is the only thing that matters, right? And it's not like you're hurting anyone. As this indulgence...
This is just stupid. This is a silly non-argument. I see zero problem with this, by the way. Zero problems. There already exists the story in which those characters die, so I don't really see a problem with creating an alternative version in which they live. There you go. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Is indulged, its grip on the mind of the reader and writer becomes strong enough to overwhelm anything else. A fan fiction that meets the specific emotional needs of the reader will always be better than anything on the shelves. A fan fiction in which the right character does the right things and says the right things and has the right opinions.
Also, I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. Again, very, very vague.
It's so, like, people can have comfort reads and reads that they read for intellectual stimulation.
Of course, yeah.
But she's just ignoring it.
And has the right things happen to them will absolutely be deemed superior to, say, War and Peace, which I'm sure is probably...
Also, that's not true even. Shaded, that's like... Example, have you heard of Shadiversity?
Yes.
He wrote a book that's a total self-indulgence.
Shadow of the Conqueror.
Yeah. And it's not really...
But like indulging in an edgy way.
Yeah, and it's not considered a good book. Okay? It's actually considered a very, very bad book.
Yeah. I'd like to see her do a video on his book.
That would be interesting.
I think that would be funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably pretty problematic. I don't know. Have we canceled Tolstoy yet? Not that there's not,
oh boy,
War and Peace fan fiction. I know what you're thinking. Why is it wrong to be
Wasn't
happy?
Tolstoy like a big anti-Semite or something?
Yeah.
We probably have canceled him.
Why is it wrong to pursue something that is in itself not harmful but makes you happy? How is it any different to write a sappy fanfic than it is to write a novel of some other sort? Aren't all writers self-indulgent? No, actually, they're not, and it is different.
No, and you should be ashamed for wanting to be happy.
Yes.
The difference is that an honest writer who is pursuing self-betterment and excellence...
I'm sorry, but that's just bullshit. That is just meaningless words, okay? Excellence and self-betterment. Come on. I decided to be an author because I seek betterment and self-excellence. Come on. Come on, okay?
Knows that sometimes the story needs things that he or she or the world doesn't necessarily like a villain who does vile things, or at least things that could potentially get him canceled on social media, like, say, a villain like Loki in the first Avengers making misogynistic remarks to a woman. I remember
God, yeah, also any person that pretends to do serious literary critique that inserts constantly without pause culture wars nonsense just loses me instantly.
Mm-hmm.
This is just thinly veiled
She's
culture
always
wars.
culture wars.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. That's her whole channel.
remember seeing people on Tumblr
She has
really
nothing serious to say.
Yeah, it's just
Which is part of the reason that I don't think people should be making content on her.
Oh, well, too late. We're doing content now.
It's just too stupid. Yeah.
But it's just...
It is what it is.
There's not much to sink your teeth into here, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's all very vague. Just... It's vague sloganeering plus culture war nonsense.
struggling with that and refusing to believe that their beloved Loki would ever do such a thing, even as a villain. Or a hero or heroine who does something wrong and has to try to make it right, like Jane Austen's Emma. Or sometimes a story simply doesn't need the 17-page description of the main character losing her virginity, and so the writer...
What?
writer removes it. All of these represent writers not basking in self-indulgence. Instead, choices are made not based on the fantasies and emotional desires of the writer, but on the best way to tell the best story. Please bear in mind, the best story and self-indulgence are somewhat subjective. A lot of it depends on the specific writer and the specific story. For some writers, giving into their emotional desire to have a happy ending no matter what is what constitutes self-indulgence. For other writers, giving into the emotional desire to have everything be constantly bleak and tragic no matter what is what constitutes self-indulgence. For other writers, having the entire story...
So that's what she would say about Shadowversity.
I guess.
She would critique him. If she were principled.
Yeah.
built around how hot the werewolf CEO is what constitutes self-indulgence. Often an unbiased, reasonable reader can recognize self-indulgence when they see it. Sometimes what it is a constant battle taking place at the writer's desk. Here's an example.
Okay, finally.
If you look at the earlier versions of Cormac McCarthy's Blood Meridian, you'll find that things like heavily emotional scenes had been cut. There's even one scene in which a glimmer of kindness from the kid was completely removed. Keeping them would have indulged McCarthy's own comfort with his characters, his desire to like them in a specific way, or even just inject his own personality or inclinations into his character's behavior. But he was certainly...
I hate that first little laughters, by the way.
Yeah.
Not self-indulgent, so they were cut because he believed that would best serve the story as he was writing it. You tell me if you think the final version was better or worse as a result. And I'm not saying that all writing has to be as emotionally and descriptively sparse as McCarthy's, or that emotions or descriptions are inherently self-indulgent, but he was specifically...
Vladimir says, yeah, there's a moment in his writing when his main character is thinking about to marry a very, very young woman. Didn't Shadowversity's protagonist sexually assault many, many, many children and make them pregnant?
Probably.
Wasn't that part of the story?
He was... It's like the prologue. Or the backstory.
Oh, because
he was a terrible guy.
The book ends with his victims actually being part of his trial because they find out about his past eventually. And he has a trial. And all the women, that is a little thing too. All the women that he impregnated as children, I think, or something, they're like, oh, he did bad things, but at least now I have this child. So actually, it's okay what he did. Let's forgive him. And all those bitter women that do not have children, no, they hate him. Interesting, huh?
Yeah, it's very problematic.
Yeah, very messed up, I would say. I would say that problematic undersells it a bit even,
Pursuing a particular style in his work, and part of that pursuit was creative honesty and constant betterment. Creative honesty, by the way, does not mean bearing one's soul on the page. It means assessing honestly whether or not...
Actually, sometimes it's very important to bear your soul on the page, as again in the thing that I've talked about earlier by the Polish author, right?
Not something is the best it can be according to one's goals, style, and abilities. McCarthy understood the danger of the siren call of
Like, it is
self-indulgence.
important to remember that writing is not just some clean, sterile intellectual endeavor, if that makes sense, right?
It can be, but that's not what fiction is for. Like, you're creating a new world. That's a very emotional thing to do. It's like raising a child.
Yeah,
You
basically.
can't raise a child logically.
Yeah.
Indulgence, and he rejected it, and as a result, he became a better and better writer. Fan fiction, on the other hand, commodifies specifically the serving of highly personal emotions and desires, and pursuing stories with aspects which are uncomfortable or even, if you'd like, problematic, will be seen as the height of discomfort and controversy. There have been, within the fan fiction community, numerous scandals that have arisen over this simple factor. Characters who behaved in uncomfortable ways. And uncomfortable to the fan fiction reader or writer means something that prevents the reader from identifying with the character entirely, or something that prevents the reader from deriving emotional, psychological, or even sexual release from the story. These issues can range from shipping the two wrong characters to writing a male character who somehow takes away the female character's agency, or whatever. This has now made it into the literary world, as I'm sure most of you are aware. Books especially find themselves under constant scrutiny. If even a speck of these uncomfortable elements is found, the writers and publishers will be bullied incessantly until the book is pulled.
Also, that's not true. Oh, what's that noise?
Huh? Oh, the teapot?
Oh, that's actually not true. Nobody complains about creating characters that do problematic things. What people complain about is authors very non-subtly endorsing certain messaging and certain behaviors, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a difference between writing a character that assaults a woman, and I'm giving extreme examples here, but there's a difference between, oh, this person assaulted this woman, and yeah, this cool dude asserted dominance over this woman, showing her the natural state of the world. Right?
Uh-huh.
Does that make
Wait,
sense?
there's a difference between that and what?
There's a difference between a writer describing people doing bad things and the writer describing bad things while very non-subtly endorsing those things with his writing.
Yeah, that's kind of what Chad struggles with a bit, I think.
There's a, again, extreme, I'm simplifying it a lot, but again, X killed Y and X showed a super cool proficiency with dispatching with this weakling. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I have several examples on my website, but my favorite is Sparrow and Vine, which was attacked for having a character mention that Elon Musk was good at business. This is why also in books like Morning Glory Milking Farm, you get a page-long monologue from the Minotaur about how hard he's always working to make sure the main character never feels like she doesn't have any agency. This is fan fiction verbiage. This is fan fiction bleeding into mainstream fiction, and I think we can all agree, ruining it.
Yeah, but see where I'm having trouble with this? Like, I'm sorry, the Elon Musk to me is crappy writing, you know? Because it's gonna date the writing a lot, okay? These sort of inserts of contemporary people. Unlike you really want to make this setting.
It's fine if writing is dated, as it's just awkward if it's like 15 to maybe 30 years, or I don't know, 50 years afterwards.
But it's very
But once it gets
interesting.
really old, it's fine.
It's very interesting that she sees the Elon Musking as an okay thing, not as some sort of an insert, but talking about agency as a forced insert.
Because that's not a self-insert. Because that's not Elon Musk being like, Elon Musk is good at business.
Yeah, but that's still a forced insert.
Not necessarily. It's just a reference that could be totally in character for the character to state.
Yeah, but somebody describing somebody, like by the same token, somebody describing taking away other person's agency could be very well in character. No?
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
Must present a world or a situation that perfectly aligns with the writer's specific
Pause it for a
emotional
sec.
ideal.
What she's assuming though is that like liberals don't exist.
Yes.
Performative males don't exist. That nobody actually cares about females'
Agency.
agency.
Yeah, it's something that was
sincerely.
invented in 2024
Mm-hmm.
in fan fiction.
But there are people who would act like this.
Yeah, there are.
They're like, I know that there's power dynamics at play, so you can't consent to me, so I'm gonna work extra hard and make sure that you always. But it's like characters be characters.
Yeah.
Especially in abstract areas like agency, are the direct result of writers
I did critique this video, but I'm doing a collaboration.
coming up in fan fiction communities. These communities are populated by young college and high school age people being raised on a steady diet of internet everything, emotion-based reasoning, and political and social bullying of modern society.
Political and social bullying.
These young people have been conditioned to judge worth and value based on things like broad social literacy regarding current issues and having the correct political opinions, which, as we all know, are constantly changing.
So?
While some political opinions can be correct at a certain point in time,
Yeah.
they stay correct.
Yeah.
Or they become correct after things change in the real world.
Change bad. I assume this person's religious?
Probably. She grew up with her dad in like a monastery.
That explains a lot.
These young people then take these attitudes into these fan fiction communities where they do all the policing, all the moderating, all the judging and assessing. There is no oversight from literary authorities or even simple.
What oversight? From what literary authorities?
I don't know, because she hates universities.
Like, what is this supposed to mean?
people who have a literary framing to their priorities. So these so-called literary fan fiction spaces are entirely built, operated, controlled, and populated by the subset of young people who then indulge together in all their fantasies and desires, sexual and non-sexual. That is, these spaces are perfectly politically and socially safe, according to their own set of ideals and values, while also being entirely permissive. These online spaces to these young people quickly become important and valid parts of their formation as
Also, book publishers have editors. Does she not take that into consideration at all?
as people and, crucially, as writers. So then reading and also seeing the rising popularity in these spaces of the types of stories that will necessarily succeed there teaches young writers that good writing means that the story and characters must embody their fantastical ideals for social perfection and can't be too uncomfortable. This discomfort
That is very bizarre. This very strange notion that moral perfection is when you're not a total racist, I guess. I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean, moral perfection, in this context.
Yeah, has a very narrow view of. I mean, clearly she has a problem with liberal morality or whatever.
Yeah.
Um,
It's also, I
but
find
the
it,
issue is that nobody's demanding things.
yeah, I'm
outside of
finding
that.
interesting that she keeps talking of moral perfection that's being imposed while non-stop crying about degeneracy. I find that
True.
very ironic, you know?
Yeah.
Comfort, after all, prevents the story from satisfying emotional fantasies to their utmost. So these discomforts are not only undesirable, they are morally and creatively unjustifiable. That's why in our era, stories in which a fictional character is racist are maligned and canceled because even
That's not true at all. That's bullshit.
No, it's not.
That's complete nonsense. My Hero Academia has racism. The story that she listed, a lot of it actually. What now?
when the presence of such a thing prevents complete immersion in an emotional and psychological fantasy land. That is, it prevents self-indulgence. And these writers are being trained to genuinely believe that getting in the way of total emotional pleasure is bad writing. Examples like Sparrow and Vine, which was pulled before release after readers online expressed outrage over things said by the characters, are a perfect example of fan fiction writing mentality taking
It
over.
depends on the delivery, doesn't it? If I don't know what
Yeah.
the context is, what the character said, if there wasn't any narration behind it, then I just cannot say.
Over mainstream culture. The author even said when she pulled the release that she would rewrite passages so they wouldn't contribute to harm. That's the kind of thing fan fiction communities train writers and readers to.
Yeah, again, we don't even have the context for what is being talked about here. Do you know what is being talked about here?
Sorry, play it again?
Priority. Pulled the release mentality taking over mainstream culture. The author even said when she pulled the release that she would rewrite passages so they wouldn't contribute to harm. That's the kind of thing fan fiction communities train writers and readers to prioritize. But having a, as the writer described, flawed character in this book who expressed admiration for Elon Musk's business
We don't have enough context to be able to even comment on this, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Unless you know. But
Yeah, she's not explaining the situation.
yeah.
strategies was way too uncomfortable for readers, so it had to go. Any writer who gives into this kind of bullying is a coward and lacks all creative
We
integrity.
don't
But
even know what the bullying was. We don't know what the context of anything was. It's just person just asserts things without anything, you know?
that's what fan fiction does to you. I feel like I need to tap a sign or something. Of course, some select kinds of discomfort can be present, but only if they are tagged with content warnings. This can be anything from vomiting to the presence of food to eye horror to other things I can't mention in a YouTube video. As long as they're in the content warnings, you can usually get away with including uncomfortable elements, but you have to adhere to the content warning system. If you don't, you run the risk of potentially disrupting.
I'm sorry, but again, trying to do a supposedly serious literary critique while without any, just with a straight face saying part of bad writing is including warning about contents of what you're writing about. This is stupid. I just
she's just
cannot.
mad at like teenagers on the internet.
I just cannot treat this seriously. Okay, I somehow I don't find it bad that, let's say there's a person that was sexually assaulted, right? It would be useful actually for that person to see in a piece of work, hey, this work contains sexual assault. Oh, okay, I guess I will just avoid this piece of work then.
Yeah, it's just like good practice for your audiences. It
It
doesn't
just-
cost you that much, and it can really help somebody's mental health.
Yeah, just crying about
Or
stuff
avoid
like that.
triggering them.
I just cannot treat this seriously. Crying about something like that. It's more culture war nonsense. It has nothing to do with quality or writing, being a writer or anything, not or fan fiction for that matter.
A reader's sense of comfortable emotional immersion in their fantasy land. And there are few sins higher in the fan fiction community. Why do you think people started demanding trigger warnings on everything?
What's wrong with trigger warnings? Like this again, this is the problem that I have with right-wing commentary. This is bad. Why is it bad? Because I say so. Pointing to the sign. It's just bad. I assert that it's bad, and there it is. Don't you see what it's on the sign? Like, she hasn't asserted, she hasn't really established why such content warnings are bad. Not at all.
Now, of course, emotional and psychological fantasy lands are subjective. So one writer's sexual assault fantasy will be just that fantasy land. And for another writer, it will be a story in which Lady Macbeth and Ophelia run away to open a coffee shop in Finland and talk about how powerful and independent they are while they're in bed or whatever. What I'm saying is that everyone goes looking for different emotional needs to satisfy, and like other kinds of tastes, these tend to be highly specific. That's why the tag system on sites like AO3 is so robust. And that's where that
Oh no, people can find exactly what they're looking for in a piece of literally what?
began for literature. Tags and hyperspecificity like that only occurs when the readers are seeking hyperspecific content to satisfy hyperspecific emotional or sexual needs, and have become accustomed to having those needs.
Yeah, that's do you know what this person is doing right now, unironically, and I said that when I critique this alone? You know what this person just is doing, in my opinion, right now?
Besides sloganing, or what was the word?
She's sloganeering.
Oh,
but
somebody
she's
just
basically
We're still in here.
Oh,
Yeah, we're
well,
streaming with Lucy.
yeah, we're doing a collaboration.
Like you're on stream right now. You're live.
Yeah.
Yeah. How was your drunken noodles?
They were fantastic. You know you're in like the live stream stage for my channel, right?
It's okay.
I don't care.
You can treat it
Okay.
like
All right.
oh, you're leaving. But you could do
Yeah. I'm going to sleep.
oh, I thought you wanted
You're going to
to
sleep?
watch the second story with us.
Oh, I would love to, but I'm literally passing out. I got no sleep last night.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
Aw.
trying to reset myself so I'm functional. But you two have fun.
Ah, thanks.
Do you want me to sing you a lullaby?
I do, but I really shouldn't right now. Have a good night.
Good night.
Damn. So you know what this person's doing right now? Unironically, in my opinion.
What's she doing?
She's actually
Yeah.
criticizing the premise of genres existing in literature.
Just because she wants you to not know what the book will
Because
have.
you're looking
ahead
for
of time.
something very specific that caters to specific
Yeah.
needs. That's the
Uh-huh.
premise of books having genres.
Emotional or sexual needs, so erotica can't exist.
Yeah, that's that's the whole purpose of genres existing, for you to be able to go get a story that targets your specific needs. So books should not have genres then? Right?
She's just making no sense, I think.
Yeah. Because tags are just a more specialized version of having genres. Nothing more.
Maybe she would critique the presence of genre, though.
Which is silly. Come on.
Yeah.
Neatly labeled and accessible because that's
Yeah,
the
neatly labeled and accessible. Right? Like genres.
Yeah.
whole point of fan fiction. Because here's the thing. Yes, there's smut, and that satisfies sexual fantasies and sexual needs. But self-indulgence extends beyond smut, resulting in work that is essentially emotional smut. Its sole function is to allow maximum emotional satisfaction. If you look at the cloud tag on AO3, you can see some of what I'm talking about here. And these are only the most popular tags, so only a fraction of what's available. Let's ignore for now the plethora of disturbing sexual tags. By the way,
there you go. Always with the
disturbing sexual tags,
which is very like
smut.
complaining about moral purity while complaining that people from fan fiction writers will demand moral purity while complaining about degeneracy and moral impurity. Come on.
Yeah. Also, there are only two that she had to censor.
By the way, what I've blurred here is stuff that I think I might not be allowed to show in a YouTube video. Feel free to go to the site yourself if you want to see the whole image. But let's look mainly at these other tags that signify a work that satisfies a specific emotional need.
Cuddling and snuggling, praising, protectiveness.
Or hunger.
Oh my gosh, oh no, oh no. Oh, God
She
forbid.
didn't circle gender themes? Or LGBTQ themes?
You missed it. Friendship.
Or making out?
God forbid somebody wants to just read a book about snuggling. God, degenerate nonsense. God damn.
We can see hugs, happy ending, comfort, cuddling and snuggling, feelings, praise, kink, protectiveness, self-esteem, and so on. And we can also see tags that are meant to satisfy the reader's and writer's emotional need to see themselves represented, such as autism spectrum, LGBTQ, reader insert, gender themes, and so on. What else?
Yeah, but again, this is just an assertion that somehow that's wrong when there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, actually.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't realize is that the need for emotional satisfaction, especially among young women, is almost as strong, if not stronger, than the need for sexual satisfaction, and can bring about a bizarrely specific array of subgenres and tastes, comparable to
Why bizarre? Why
comparable to porn addiction?
To, you know, sexual entertainment things. Let me.
Okay. Well, I'm just okay. So what? You know, that's my gut reaction. So what?
Give you an example. Show of hands, how many people know what I'm talking about when I say the word wump?
I don't know.
Don't worry, I'm going to tell you.
Wump.
An old onomatopoeia for something like a solid body slam in comics is the term that has come to refer to emotionally or sexually satisfying physical harm to characters. That is, scenes and stories in which a character is hurt in some way will produce emotional satisfaction in the audience. Don't get me wrong.
Okay.
This isn't always satisfaction that the character got hurt, like some kind of sadism. It can be, but not as a rule. This is more the emotional release of the physical harm and, crucially, the comfort that comes after. The emotional satisfaction comes more from the comfort than the hurt itself, so the hurt is satisfying because it presents the promise of future comfort, if that makes sense. This emotional need, once identified, became an object of indulgence. This fan-made, publicly available, highly detailed...
Okay, I still don't see, like, again...
The point?
Yeah, I still don't see the point, and I still don't see the negative, actually.
Spreadsheet, focusing primarily on Western media, provides timestamps and descriptions for Wump scenes in movies and shows, and has over 15,000 entries, including TV episodes, movies, games, podcasts, comics and manga, anime, YouTube videos and music videos, and so on. And, of course, trigger warnings. On Tumblr, you can find hundreds of users who make Wump lists for movies and shows and books, as well as GIF sets, or GIF sets, if you'd rather, of these specific scenes with emphasis on whatever aspect the maker finds most satisfying, whether that's the pained expression of the hurt character, the sight of a chiseled body covered in blood, or the worried faces of the character's friends. Moreover, there's physical Wump and emotional Wump, and this can be even further broken down. Gunshots your thing? We've got Wump for that. You prefer a nice head cold? We've got that too. How about torture, grief, crying, chains, handcuffs, stabbings, non-consensual stuff? Why do you want it? Which, by the way, is all with
she doesn't
male
know that
victims.
that
Needless to
rape
say, there's a
kinks are
lot
one of the most like common vanilla interests, vanilla fantasies in women.
large subgenre of fanfiction focused on Wump. This is often called merely hurt comfort. You can also see it in these other tags, such as angst, that would be emotional Wump, anxiety, self-harm, trauma, torture, medical injury, crying, comfort, and so on. What does this indulge exactly? It depends on the reader or writer.
Also, I don't think it's a hot take. Sometimes it's okay to indulge. Straight up. It's fine to indulge. I don't see anything wrong with indulging. If you have an emotional need, why not fulfill it? It's fine, you know?
Yeah, but you might get addicted
Ah, yeah, of course.
to pleasure.
For some, it is absolutely sexual, and so the
Where's
story
the
will even veer into
self-excellence?
smut territory. For many, though, it's entirely emotional and fulfills some attention fantasy or caregiving fantasy, or what have you, of the writer or reader. Some will say that it's therapeutic, which is probably often true, but that's therapy, not literature. And a good therapist would probably caution against a constant, ever-increasing indulgence in works that could potentially re-traumatize the reader or writer. Of course, and this is a closely related
Why does she
issue, this
insist that it
notion
would
that a
be
writer's
ever
therapy
increasing?
session, even if it is beneficial to the writer, ought to then also be published for everyone else to read is both a very non-literary notion and is a
I don't know what literary and non-literary notions are, by the way.
Yeah, me neither.
direct result of fanfiction's nefarious, poisonous influence on the minds of writers, and is, in a sense, the absolute height of self-indulgence. Interestingly, very few of these fictions and infatuations feature female characters getting hurt. Feel free to discuss that one amongst yourselves. The bottom line here is that fanfiction has, for some time, been specifically and prominently a vehicle for the indulgence of highly specific emotional or sexual needs and fantasies. As these fanfiction writers grew up while failing to mature and broke into the mainstream, of course this attitude came with them. The thing with self-indulgence is that self-betterment as an author or writer of any kind is no longer what is important, but
Also, I could just throw the same critique that she's been having at her very easily, you know? That
Which
instead
critique?
she's talking about self-indulgence, emotional and sexual. But
Mm-hmm.
writing a story for the sake of self-betterment is also an indulgence. Because
Not if it hurts.
oh yeah, okay. I see.
Rather self-representation. The story has to, in every way, represent the specific ideals, desires, fantasies, politics, opinions, and aesthetics that the author values most. More than this, the story and characters have to represent the author the most. In a word, the story has to represent the author's identity. I've had people send me messages telling me that fan fiction is incredibly important because it allows representation and for them to identify with the characters. Fran Lebowitz is someone with whom I seldom agree. However, a lot of her opinions on books and readers and writers do have a strong note of truth to them, but never more so than when she said this: a book is not supposed to be a mirror, it's supposed to be a door.
I like that.
I don't.
I mean, of course you can analyze yourself, but or like get insight into yourself through books, but it should be a practice in empathy to empathize with the characters
That's true.
rather than to navel gaze.
But it can be navel gazing. Like, I
It
don't
can
see
be,
a
yeah.
problem with that. What if your fiction book is about your experience of surviving Auschwitz?
Mm-hmm. I
Right?
mean, no, not from the author's perspective, like from the readers. Yeah, it's okay to if the author is navel gazing.
Oh.
That, but I think she's talking about readers here.
But it's also true for the
Or-
readers, isn't it? If I went through a horrible experience, or if I'm like, that's especially true. Like, that's the LGBT was given as an example, right? If someone's trans and feels all the time the attack after attack after attack on trans people, then sometimes it's okay to have a story wherein they can just, find themselves in the character from the story, no?
But at the same time, because the world is different, they still have to it's still a practice in empathy to reimagine yourself in that character who doesn't have any of the suffering that you do.
That's true. Yeah.
She's absolutely right. The function of reading is not to find yourself perfectly represented in the characters and their environments. The function of reading is to explore other people, other ideas, other environments, other
I think it can be both. It can be exploring others, but it can be also finding representation of people with similar plights to mine.
But I think in general, you read books to learn about others. It's not to say that that books that don't allow you to explore yourself, books that don't allow you to explore yourself are better, or that books. But it's so subjective. Like a book that allows you to explore yourself is going to be different for everybody. It depends on how much they relate to the author and stuff.
circumstances. You have full and constant access to your own mind. A book or any story is supposed to broaden your mind. How can it do that if it's just you replicated over again? If you want to see yourself...
But such a scenario is actually impossible. Right? Unless I write my book and about myself and I just read my own book. Like, no author will be able to replicate me perfectly.
Yeah.
So that scenario.
Some people project really hard, though.
It's true, but it's still,
Self, look in a mirror.
Sort of
that is
besides
not
the point. You think it's sort of besides the point?
Yeah, exactly. That it's not the fault of the author, is it?
Yeah, it's not the fault of the author.
The function of a story. Self-indulgent, self-representing fan fiction isn't literature. It isn't even in itself valuable storytelling. All it is the mirror of the author and therefore only has value to the author. And that value itself is fleeting and limited because all the author has done with it is presented in some limited form the contents not of his or her own mind, but of his or her limited specific emotional or sexual fantasy land. We see this now in mainstream media with the epidemic of self-insert characters, whether it's video game makers creating or changing characters to look just like them, or Rebecca Yarros writing a Mary Sue heroine who has the same medical condition she has, or a lesbian author making all of her sapphic heroines the most powerful, brilliant, wisest characters in the story. Of course, you're more than welcome to, as they say, write what you know, but this isn't that. People who indulge in this self-identity in their fiction are doing so partly out of that self-indulgence and that overall inflated sense of self-importance, but it also has to do with the entire attitude towards identity in fanfiction. Not only are writers expected to put self-insert characters in one form or another into their stories, they are also just as often altering existing characters to more closely resemble themselves. As in, for example, lesbian writers who make fanfiction in which the canon straight female characters are in a lesbian relationship, such as Arwen and Eowyn.
Oh no.
Of course, if the writer isn't
They're not
a lesbian,
canon
this might not
straight.
be
They're
as well
just-
received by the readers. This goes further, too, with really hot-button social issues being inserted into fan fictions, such as HIV. Writing such a story while not actually being HIV positive yourself is something of a fan fiction faux pas. A strange phenomenon of fan fiction is the unwritten, soft rule that you can't write what you aren't. This extends to disabilities, diseases, and various specific sexual orientations and gender identities and so forth. If that isn't you, then writing it dominantly in your story isn't always entirely permissible, which is why people who aren't, say, Black or Hispanic will get in trouble nowadays for writing books with characters who are. Just another example of fan fiction helping to change the rules. How? Because
Pause it
fan
for a
fiction,
sec.
given its
I do think that it is problematic if you're like suspicious or you're avoiding writing characters that are not like you. If you're not like, as she says, Black or Hispanic. Because being an author is also how you learn about these groups. It's an important part of the process, like the research that you need to do to create a story. There's this stereotype that you should write what you know, but something like underrated and implied in that is that you need to expand what you know in order to write what you don't know.
Right.
That you should write what you don't know. You just have to educate yourself.
Right, yeah. I agree.
insane popularity and its ever-growing readership forms readers. These readers then go forth in droves on Twitter and Goodreads and make demands and demonstrate outrage and whatever else. Publishers, producers, and writers listen and then bend the knee. And every single time a writer apologizes or changes a book, the fan fiction-fed mob grows stronger, and the legitimacy of this fan fiction way of thinking about literature and storytelling grows exponentially. Why do they do it? Well, I'm sure the troll types in their parents' basements just get off on the power. But some of them, a lot of them, absolutely insist that literature and stories look like them. Now, placing oneself squarely and centrally in the text is a natural, normal thing for someone who grew up reading stories in which other authors were placing themselves in the text, and who grew up reading by inserting themselves into fan fiction stories' plain, blank slate main characters who were written specifically so that the reader could use that character as an avatar of sorts. If the emotional mind of the reader has been programmed to insert itself into the head of the main characters, then such a reader will obviously write their own characters also as self-inserts. For instance, did you know that there is an entire subgenre of fanfiction that is written in second person? These are stories in which the assigned ship, that is, the written relationship in the story, is the main character plus the reader. So if it's Marvel fanfiction, the story ship might be Bucky Barnes and the reader. That is, you walk into the room, you see, I don't know, Bucky Barnes sitting on the couch in your living room. He
I'm not
says, "You
sure
sure
what the critique is here.
Yeah.
Honestly.
She's just trying to gross us out.
You look pretty in that dress, although I would never objectify a woman, as you know. That kind of thing. It's very, very, very popular. Who do you suppose is the most important main character for writers and readers of stories like this? It's not even remotely surprising that all across media now, writers and artists are inserting themselves into their stories. Why wouldn't they? That's how they engage with stories, by inserting themselves into them.
I'll be right back. I have to go to the toilet. I'll be right back.
Emily, what are your favorite fanfic pairings?
Back. It's 5:20 a.m.
When are you gonna go to sleep?
Oh. Probably let's probably do a little bit more of that, and then I'll sleep for an hour, and then I'll have to walk Fido.
Okay. How much is there left in this section?
Just a bit. It's almost the next section.
Okay. Yeah, let's finish this section and then we can stop.
All right.
Or even altering existing characters to become them. That's how fanfiction has trained them and the rest of society now to think it is supposed to be. So yes, of course they're shamelessly making video game characters who look just like them. Of course they're making their main characters have the exact same illnesses or disabilities or personality as they do. All of this is the most natural thing in the world to a fan fiction reader and writer. Let's take a moment now to talk about the one thing about fan fiction that everyone, especially those not in the community, most associate with fan fiction. Smut.
Okay, that's the new. That's the next thing. So I guess that's it for tonight.
Oops.
Thank you for this amazing. What do you call it? You know. Collab. That was great. Now it's time for me to, you know what I mean?
Yeah. To ZZZZZ.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Have a good morning.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna raid the viewers into somebody. Oh, Brooks. There you go.
Okay. I end stream.